We forgetting what the fuck to talk about type of day anyway.
All right,
look,
hold up. Before we get started, first of all, we owe y'all welcome to this.
I was about to get to that. You think I was just gonna go firing in and stuff? I was gonna give an intro, sir. You just jumping ahead of me 5 steps and shit.
Hey, look, I don't know, Scooby. Sometimes you be
That's sometimes. I'm just gonna give an intro here. I'm not gonna sit there and be like, "Let's go hard." Yeah.
Consistency. That's all I'm saying. Nah, do you think?
With this little battle, let's start a whole thing with about our whole year review. January 6th.
Anyways,
for real.
Wait,
ladies and gentlemen.
Tweak your mic.
But yeah, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our year in review. We owe it to you guys because we were supposed to do one last year, and I think just because of real life and just the holidays, we just forgot, and we didn't think about it until
it was real life.
Yeah, so we just forgot, and it was like, whatever and stuff. I think the only thing I did was, I ended 2021 with us talking about the Marvel shows and movies that year, which was easier. But it kind of reminded me, it was me, Charlie, and Joe that did it, and it reminded us, like, God damn, certain shows that we watched, we forgot it came out that same year and shit, right? Because I was like, oh damn, Falcon Winter Soldier did come out in 2021. Damn, that did come out there. So this is how long 2021 and 2022 has been for us, where it felt like 5 years compartmentalized into 2 years. It really felt that way.
I mean, look, CJ, we all agreed that 2020 aged us by a good 5 years.
And as D pointed out, 2021 kicked off in such a way that it was hilarious. So January 6th, just to tell the story of this. So the 2020 elections happened, and Bernie Sanders pulled the greatest prediction that was 100% accurate. So going into 2020 elections with COVID and everything, everybody was saying, oh, Trump's going to beat Joe Biden. And here comes Bernie Sanders, and I think it was on either Jimmy Kimmel or what's his face's other show, Jimmy Fallon show, actually. And Jimmy Fallon asked his predictions on the 2020 election. And Bernie was like, okay, so he was like, here's what you're going to see. You're going to see on the upfront that Trump is going to get a lot of votes because everybody's going to be going into the election booths and physically voting. But he said what you're going to see is you're going to see a lot of people that did their mail-in ballots, and Joe is actually going to get a lot of people that did their mail-in ballots, and he's going to actually end up winning. A lot of people scoffed at that shit, and I was like, I don't know. He might have a point. Let's see what happens, because that year there was a ton of mail-in ballots that people mailed in.
So much so that it looked like more people voted for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, like so what happened was the night of the election night, right? By the time, so people were worried. No bullshit. This is how elections have everybody's nerves going.
Clinched.
Between 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., Trump had a lead, and everybody's like, shit. Shit. Well, he's going to win.
Well, this is what happens when you choose not to vote for Harambe, Goku, things from the Addams Family, an inanimate carbon rod, just all kinds
of shit. From 11 p.m. to 2 a.m., it started shifting. Now, what happened in the 2020 is you found out that, number one, Arizona turned purple. It went from red to purple, and it's like, oh shit, Arizona's starting to get a lot of blue now. Like, goddamn, like, okay.
It was looking like the Blood and Crip
man, listen. And so 2 a.m., Joe Biden got a slight lead, and you were like, fuck. So come the next morning, all of a sudden, Joe's numbers start pushing up, and Trump his lead is going horribly bad.
And you know what the fun part now? Do y'all remember this? The fun part for D was this: when we was finally learning what was going on. All of a sudden, you saw like people like Ron, like when it came to like calling one of the states, Florida got called in. Ron DeSantis with dick in the mouth. So Trump gonna be president. So I mean, that nigga was happy. All of a sudden, that Florida was red.
All of a sudden, Michigan came in. Oh, it went to Biden. Fuck. Okay. Arizona. Biden. Fuck.
Biden.
Okay.
It was so bad in Arizona. Arizona was already talking about maybe we should, do a recount. We can't do that. What the fuck you mean we can't?
Nevada, slim went to Biden, but it went to Biden. Once all the votes finally got counted in, it went to Biden. It's like, oh,
California, of course, they went to Biden.
But it came down to Ohio. I think Ohio narrowly went to Biden, and that was the X factor.
I thought that went to Trump, though. I thought he went to Trump.
No.
Thought,
It narrowly went to Trump, but Biden still got a good chunk of electoral votes too out of that. So it was really like Pennsylvania, Michigan, I think, Nevada and Arizona. Those were the states that everybody was like, "Oh shit."
It didn't matter though, because by the time we woke up, Trump lost.
It was
so fucking funny. And it was so fucking funny because what made it so I would say this is as a part of, and me and Eris are on that side. Me and Eris were a part of the Bernie side of Democrat voters. This one felt better. This one didn't feel like we voted for the empire. No, this one felt like we truly voted for the rebellion. And we was happy for it.
I do want to say that that night, you know how much the Democrats did not give a single fuck about the Republicans or Trump for that matter. They were already doing Biden's celebration before the votes were even counted.
That's the thing. That was what had me worried, because there was a lot of us that was like, guys, it ain't even 10. Chill. Like,
because because unlike what happened with Hillary,
shit like
everybody was like, we okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They treated that shit like Bitcoin when it was flying the 78.
Now, I would say the difference is this. Now, I'll say the difference is this, and people got to admit this. Joe Biden's an old white guy. They get a lot of passes compared to like a woman or any minority. That's just the unfortunate truth.
That's just one of the things.
It just is what it is. Like, I mean, Biden literally was doing shit that even Obama couldn't do. He literally was looking at Trump the whole time during the election, like, hey, go fuck yourself. And everybody's like, well, that's good old crazy Biden. Whatever.
I think that's what I'm saying. I think that's really what really helped out Joe anyway at the end of the day, man, is that the fact that he could fly off of his crazy old white guy shit, yeah. That's what really worked for him.
It was widely known that him being the vice president to Obama, that had he become president, he was able to get away with more shit than Obama was able to get away with.
And the one partial thing I'm giving Joe Biden, he's trying to do that with his administration. He's trying to get all of the stuff that he couldn't get done with Barack Obama done during his administration. Chris, have you noticed that? Mm-hmm. And that's the one thing I will give Joe Biden. I am still dead serious. I didn't want him to be my president. I'm sitting here. We're about to go into the next election cycle. Yeah, I'm glad I voted for him. I'm glad I voted for her. I knew he would be good. He just wasn't my. Let's just be real. And I think people need to remember this. He just wasn't your choice. And we all have to remember that shit. That person just wasn't your choice. And it's the thing I hate about politics. Yeah, real talk. We had no business trying to force Hillary on that bitch. No, we barely had it. Look, say they go with Joe. Joe barely got in there. But we had no business forcing these niggas in. But sometimes you're just gonna get the nigga you didn't want in there, man.
Listen,
and that is what it is.
Listen, D, the DNC had no choice but to accept that L back in 2016. That is the biggest L that they will forever eat. I mean, you damn near tried to fly that close to the sun with 2020.
Well, but that's the thing. People were saying.
Hold on, Chris. And this is what I thought of too. The 2020 election is what I believe the 2005, the 2004 election would be had Hurricane Katrina taken place a year before.
Yeah, if it did. I mean, granted, that took place after he beat the shit out of Kerry.
Yeah, that was after. That was after. Now, hold on. See, but Chris, bear in mind, had that shit happened under Bush's watch before the next election?
No. Yeah, because 2004.
It was 04.
Yeah. Kerry was 2004. Yeah, my bad. Yeah.
Like I said, had this shit happened before 2005, you think Bush should still be president?
I don't know. Here's the thing. It's unfortunate. A lot of people still weren't feeling John Kerry.
They weren't.
And there was this notion of if you it's a thing with politics where if you start a war, the general public, despite whatever dumb shit you do, they want you to finish the shit out.
Yep, they do.
So he was still on the hook for the Iraq war and that bullshit. So yeah, even if Katrina happened, he still would have been on the hook for the Iraq war, and they would have been like, all right, you know what? Let him finish the shit out.
But the way it was handled, though, it was real shaky.
I mean, it's just, and the thing of it is that what made it funny was Biden won. And it was this thing where Trump and all his supporters was like, nah, it can't be true. He couldn't have won. I'm like, guys, the numbers are right there in your face. There was no cheating involved. There was nothing there. It's right there in your face.
Just take the damn L.
Which leads to January 6th. Now, Eris.
It wasn't even.
Now, Eris.
It wasn't a week.
Now, Eris.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, I work from home.
Yeah.
D was working at his place in Virginia. Did you have to go into the office in DC that day?
I did not.
Okay, so January 6th happens, and you live in the DC area. You see protests in DC all the time for various causes, right?
Mm-hmm.
You always see it. You're used to it. It just is what it is. It's a natural thing. It's always a cause that everybody's marching in someplace in DC. So on this day, there was, I guess, a group of MAGA supporters that were marching, that were, basically protesting in front of the Capitol. So a lot of us just kind of out of space, out of mind. Oh, these crazy motherfuckers, whatever, right? You don't think about it.
You don't.
I want to say, what was it, around 11 o'clock noon? It started becoming a crowd in a way.
Yes. And it was just like how I said, it had not been a week.
Not a fucking week.
And the thing of it is, it started becoming a bigger crowd in front of the Capitol. Now, I had this on in the background at home. I'm sort of working and stuff, and Eris knows, I was kind of sort of streaming, but I didn't want to stream that day because I was like, hold up, something's about to happen at the Capitol. All these white folks are here. What the fuck's going on here?
Dog, do you want to know D's perspective?
Pop off.
Because I got a wild story for you.
The pop off was so real.
Because I got a wild story for you. This is the wild story, y'all. So the place I work at is Autoport Star. I ain't gonna say who pays me because they don't pay me enough. Anyway, I was sitting there and we're hearing news about it all day, hearing what's going down in the Capitol. I had to hear Russ Parr talk about it. I had to hear the local people talk, hear Ellie and the Morton talk about it. And they were like, what the fuck going on? Oh my God, they lost. Trump lost. Y'all chill out. They're like, now, here's the thing. Here's something y'all should know. DC 101. If it doesn't involve any white people in Fairfax, Virginia, they don't care about the world. So for them to go, what's going down at the Capitol? That is amazing. But anyway, while I'm hearing all this news over the radio, a white boy walks in my store, MAGA cap on head. He comes up to me with a whole lot of bungee cord and rope, puts it down there. I'm like, man, what's going down at the Capitol? He's like, it's amazing, man. I'm going back down there. I'm like, okay, cool. He paid for his
tools for the January 6th insurrection, sir.
He paid for his rope and bungee cord and left out with excitement on his face that freedom, and that's what he told me, freedom was coming back to America. I laughed at his corny white ass saying, oh, cracker, what do you know about freedom in America? You're just a white person that never been oppressed. So I just laughed him off. And you know what? Hours later, I think he was there.
I felt insulted by this on multiple levels. Number one, D knows me. Eris knows me a little bit to know this. I love Captain America. You know how insulted I was to see two people at that fucking Capitol insurrection with Captain America shields, and I'm like, "This is some bullshit."
Yeah,
Captain America
would never. He would never. I mean, D, gentlemen, you know what unfolded on television for us? We saw I want to say a stage of Call of Duty that was put on the cutting room floor.
Man, listen. I mean, and the thing of it is, I felt weird because number one of the guys, Harry Dunn, he went to me and Sue's high school, Surrattsville. He was one of the people at the Capitol Police, and he was there when that shit went down. And he was there on the ground floor when they were pushing them Capitol Police folks aside and doing all that shit. And I have to imagine a person in his position that's fucking like
scary,
triggering.
Scary. You know? It's scary.
And Harry's a big dude. Harry's like 6'5" and like big. And I gotta imagine, as a big black man, you can't put hands on white folks because you might get killed in some
this city.
It goes sideways real quick.
All them white folks, and you a big black dude? Nah.
Let me tell you something. This is Washington D.C. Yes, free niggas are free niggas in the city. White people are evil around here. That's all I can say. White people are heartless in DC. All right,
he's quite likely to either get sued or he'll get jumped by like 50 fucking white people that saw him put hands on him. So it's like all
the fucking Stafford, get him, nigger.
So you got them. So you got them. But we as black folks, we love making jokes. And the one joke we found out of it, one lady from California who found herself on the wrong end. Well, I could say the wrong end. Who fucked around and found out when a guy has a gun pointed at the door and says, "If you pass this line, I will shoot you." What does she do?
First of all, you tried to climb over. First of all, you tried to climb over the barricade. That should have already been a sign. That should have already been a sign that you shouldn't do this. Like, don't even take this route. Hey, look, it's dangerous. Take this with you. And like, none of that played in your mind.
Nope.
I'd say no.
You decide to climb over the rail, climb over all of that.
Ashley Babbitt, that's her name.
Yes. And you really thought that once you made it to the other side, that there was a checkpoint for you.
Hey, the Pelosi Secret Service ain't fucking around. They shot her ass dead to right. Shot her in the neck. Shot her ass. My man had the kill shot in the neck, and she goes down and bleeding out.
I'm gonna say, and once again, the shit played like Call of Duty because my man was on kill confirm mode.
You know what it was? It was like
the shit that get me though. But the shit that really get me is that it was also them
dog tag.
Dog.
I'm going to hell, but I made my point.
We're all going to hell, sir.
I'm just saying I'm going to hell, but I made my point.
Look, guys. It's not often we get to praise the death of a white bitch.
hey, it was the black man did the Lord's work and shot her ass. I'm just saying.
Look, he did his job. So, look, if you want to say anything, he didn't get a center mass, but neck is just as good.
Yo,
it's a vital point. So
there was a raw video that was out. And like, dog, shot in the neck, and you see everybody like put pressure on it. I'm like, oh, she dead. She gone, man. She gone.
Put pressure on it. Yeah, before that happened, you could have.
Shit, if they were allowed to use hollow points. Woo!
Hey, look, let me tell you something. It was the defense of white people on Twitter is what killed me. There were not enough Twitter administrators to ban people that were coming up. Yeah, this is what our country needs and all this QAnon bullshit, you know. And you know what? It was so funny. The night it happened, me, all three of us, we sat and we had a good conversation. We're not going to repeat that shit because
it was funny. We had so many jokes.
Cancelable words were used.
Oh yes,
cancelable words were used, and also real talk. To these two dudes I admire a lot. Yo, it was one of the deepest conversations we had as black men, and I loved it. And I summed it up like this because my dad told me, because me and my dad I talked to my dad before I talked to these two, and my dad summed it up the best way. Son, this doesn't involve us niggas.
It's only, actually, shockingly enough, it was only 2 black people total that showed up to the Capitol.
And that's what I'm saying, Chris. Think about it. This ain't got nothing to do with us. This is one of the few times where there's a revolt not resulting in niggas being the problem or being the way to get rid of said problem. So it's like, Have fun with y'all cracking shit.
Hold on, I got it, guys. I got it. This was the LA riots with no seasoning.
Bruh, this was let me tell you something, man. These white folk really walked in here, thought they could walk in here with Alex Jones Bible verses and and that be it. And that be it. And that's all they need to take over this country, man. It's so fucking stupid. And I keep telling y'all, man, one of my biggest things is stop disrespecting the gangster of America. I don't like America, but I respect our gangster, nigga. Stop doing that shit.
I have something here. Hold on. Because, fuck it. Why not? I mean, hey, we might.
Thank you, sir.
We might get something out of this. Hold on. Wait for it to load. But continue, Harris. I'll let you go before.
No, I was going to also point out, aside the Babbitt shooting, there was a lot more other silly shit that went down. First of all, shout out to the guy who stole AOC shoes.
Oh, Ben Shapiro?
Yeah.
Come on now. You know it's Ben Shapiro. We know it was there.
Did you see the picture? I think it was somebody took a picture that said,
yeah, AOC was like, somebody stole my shoes. Like what the fuck?
Someone stormed the Capitol, got inside AOC's office, and sniffed her chair.
I want y'all to understand this. AOC has already gotten videos of guys jerking off on a picture of her. Imagine how she felt when she saw somebody take her shoes. Really? That had to be her only response. Yes.
And the GOAT person out of all this is that and here's the kicker. And this is why Twitter, despite the chaos that's happening now with Elon, which we'll talk about later, Twitter was grateful for all the different versions of videos of shit we already seen, where it's like we saw new videos were coming out over the course of a month, where we saw one video where you saw the people inside the Capitol try to slam open the gates when they busted in, but it was too late because the people basically grabbed the automatic gates and pushed the shit up. And I was like, oh, fuck. Y'all messed that up. We saw the video of the black guy that actually saved all the Senate folks like Pelosi and them and told them, yo, go the fuck other way. There are people coming this way. I think he got like a medal for that. I think the Medal of Freedom for that.
He deserved that.
Because he literally was like, hey, go other way. They're coming.
Stop talking, stop thinking, go that way.
So I present to you folks with that.
They got shots fired.
Well, yeah.
Lift every voice and
I have never seen a crowd. I've never seen a crowd sober up so quick with a gunshot. We're like, oh shit!
Who's got a gun?
I mean, and the thing of it is, by the time, and here's the kicker, by the time
shout out
8 o'clock hit.
Shout out, I'm sorry, Chris, but shout outs to Agent 00 Negro over here with the one shot.
By the time 8 o'clock hit that night, finally, because here's the funny thing too, we have found out what's DC's mayor? Mayor Bowser was trying to get like the National Guard in, and she was having a pain in the ass time trying to get National Guard to come in DC because of all this shit. And she was trying to contact the Northern Virginia governor, be like, yo, can we get some National Guard? Like, what the fuck? Like,
Here's the funny thing with it. This is what happened. Now, this is actually the whole story with that really goes like this, and a lot of people don't know it. All the people heard was that day of. No, Muriel Bowser and all of Washington D.C. We actually heard about this riot happening a little bit before New Year's Day. We heard a little bit about them coming into the city. Did we all not? We heard that there's going to be a lot of protesting and all the rest of that shit. And we all knew it was going to be a bunch of MAGA people. We all knew that. Yeah. Now, I would say the first day they started gathering like around the 4th, and they started having a real big, annoying fucking presence in Washington, D.C. She already started calling for the National Guard. They refused to assemble in Washington, D.C. for whatever fucking reason. She was going through all the hoops of this shit. Mind you, D does not like Muriel Bowser, but I will give her this shit. She will at least try once, but she will try. That being said, she went through the whole thing. She went to Hogan. Hogan did what all good Republicans do. I mean, that's DC. This is Maryland. I mean,
we're chill. We don't have to do anything.
I mean, come on. This is coming from a state that won't file a report if nobody's hurt in a car accident.
Hey, look. This is the state of Maryland, y'all. Look, this is the state of Maryland.
Shout outs to me and Chris for that one.
Hey, yo, Aaron, look, this is the state of Maryland. Look, our niggers are happy. Hey, we're not mad. like Northern Virginia.
Can I not just be a portly like white man who runs a black state with a South Korean wife
and also gives people false hope about COVID?
I fucking hate you, Eris. I fucking hate you.
Turns out Hogan is a Republican dirtbag, like we all knew.
Apparently. I mean, come on. No, I was the one that told. Hold on, I was the one that told both of y'all. Y'all know he's gonna fold.
I had hope that look, him and like 3 other Republicans were literally saying, "Yo, Trump, suck our dicks" for a hot second. We were like, "Oh shit, go Hogan!" And then all of a sudden, boom, he goes back to sucking Trump's dick, and I'm like, "God damn it, man!"
I said it.
You were this close.
I was like, listen, y'all trying to big up this motherfucker because he's reacting to COVID, right? He's gonna fold.
Yo, why the fuck up?
Hold on. If there's anything I know about certain managers, is they will try to go at bat for the people that they're representing, but the shit comes with a cool down mode. Once they fire off one too many, they gotta cool down, which means they gotta fold.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I
think
oh man, that like
Hogan.
Oh, go ahead.
No, and also the one other thing I want to add about all of that shit, like you said, it was a lot of just bullshit about trying to protect people in the city, trying to protect the citizens of the city. There was a lot of just shenanigans. You hearing about all these Proud Boys going into church, trying to go into churches and all that shit. There was a whole bunch of Proud Boys. Yo, shout out to the police force that I fucking hate, the Prince George's County Police Force. These niggas was waiting for all of these Proud Boys. You know how many Proud Boys they arrested in Prince George's County? Because all these white boys really thought, all right, guys, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go in the middle of Landover. We're going to give them what for.
So
that's today.
Wait a minute.
You know what always happened? It's always like a bunch of cops coming in like, hey, how you guys doing? Yeah, there's like 4 or 5 white guys in an SUV in the middle of Prince George's County. Okay, I need y'all got license registration. Come on, guys. Come on, man.
Wait a second. You mean to tell me that that the authorities sorry, you mean to tell me that the authorities decided to execute Operation Feds versus MS-13? Yes, ladies and gentlemen. It's a tactic that was always used in the Prince George's County area and in all of Northern Virginia. Follow these MS-13 looking ass motherfuckers. That same implementation was actually implemented on the Proud Boys all through the DC area, but a lot of them got arrested in Prince George's County. A whole lot of them. They chilling in the car, and the cops just like, come on, y'all. That's because they thought that they could hide in the blackest county of all Maryland. They thought hiding in plain sight was going to work. It's the one time when that doesn't work.
I tell this to everybody, and I say this as no joke, and no disrespect to any other fucking place in America. But real talk, Prince George's County and Charles County, both of those together, this is Wakanda. This is actual Wakanda. We are some rich niggas. We are some po niggas. We are some bougie niggas. And we are some real niggas. All right? We are the whole scope of niggerdom here in Prince George's County in motherfucking Charles. It's Wakanda in this motherfucker. So shout out to the Proud Boys that try to come out here and say, easy targets. They're everywhere. Man, tell you something. The coons don't see it coming. And you know what y'all did? Y'all got in the car, started smoking that weak ass weed. It was like, I don't know, guys. That's Potomac High School? Oh no, I think those guys are scary.
Potomac High School.
That was funny, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. The security in DC during that time was one of the weirdest times in Washington D.C. history as a Washingtonian. It was weird, bro.
I really thought they were doing something with that.
I mean,
shit.
And I just find it funny, like.
I mean, they chilling in the Harris, think about it. They outside the motherfucking firehouse over there, motherfucking. They outside motherfucking Pandora's Cube, chilling. There's a lot of Latinos in this neighborhood.
I found it funny that the fallout from
Washington University of Maryland. What?
I'm happy that the fallout from January 6th has resulted into like a 2-year version and still going now into the version of Goodfellas. Doom. Doom, do, 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 doom, 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 because every person that was at January 6th, you know what? To the credit of Biden's DOJ, they were not fucking around. It's like they combed through all the footage and was like, get that person, get that person, get that person. Let me tell you, they did this. And these are people that are doctors. These are people that got government jobs. They caught 2 people that literally got like high clearances that were there.
Yeah, let me tell you something.
Let me tell you the most.
Hold on. Let me tell you something. When one of them decided to storm the Capitol dressed like, dude looked like he came straight
Skyrim
out of
character.
No, not Skyrim. I want to say that he farmed his first monster armor.
My man, the dude that was vegan, that it was like he only gets a vegan diet in jail.
Vegan Viking or whatever. He came in with the freaking horns and shit and the fur and the flags and shit.
Dude, bro, Viking.
Yo, Viking. Let me tell you something. Black millennial men.
Wait.
White millennial men. I swear to God, you soy ass niggas. Yo.
No, listen. Shout outs to Discount Monster Hunter, okay?
Man, just saying,
my man rolled in and had the most pictures and video out of everybody.
It's like it was like he was cosplaying for the convention, but it was the wrong convention. You had January 6th, dog.
I feel like white people look at what he wore and white people go, that's racist. Native American, look, perfect. White people.
That is very perfect. Yes.
Hey, look. Hey, yo. White people go, oh my goodness, that's offensive to the Native Americans. Native Americans, you look stupid as shit, nigga.
Fucking MAGA Iko got put in jail, and his mom, which I know this nigga lives in his mom's basement. If his mom is out there, he needs a vegan diet. He can't survive jail food. And I'm like, no, you're not gonna do this shit. No.
One of these favorite things. Reports today, blah, 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 of the Capitol Police, a 15-year veteran, is resigning today after what happened in the January 6th riots. He said this resigning has nothing to do about that day.
Had everything to do with that day.
And let me tell y'all, that was brick number 1, and there's still an investigation that's going on with the Capitol Police about that day. Let me tell you something about this. This is the weird thing about this is the thing you have to know if you live here in Washington, D.C. The Capitol Police are some of the nicest cops in the world, but they will fucking kill you. They will fucking kill you. Okay? That being said, that happened. And not
only shot up that chick. Remember that chick that had the baby in the trunk and she bust through the
That's what I'm saying, Chris. There have been innocent people that got fucking killed. And you mean to tell me the only motherfucker got killed was a white bitch that said, they can't kill all of us? Pop! You mean to tell me?
No,
she's the only one that died.
To be fair,
more people hurt that were Capitol Police than them.
You know what the logic was? All the white folks was like, first off, we're not black. They ain't gonna shoot us. Number 2, they don't got enough bullet for all of us. So that was the logic. And to be fair, they were right because some of them Capitol Police, the white folks, they let them up. They were just talking to him. Like, why are you talking? No, why are you talking to him?
And when that started leaking out, I knew it.
They were listening. I mean, listen. The one person that was missing was the dude running around with that infinite ammo bandana.
Yeah, man. You mean to tell me that these motherfuckers got into the Capitol? They got into the fucking Capitol, bro.
That's why I am applauding DOJ. And DOJ ain't just giving them like, oh, here's a 6 months. No, these motherfuckers are getting hard time. Like, yo, you getting
4
6
years,
years
5
in jail.
years, 4 years, 5 years. All
The
this.
only one that got a the only one that got a life sentence, black rapper that decided to take a picture in front of his take for his fucking album cover. He got 1 year in jail. And I'm like, well, you're stupid for that.
All right, look. That sound like that. You know where you sound like Chris right there? That sound like off the Squidbillies where he's like, you know how many people died by smoking marijuana? One person. Some dumbass that thought he could juggle a rattlesnake while riding a skateboard.
To me, when I see
album, and I'm pretty sure that album went double PVC.
I don't know, man. Like, look, I get the idea.
I'm sorry, what? I think it with mead. What the mead? You know, paper.
Hey, look. If we know anything here,
Single sheet, not college rule.
Put your shit on Spotify, you pumping them numbers up. So he might went gold off the Spotify single. That's it.
So you knew what was you knew what was going through his mind. It's like, all right, I'm gonna take this picture. I'm gonna take this picture. I'm gonna print the shit. I'm gonna get the album together. I'm gonna roll up on people and say, "Happy MLK Day." Let me start off.
Man, January 6th took place 3 weeks before MLK holiday. That's the crazy part about it.
Real quick. Which one y'all think? Is he from DC, Maryland, Virginia, or Wild Court, New York? Which one was he from?
Option 5, Waldorf.
I said Maryland, nigga. Oh no, trust me. Maryland rappers all are the same.
That's some Waldorf shit.
DC rappers all have the same groove to them.
No.
Virginia rappers don't need to rap.
First off, don't disrespect.
First of all, do not disrespect phone pauses.
Right,
anyway, to answer your question.
Hey, hold on. Keep your ass in your cold ass state, bitch. Anyway, go ahead.
To answer your question, D.
Nigga.
Answer your question. This nigga was on. He was from West Springfield. I'm saying that.
Yeah.
I bet he light-skinned.
Yeah, he's about Eris's complexion, actually. My height, Eris's complexion. And he was taking a picture on top of the Capitol Police tank.
West Springfield.
Yeah, he's from Springfield.
He got a year in jail, and I was like,
Hold on. He's from Springfield, but this is what he sounds for. Yeah, nigga, I'm from Woodbridge.
First off,
do you know this is what they learned? That still carries weight in Virginia? Still 1995? Hold up. I'm sorry. Wait a nigga. Hold on, nigga.
It's like saying you from Chantilly. That carries weight.
Nah, you always
Chantilly, dude. Really? There's black people in Chantilly? Damn.
More than you think, Chris.
Oh, you always pick the hardest part of wherever area, and niggas still say Woodbridge. I'm like, it's Woodbridge. There's just a lot of niggas there. It's not like it ain't hard, nigga. What do
you know how much I was miffed?
Not exactly the hood. I don't think Section 8 is out there.
How miffed I was in high school, where motherfuckers try to make Clinton out to be hard. I'm like, nigga, we're in the suburbs.
Oh God, fuck that shit.
You from Bonnywood? It is the most suburban black neighborhood ever. No, it is not the hood. Shut up. Like,
I like how
so low energy.
You from Summit Creek? That is the most.
My dad said this, Chris. My dad said this about your neighborhood. Chris. My dad said this about your neighborhood. He said any kid that has the nerve to act. He said any kid that has the nerve to act like they hard from this neighborhood, you have a park to run at. Run in the park. Go.
You come to find out these motherfuckers wasn't even
like. I got that bougie ass dog. Do you realize you across from one of the most? You live across one of the premier playgrounds and recreational parts of the city. There should be runners from your neighborhood.
Next to Watkins Park, Kafka Park, right there. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, you got.
Oh my god, yeah, it's so stupid.
I hate it how it's like, dog. You're from PG.
But that's what Bama's do. You have to do that. Kids do that, man.
but
like,
just
what's the high crime area? I'm from over there, nigga. Pop, 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 boo, 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 boo. Shit like that. You know what I mean?
but the fallout from January 6th, though, I just love the progression. Is that once the ink dried after the inauguration of Biden, to his credit, he was off to the races. And I would give the Democrats
As
this.
it could be.
Yeah, I give the Democrats this. They slowly learned the lesson of not being outraged about Trump folks. They've gotten a little bit better compared to back in 2016 and shit. They've gotten a little bit better where they're like, hold on, maybe if we concentrate on our own people instead of being so fixated on outrage shit, we can get something, which is probably what went into the midterm election.
I think that's the
going well.
I think that's the big part you just said right there, and I think it's still going to be the difficult thing that the Democratic Party is going to have to fight for in the next probably 10 or so years. Basically, our generation is going to make this a fucking deal, which is a lot of the social or political social things or societal things that need to change is going to be a big sticking point with a lot of the Democrats. I can tell you that right now. So that being said, they're going to still be a bit whiny and they're still going to listen to all the heart attack type shit that's coming out from the media. But that's the one thing I give the Democrats. They're learning to separate themselves from that shit. They made themselves way too friendly with the media. The last, what was that? Like when Obama was in there all the way up until the first or second year with Trump. It was like, that is the reason why nobody trusts you. You're way too buddy with everybody just so you can smile and say the same goddamn thing over and over and over again. And when you start doing that and people believe you're a part of that media machine, that's hard to get people to not think that. There are Democrats, there are people who vote blue that think that about people like that. So I'm glad the Democrats are kind of like at least trying to separate themselves. The only person that ain't did it yet, and oh my God, this bitch is gonna go gray hair before she learn it. It's gonna be AOC. She needs to really look, baby. Don't go down with all these sinking ships. Do not. You don't have to do that.
Concentrate on your
concentrate for what? For fucking work for everybody. Like, God damn, man.
Concentrate on your constituents and you'll be fine. Just it is what it is and stuff. And the funny thing is, the media, it's like they're
going and kicking and screaming. God damn it!
Yeah, and the thing is, the media now they're feeling some way because Biden, unlike Trump, isn't giving the media the attention that Trump was doing. Because he's just like, no, I'm doing this. Peace. I'm out. Let me go do my work. And now they're like, well, he's not giving us access. He's not telling us anything. He's like, no, good. Like, why the fuck you want him to tell you everything? Like, no, just no.
And that's and I see how that can hurt you, but at the same time, that's the difference between, I will say, a younger president and an older president. Younger president will probably give a shit. Joe was like, if you don't like me, turn the TV off.
Is he wrong?
Yeah, wrong.
That's the one thing that I totally agree with Bill Maher when he talks about Joe Biden, is that's why we needed an old president. Shit like that. Just old guys, look, they've been through it. They're going to go, do it anyway. America's grown enough, they can do it. You be like, no. And then America's fine. Because he's seen it already. He knows exactly where this is going. We're going to kick and scream. We're going to do this and do this. But by the end of the day, once we do it, America will be better for it. And he has done that twice already. And fuck you, Joe. Obama was doing all this shit. You just sold his playbook. Bitch ass nigga. Anyway.
Hey, look. Gas prices under $3. Thanks, Biden.
Sure?
Yeah,
I feel like it's still too high. Here's the thing. This is still too high for me. It's still too high for me.
I needed to hit
too high.
I needed to hit 2002 levels where it was like $2.15. I needed to hit that. If you can get that, all right, cool.
I need that shit. Good old 1998, 44 cents. That's what I need.
First of all, D,
that will never happen.
Like, D, you need to keep dreaming because we will never get lockdown prices ever again.
Also, side note, D. Hey, that's a good transition here. Hey, folks, let's talk about Saudi blood money and how it infused itself in everything in media. SNK got bought by Saudi blood money. WWE got Saudi blood money on its hands.
Boy, F1. Who runs F1 now? Oh, the Saudis.
That blood money.
Who runs the biggest golfing program right now? The Saudis.
Hey, the Qatar soccer. Saudis.
Nice, those are Qataris.
Qataris. Still blood money.
No. Slavery.
Dude,
Let me tell you something. Oil money is good money. Oil money is good money. I can't make it any better for you on that one, nigga. Because these are like, yo, the thing that really gets me is that we're just seeing where all the America used to run everything. And that's because we had all the money. And now we're seeing that the money's going to the Chinese, it's going to the Saudis, it's going to Indian and Pakistani countries and stuff like that. Like, it's because there's money elsewhere, but the big chunk of it is coming out the Middle East, is coming from Saudi Arabia. Because they're trying to change their image. They're trying to change their image, Chris. Come on, man. It's not about beheading heretics and setting fire to girls who ain't virgins when they're 34. You know what I mean? It ain't about that shit no more, man. This is a different time, different era, man. It's a soccer. Look. There's a soccer league here now, nigga. There's a new day here in Saudi Arabia. Do you know that we gave SNK money? That's right. We love people, and we just want to entertain people. So what if a couple of journalists die? Journalists die every day, B. You know, heart attacks, bullets to the back of the head. It happens.
Me and Eris talked about this on Pressing Buttons. I was like, Eris, I love KOF 15, but that's all the blood money. Every time I do the Bust the Wolf, I'm just like, man, this blood money never felt so good.
Haram.
Boy.
Guru 2, it's happening. Blood money.
Well, here's the thing, and I always say this. If anybody feels bad, think about it this way. If you're listening to us, more than likely you're American. You're American. Is your money any more bloodier than the Saudis?
True. I mean, look.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
We just saw it with the whole Brittney Griner thing. She got swapped there. It was like, I can't believe they gave back the Merchant of Death. And somebody brought up a good point. You know what's going to end up happening? It's just going to be Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man because it's going to be a U.S. CIA agent and the Merchant of Death pointing fingers at each other like, oh, you sell guns too? And that's all it's going to be. So it's like, what are we really fucking complaining about at this stage? Like, come on. Like,
more than likely,
Brittney Griner coming out of prison like,
listen, she really was looking like that.
She did. She like, huh? Yeah, it's good to be out. I'm like, yeah, sis. And yo, look, let her chill, man. She all right, man.
Hey, look.
Let her go to sleep. Let her go to sleep.
Hey, I ain't gonna make fun of her trauma. I know she ain't gonna step foot internationally ever again after this. You know it. I would not blame her whatsoever. She's like, you know what? Not going international anymore.
Brittney Griner will be going to Belarus. You dumb bitch. Belarus. I'm like, what?
No, but the thing of it is that was weird about that is just how much we knew, and we said it on the sports show, how much the jig we knew that Russia was really using her as a pawn. And I was like, damn, that's fucked up. Russia really just said, hey, they could have slapped her with a misdemeanor and it would have been just the end of it. But it was like, nah, she's going to prison, hard time. I'm like, what?
You know what?
First of all, they use her like a like a video game that's going to be out 6 months to a year from now. She's a placeholder.
Basically.
The one thing that me and Chris knew from the get-go, it was like they was going to use her as
bargaining,
like you said, bait number one. But the real sad part was more the sadder part about that was that she was gonna hey there, there's nothing you can do because it's Russia. Weed is illegal over there. Well, you're this stupid in America. Like, oh, how very American of you to say that shit. That's not how that shit
it was works. Right for how she got arrested. I ain't saying it's right. It's just
like that's what people were trying to melt it down to, like it's a moral issue. I'm like, in Russia, you don't smoke joint, or you'll be going to a joint upstate. No, seriously, 15 years of smoke marijuana. Like that's how it was. That's how it is over there, nigga. That's why and you have to respect the law. It's like this. It's a very American thing to say, fuck the law. We can do that in America because we know the law, and the law offers us a little bit of freedom when it comes to being just a little bit rebellious. Yes, there's laws protecting you from that. Not in Russia, nigga. And not, especially not for a black woman.
Putin, Russia.
And that's the other thing. Like, yo, I gotta get this on my chest, Chris. I understand that I gotta really get this on my chest, dog. I want to know, you know what gets on my nerves when I gotta hear all these young anime fans talking about how racist anime is and how black people are drawn and how this and all that and the representation and all that. Let me tell you something, bitch. We are less than 1% of the fucking population in fucking Japan. They don't have to care about your sensibilities as a black American. It doesn't matter what we think. I love anime. You know what Akira Toriyama gonna tell me tomorrow? Good, nigga. You're gonna give me money for Goku? He don't give a fuck about the black experience.
Can I?
They don't give a shit. But they need to stop and have an anime character look like you, so you can feel good. Let me tell you something. That is the whitest, most American bullshit I have ever heard. Stop that spoiled bullshit. Y'all want to keep on saying, see in Japan, yada, yada, yada. Bitch, have you been there? I have talked to niggas. I know a nigga that has been there that can tell you they are less than 1% of the whole stage out there. Eris would kill for Hitoshi to look at him and go, so I got a question. As a black man, does it feel like he would kill for that? He ain't getting that out there. You know what he gonna ask him? Hey yo, you want to get some Coca-Cola? Eric's gonna say yes because Eric loves it. So the point is,
can I?
Oh God, I had to get on my chest. I hate TikTok. I hate all of you. I hate all of you Zoomers. I hate all of you fucking millennials, 29 and down, that think anime needs to care about you. Fuck off. Fuck off. Jesus, nigga.
Can I please,
like me.
D?
I'm an otaku with that. Oh God, I had to get it off my chest, yo. Shut the fuck up.
D, can I?
You're not. I'm sorry. One more thing. That's not. You know why I don't like that? Because that's not respecting the Japanese culture.
Yep.
And it sounds very fucked up because they don't respect my culture. Guess what? I do not impose my ways onto what they think and what they are and all that rest of that shit. If I start doing that, I might as well stop watching anime because it's full of shit. Trust me. So, like, oh. Anyway, I'm sorry, Harris. I'm sorry, man.
Can I please be key? Can I be your keynote? Not keynote. I want to be your angry black man translator for so these Zoomers can understand. You know, right now we're doing the reverse of Key and Peele and Obama shit. So check this out. As someone, not even someone. Let me fix that. As an African American male who has been to the land of the rising sun, lived there in the land of the rising sun, I would need you to understand that the whole black representation thing and why you need to get the fuck out of your own way of spewing your bullshit on TikTok is you have to understand how much black culture, black media for that matter, is exposed to that country. Do you know how much of it goes over there?
Yeah.
You want to know how much? Do you know how much that country? I want to say that the country has a cap of how much black that they can accept in the country. You think Japan was running around in 1991 like itching to watch New Jack City?
No.
You think so?
It was Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan. That's about it.
No, hold on, I'm not finished. First of all, anyone named Michael that's black, you already got the pass to be in that country. So there's Jackson, Jordan, Tyson. There you go. Anyway, you know the blackest thing that hit Japan while I was living there, and Chris knows, a little TV show called Empire. That was the most black Japan has seen. Make with that if you will.
That's beautiful, actually. No, really think about that, y'all. Really think about that. That's actually fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
Of all the shit of black media, You mean to tell me the only thing that got cracked the surface of, ooh, niggas.
Empire.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Watching Empire in Japanese, chef's kiss.
Man.
It's art. It is art.
I mean, yeah.
I'm sorry. I just can imagine. I can imagine Taraji's voice in Japanese.
It is so good.
The oxen hill of her coming out in Japanese.
It's too no. You know what else was getting me? The dude that did the voice of the girl that did the voice of Everett got the voice of Homeboy, the son.
Hakeem and Jamal.
Yo, oh shit.
Now, yes, that does
exist. By a girl. He's definitely voiced by a girl. He definitely voiced by a girl.
Wait, Brian, yes. One does exist. A Japanese dub of Hustle and Flow does exist.
Yeah.
I did see that in the video store. But
all right, first off, Brian, no, it's not what you think. Hard out here for you people. No, don't. You racist asshole. That does not exist.
But I will say, for all of y'all that were complaining about black representation in an anime, clearly none of y'all was watching this shit during lockdown. There was this little thing called Yasuke that came out about the very first black samurai.
Most mid-ass anime.
Mid as it was. Listen, mid story aside, the representation was there.
Yeah, they like, and look, shout out to LaShawn about to say LaShawn McCoy and the Shitty P. Damn, LaShawn Thomas. No, LaShawn Thomas. He did Cannon Busters. He's the one that was doing I think he headed up the production of Yasuke, and unfortunately, look, I love Lakeith Stanfield. He is not a voice actor.
Let me also tell you this. And this is coming from a dude that's writing a samurai story. Black guys who are writing samurai stories, all of you quit right now.
Turns into ghost dog.
I swear to God, all of you have been reading the same fucking plot, and none of you have any creativity. I am tired of this shit.
Turns into ghost dog way into samurai so quick.
Boy, I swear to God, if y'all make one more broke version of Samurai Champloo.
Oh man. I would say this.
And you got the nerve to have Flying Lotus be on the soundtrack.
You know what's crazy?
The point is also with when it comes to that, the big thing I hear with it, Eris, is also like, you can't tell me that the Japanese don't have access. It's not even not have access. Do they care? Yeah, here's the thing. It's very fun. It's very fun, very heartwarming, and it makes me feel great as a person of his work when I hear Araki talk about how much he loves African American culture. Yes, I love hearing him talk about how much he loves black music and how much that shaped all the stuff he's written for JoJo and all the rest of that shit. I love hearing that. But here's the thing. I cannot insert any more passion than he already has for my people into him. You can only have so much of your, I guess, you can only live vicariously through people and through characters only so much, you know? We are saying pick a little black one. We're past those days. I agree, kids. But real talk, shut the fuck up.
I'll say this. I always push back on this. I always say, people sit there talking about Hollywood and doing like, oh, we don't get enough black films. And I always say, guys, are you actually watching movies? Or are you just waiting for somebody? Because there was like 2020. Actually, I would say it goes even further than that, but I would say 2021 and 2022. Everybody kept saying, oh, I'm tired of slave movies. I'm like, if you look at 2021 and 2022, there was like, what, 2 slave movies total? Like Emancipation, Emancipation this year. And what came out last year? That fucking no, that was 2020. So
I'm about to say, wasn't that 2020? The slave movie with a twist.
Yeah. So 2022 was the only one that we got. That was Emancipation. That was a slave movie. Everything else was like,
I think what it is that people are wording it terribly wrong because that's what they always do, and which is what you're tired is the movies that get put over as
Oscar movies,
cinema or slave movies.
The Oscar bait.
That's what you're mad of. You're mad that our Oscar bait are movies that are supposed to shine and be the spotlight of African American cinema are always movies like Till and slave movies like Emancipation. That's what you're mad. That's what it's like this, Chris. That's what you're mad at. That is what you're mad at. What you're also mad is that you don't support none of the many, many, many ashy ass black movies that come on Tubi. And you need to be ashamed of yourself. Because 3 Black Geeks, we say they're all shitty, but we support them.
They're insane. But look, in 2021 alone, right? We had
Chris, black voices are real.
Watch. What was it? Watch on network.
Hashtag my voice is black.
Shockingly enough, that's the funny thing too. Everybody talks about positive black media representation. Funny enough, Bounce TV and BET Plus has some good black family shows, and people are not talking about that shit. I'm not even kidding. Like Omar Gooden has an actual show.
Bounce has a niche. It got the old black. It's like nigga and CBS. All the old black people watch it.
Omar Gooden has a show that's going on its 6th season at this point. I'm like, holy crap! It got 6 seasons. Like, damn, and it's actually funny in spots. It's like, all right, it's actually pretty chuckle worthy. All right, cool. But nobody talks about it. Uh-oh, did you cut out?
Cutting out hard.
Cutting out hard, bad.
I know what you're saying. Who funds this shit?
Okay, now you're good. Shit, boy. Might want to just turn off the video. I think that's what's fucking it up. Okay.
T-Mobile not having it.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah. But no, it is kind of like who's funding it and stuff.
I ain't on no.
But like the movies that came out.
No. I'm not on my Ethernet cord, nigga. That's what happens, yo.
Oh God, Chris, and he's delayed.
Yeah, so
he's got like a 5-second delay. Go ahead, Chris.
So we got United States versus. This is 2021. United States versus Billie Holiday. Good movie. Concrete Cowboys. That's the one with Idris Elba about the black cowboys in Baltimore. Great movie. You had Candyman. I actually did like technically it's a sequel to the original movie.
Ass.
You think it was ass? I thought it was actually not bad.
I enjoyed.
That was boring.
No. I enjoyed seeing Candyman running through and just going a full bloodbath on gentrification,
killing little white girls in high school. That was great.
Yep.
Passing, which, yeah, if you want to watch another movie about light-skinned women being passing as white people, that's an interesting movie in and of itself. Can't really knock it per se.
All right, my bad. I meant to say that Candyman was not so much ass where it was non-memorable.
All right. Respect, me and Eric saw that. That was actually pretty good.
It was great.
Harder They Fall, I think everybody overhyped it, but I did enjoy it still. So I totally understand that because it was like kind of a black all-star cast for this generation. So
I am so glad that I waited after the hype had died down to see Harder They Fall just so I can enjoy it.
King Richard, great movie. Judas and Black Messiah. Controversial as Judas Black Messiah is, I still enjoy it, but I understand some people.
I don't like it no more.
You don't?
I don't like it no more. It took this is what happens when you have a father who is who is passionate about the Black Panther movement. So
all right.
I kind of got a different perspective of it. I still like it I love it for its acting. Let me make it very clear. I love the acting in it, but there needs to. It's a big thing. And it goes into this big, this little episode I want to make for about movies of that caliber. But I just feel like we need to do better when it comes to that shit. But that's a whole different story. Yeah. But it's all right. Like I said, I like the acting.
I think more than anything, I think a lot of people were overly critical with it, even though I understood it. Like they made it seem as though, oh man, them people try to make this. I'm like, I don't think that was their intent because their intent.
And see, that's another thing. I hate that. I don't think there was no bad intention, but there is something very, very fucked up. The only thing you got 100% right was his death. There's something ultimately fucked up about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what bothers me. That's all. You know what I mean? That's not even me. Like I said again, I'm not downing the acting because holy shit, I thought the acting was fantastic in that movie. I love it.
I don't know if you guys saw this. Summer of Soul. It was a documentary about the Harlem Cultural Festival. Questlove directed it.
My pops watched it. He said it was okay.
Oh yeah, it was actually really good because these were clips of things that nobody's ever seen before.
Mm-hmm. He said it was like that. It was like basically the clips and all that. That was the only interesting part about it, really. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Beckett, which is John David. You know what? John David Washington had an interesting 2021 because Tenet came out. Yeah, Tenet came out.
I'm not mad, Dad. I'm gonna be just as good as you.
So he did Beckett, which I thought was an alright movie, and I see why it got released. Huh? Hold on. What? Did I miss something?
Huh?
No, it's echo or something. But anyways, Beckett was okay. Malcolm and Marie, everybody heel turn on that fucking movie, even though I thought the movie was okay. It was just like, just two black people arguing. Okay, sure. Why not? You know, whatever. And I think there was another movie, was it National Champions, which was, that was a weird movie in and of itself. That I don't know if you saw it, Aris. It was about I
didn't see National Champions.
Basically, it was a dude that plays Jonah Jameson. He's the coach of this team, and the black players are pushing back on trying to get into the draft, and it turned into a really dramatic sort of movie and stuff. It was
wait a minute, wait, Chris, there was another. It wasn't a slave movie, but there was a black movie that came out. Did King Richard come out last year or the year before?
I just said King Richard.
Okay.
Yeah. It was that one. And then you got this year. You got what was it? Emergency.
Oh, Emergency was
Emergency was wild. Okay, Emergency was wild as shit to me because Emergency was the trailers gave you the idea of it being a very kind of okay, this is an interesting movie. It's gonna be party, and then it turned into oh shit got serious.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wow. And it still, it ended on a good note, but it was did not expect this. Master, which they kind of sold it as a scary movie, and it kind of felt off to me.
That movie fell flat on its face.
It did. Of course, Kevin Hart put out his own. He put out two movies. He had The Man from Toronto, and I think there was another movie that he came out with. I'm trying to remember. What was it? I forgot the other movie that he did. I think it was the one where his wife was pregnant and she died during pregnancy or some shit. It was that one that came out too. So yeah, 2 movies and stuff that came out this year. No, and the third one with Marky Mark. That came out this year too.
Right.
So yeah, those things. I think this, and then like I said, we talked about Emancipation, which, well, if you get a chance to, folks, check out Emancipation if you feel like it. It's on you if you feel like it. I don't know.
If you really want to hear that damn accent.
Yeah. Michael John White put out some banger.
That accent is such a fucking
Haitian.
I don't know. Shout out to my pops that made it through, because my dad don't take shit seriously when he hears shit like that. So I know my pops was just joning the entire time. So shout out to my pops, man. I don't know how he did it. I don't know how he did this.
Because Will Smith, unlike Concussion, they limited his speaking in Emancipation. That's why.
My dad did say this shit. My dad said this shout out to my pops getting, I'm just gonna be real. My pops getting old. Shout out to him saying this shit. Why they gotta make everything all gray and shit?
So
that's a little bit too autistic. I don't know why they do that.
I'm just gonna call it what we like to call black action movie. Michael John White dropped some heaters this year. They're of the direct to DVD, obviously, but hey, it's Michael John White. You can't go wrong.
Yes, sir. I think Mike is in this weird groove of where he can make shit, and he knows he can make shit. Anyway.
He did one recently where it was him and Tom Berenger, As Good as Dead. Really good movie. I love it.
How is Tom Berenger in the year of the Lord 2022 still making movies?
Oh man. And then you had, what was it? Beauty and the Beast. That came out this year. David Allen Greer was in it. You had a bunch of And we got an email from BET to their credit for this, Black holiday movies. So you had like A Christmas Fumble, which was, one of those Hallmark movies where she's a big town girl in a small
All right,
town.
look. Check it out, Chris. Check it out. Let me tell you something about the Black Christmas movies. The Black Christmas movie either involves the church, a black woman who runs a fashion magazine, a black woman who runs a fashion website, a black woman who runs a business website, and a black woman who runs a already said fashion, did I? Well, I don't know. There's going to be a big like gala or like fashion walkway thing going down that weekend, and it's the week of Christmas. That's all you need to know.
There's a black movie called A Christmas Fumble starring Eva Marcel, who plays a black reporter who has to handle the scandal.
Football player.
Yes, football player who has caught in a scandal, a cheating scandal, and through it all, they fall in love. And I'm like, I'm not mad at this plot line, but this is just funny. Like, all right.
Hey, Chris. You know what? I love you. I love you, sir. Have you ever sat down and watched any of these fucking movies?
I have.
Hey, Chris, I got a question. Now, here's the best part, and here's the best part. You don't remember a fucking thing, do you?
I remember bits and pieces, but not the full.
Chris. No. See,
D. Here's the comparison.
Hey, Christopher, I remember bits and pieces of the fucking dump I took this morning. Doesn't mean I approve of it or letting somebody else say that it is.
Put it D. The fact that I still know the plot line of Eva Marcel's first movie crossover more than A Christmas Fumble, that tells you a lot.
A Christmas Fumble, though, dog. A Christmas Fumble.
A New Orleans Noel.
A Christmas Fumble.
A New Orleans Noel where we have Patti LaBelle and Keisha Knight Pullum.
I bet that guy do about something about the church, and they ain't got enough time for the whole choir to get.
Another movie that you should probably watch, D. A Holiday Stocking, starring McKelty Williamson and Tamala Jones.
You ragged ass stocking.
Yo, McKelty Williams has literally turned into the old cranky black man in a movie. Like, he's the father. And I'm like, okay.
I don't understand this. Back in the day, Christmas used to be about something. Used to be about the family. Oh, Dad, don't you know me and my white boyfriend are going to be separated this Christmas? Oh, man, what am I going to do? I'm just a mad black father that's mad that the world's changing on him.
I mean, and again, it's one of those things where you just watch it, you're like, all right, cool. There was another movie that came out, I think it was called Nickelodeon, because we forget that Nickelodeon also does movies. Did another black movie, it's called Fantasy Football with our boy Omari Hardwick and the chick from
it's great. It's great when Omari Hardwick, who I think is Omari Hardwick is an actor that fucking limits himself, because you're probably saying, wait a minute, D, how does he limit himself? Well, waking up that light skin every fucking day, it has to be a limit for you.
Omari, I was almost Black Panther Hardwick.
Man, Omari, Omari just say the most beige fucking shit in the world. And that was one of the most beige things he said.
Seriously, you can't say that because Morris fucking Chestnut was all swearing that he was Black Panther too. So
look, I believe Morris Chestnut. The height, the muscles, the dimples, the very shitty accent, just like Chadwick Boseman's. I can believe that
shit. But Omari said that shit. I was like, come on, Omari. They were not going to get a light skinned dude to be Black Panther.
Boy, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. Yellow nigga, Black Panther, swinging through the fucking jungle.
Ghost Power. The dude from Power is Black Panther.
And you know what? Look, D gonna say it. How do you think that accent was gonna sound like, bro? Like real talk. Like no, like honestly, dog. How do you think that accent was gonna come out like? Because it wasn't gonna come out as good as you thought it was gonna be, nigga. It's like that. That sounds like an accent that was going to be like. Oh, that's cool, Mari. Get that nigga out the way.
But I was saying this fantasy football.
Go home.
Fantasy football had very Bow Wow like Mike energy, and I'm fine with that. It's what I expect from a Nickelodeon produced movie about a girl that can control her dad through a video game. It's like, all right, of course, that's very
of course.
It's like, all right, it's harmful, it's harmless. It's like you can't really be mad at the fucking movie. It's like, come on, like You had Devotion that came out, which is based on a true story of the black pilot that U.S. Navy black U.S. Navy fighter pilot that fought during the Korean War. Yeah, Devotion. Jonathan Majors, who's a up and coming black guy who. Let me ask you this. D might know this if he's still here. What's the countdown before Jonathan Majors starts being in like a Tyler Perry movie in some way, shape, or form?
Man, I don't think there's the Tyler Perry's you got to worry about. I think it's the Chitlin circuit, and I think he's at least 10 years away from that. I think he's 10 years away from the Chitlin circuit.
Oh no!
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
No. See, that's Earth 384.
Jonathan Majors.
Yeah, that's Earth 384. Earth 616. Sorry, 616. Jonathan Majors. That would depend on how good Avengers Kang Dynasty is.
Yeah, I mean he's a good dramatic actor. I mean we saw it.
Oh no! It has nothing to do with his performance. It's the movie as a whole.
True.
That's what we're going to be banking on.
Side note. Something magical happened this year that only happens in the magical world of black people. New Jack City got a stage show, and I hollered so that it happened. I'm talking Chitlin circuit level of stage show. I'm talking like I can't believe somebody and Alan Payne plays himself.
Yep.
Here's the first thing.
Tretch is fucking. It's fucking.
First off, this ain't their first rodeo because it started off with the Set It Off.
Yes.
The Set It Off one.
Who did set it off? Who did set it off? Who did set it off?
Same dude. Same good guy.
I'm talking about the cast.
The only person I can tell you, homegirl from In Vogue was in it. I forgot which one. It wasn't Dawn.
Okay.
I forgot who was in it. One of the girls from In Vogue, and the Brat was playing Queen Latifah's part.
Of course she did. That's the Brat literally played.
First off, Eris, sir, DJ Tsunami.
She played Stereotype. You could have got away from it. Nah, I gotta play Queen. With the Kawhi Leonard struggle braids.
Yo, you better get out of my way. I'm about to get in this motherfucker. I'm about to get in the 6'4", and I'm about to run down the highway.
What you like? A whole lot.
Look.
What do you like?
What do you like? A whole lot of.
What's this? Here I am. Look, parked in front of the motherfucking bank, throwing motherfucking CDs out the window.
I'm mad that broke Eris is like the Brat played.
Stop. No. Too cute.
I'm actually mad. First off, look, I can understand Eris not hearing about this shit. It's Christopher that's killing me, right? CJ, bro, you never heard of the Set It Off on what?
Okay, here's the funny thing, folks. I 2 times on WPGC, I remember hearing the commercials, and I actually thought for a second it was bullshit, even though it was a real commercial. So I just phased it out of my head. That's what it was.
No, really think about this. You wanna know why I laugh? You try running that scene of Cleo's last stand in the car in your mind with the Brat's face.
No, sir.
We're getting gunned down by SWAT.
No, Eris. Eris, is this scene in the mugshot?
I'm not convinced.
I'm not convinced. You're threatening, man.
I've never seen something take me out of a film or a play since that shitty CGI arm in Avatar 2.
It's like me being fucking Scotty in New Jack City play like I'm gonna shoot you so bad my dick hard. You know how many people will laugh me out the fucking room if I say that line? Come on, like they would laugh my ass out the fucking room if I do that. Get out of my face, man.
Chris, you are no longer allowed to
you are no longer allowed.
Like you are no longer allowed to say that in private or in public.
I did not look. When Ice-T does it, it's funny and you're laughing. Me saying that shit, they would laugh me out the room. Like, all right, guy, get out right now.
Oh my god, that was beautiful.
I want to shoot this so bad, my fucking dick's hard.
Dude, they had fucking Gary Gourdin playing fucking Scotty.
Wait, I got a question. Did they get Keith Sweat to play himself for the wedding scene?
I don't know. I need to find somewhere to
Okay,
watch this.
okay, guys.
Hold on, D, because they did it in the movie, and he's a stage play actor. Why not?
Okay, guys, to let you know that the Set It Off live on stage is another Jarkarius Johnson production. Also, and it stars DeBrat, Vanessa Simmons, Latoya London, and Keisha Knight Pullum. So I'm gonna let you know, Keisha Knight Pullum, being the weakest actress on this whole thing, is playing what's the Vase's part, as we know. But now I'm playing. She's probably playing Jada.
Bruh. Big Daddy Kane plays Stone. Flex Alexander played Pookie.
My thing is this: if you Flex Alexander, think about it. Think about it.
That's method acting.
Hold on. What they do, D? I was like, what they do, Chris? What they do? Bobby Lee as Russell Wong's character.
What's getting me, and if you go to the website, now here's the funny thing. If you go to the website,
again, you try playing all that shit in your head.
I can't.
It's like, actually for D, I imagine it being very cheap. Like I can imagine like the lights going down, and when the lights come up, they're already skipped to where he already flew out the window, and they're like singing about him falling out the window. And then all of a sudden, dude, I want to shoot you so bad, my dick's hard. Ba-dum, some shit like that.
It's like, man, like, look.
But they're getting me is that I'm looking at the website and I'm seeing so many happy, loud niggas all hugging each other, taking pictures, all going to the shows and all that. And
he showed up for one in the backstage and once in one picture.
And you know what? And I think it's one of these situations where it's just pure black people shit, where it looks ghetto as hell, right? Uh-huh. But much like that ghetto as hell punch that you picked up, where somebody's auntie made it and it's good as fuck. Yeah, I bet it's that. Like, this ghetto piece of shit. 3 hours later, nigga, I have fun. I had so much fun. Nigga, it's hood as fuck. Let me tell you how ratty this motherfucker is, first off. You know how black people are. We'll joke the fuck out of it. And at the end, yeah, it was good, man. I liked it.
So at some point, we need to get our hands on like doing like fucking trespass the stage play and get it to Jacarius Thomas and be like, yo, can you put 3BG on this shit?
First of all, that needs to be a stage play.
It needs to be trespass.
And so I got a question. What white person who really desperately needs a job is going to play William Sadler in that? Like, no, he has to be like not on television for a while.
No. You get William Sadler. You just need somebody to get Bill Paxton's role.
Oh my God, Will Sadler. Look. I love Will. He can't do the stresses of going to all these nigga cities.
You gotta do trespass the stage play, man.
Man. You gotta think about what football player is going to play all the time. You just left this all right. There's gotta be an ex-football player that's really not high up on the
No. First of all, he's not doing anything. Get Terry Crews. He ain't even got to talk. He doesn't have to talk.
No. This is Jarkarius Johnson. No, Terry Crews costs more than everything there. Don't do that. Don't you dare do that.
You gotta do the robot.
You gotta remember, this is Terry Crews. He's getting white people money now. He's the modern day Mr. T to like 5 of them.
Is he still getting white people money? I could have sworn he's been considered a little not necessarily problematic, but
no, it's black people, not white people.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, white people love him. That's what I'm saying. He's too high on that list, nigga. I mean, but still, yeah. That the fact that the New Jack City play is a thing in present day is kind of funny to me, man.
It captivated folks. I think it really was kind of like, really, this happened? And look, it's definitely in the vein of a chitlin circuit because them shits sell out. But then you're like, how did it sell out in DC? Oh, was that Constitution Hall? You can fill that shit up with the quickness.
Oh my god, man! They, like, you know for a fact, it's like it's not going to be at a major one, nothing like that. But it's going to be at a venue where they can do it multiple times and they have to stay in the city for another week. You know what I mean?
Either Howard Theater or Constitution Hall. One or two. You can fill them one of those
two, man. One of the two, man.
Or if you're feeling risque, go to Showplace Arena.
Nah, man, that's that. If you go out there, that means y'all only staying there for a night and y'all rolling to the next city.
Well, that just means that I need to get tickets for another Kid and Play old school reunion tour, which I will go to. I'm making that my business on the bucket list to go to one of those concerts.
You an old ass nigga, yo.
Yeah, exactly.
Why you choose to be like?
Hey, I'm already mad. I missed the fucking new edition Belle Biv DeVoe one earlier this year. I got to go to one of them.
I don't know why you so desperate to rub up against a girl who's 51 years old, who needs to be at home with her grandchild.
First off, I got a girl that's already around my age, so there you go. That's who I'll be rubbing up against. Second off, I need to hear Poison live. That's all I'm saying.
Look at this pussy talking about being in a relationship. Why you need to hear Poison live? Let me tell you what's going to happen. All of them are going to sing it off key. You're done.
What about I Thought It Was Me? That's a dope album.
I don't know, man. Look. You know what? I always thought about that. Like, what's the real value of going to a New Edition concert? And I was like, it is nostalgia, but it was so funny. I was looking at the one thing that Charlie gave us, and I was like, I can't go to that junk. It's Tank. Tank's my Tank. He's my motherfucking. He's my deal breaker. I can't go. Tank only humps the ladies in the first row, and that's his only move.
Hey, I do like the fact that he pointed out on Dream Champs. He's like, look. Gay people are at my fucking concerts, and I've accepted that. And I'm like, good for you, Tank. Good for you.
Good for you. Here's good for you, Tank. Nobody's gonna buy your album. I'm allowed to say that.
Stay out of trouble.
Look. He graduated out of Crossland. I am fully allowed to make fun of his ass, young. Look.
I think we're allowed to. We make fun of anybody that came from the area. Like I look at Taraji,
anybody,
Taraji, you are every bit of the Oxon Hill girl that you are.
I think if you are, especially if you're an alma mater of that school, you are definitely well within your right to talk about them. Like that's why D talks shit about motherfucking Maya. I talk shit about Maya cute ass all day.
County out of her.
I fucking I can tell you something. I fucking hate Maya. You know why? Because I can find 6 more of her tomorrow. Oh man, you trying to say all the girls in your area that bad? No, I'm trying to say all the girls in my area are that annoying. Woo. I got smoke for Maya. And guess what, Eric? And guess what, Chris? I can do that. You know why? Because I play It's All About Me at least twice a week on my Spotify. I'm giving you numbers, ho. Shut up.
But also the gift that keeps on giving. Charles County's own Genuine has been acting like an old ass black dude at his concerts recently, and it's fucking hilarious.
Man, how do you like that? First of all, I thought Genuine's PG. I thought he was PG. I thought he was never. I thought he was PG.
See, he doesn't act geek, but it's weird because we all know act geek is in that territory. Like, is it PG or Charles? I don't know.
I hate to be that person. You know what the old white people that used to live out there would say? Well, this is Prince George's County.
Okay, so it's PG then.
I'm just being real. Hey, nigga. Hey, look. I'm saying this as a motherfucker who don't like nobody that went to Westlake. Waldorf got enough shit.
Yeah. Genuine became a whole ass meme this year. It was fucking hilarious to me. I loved it.
I'm actually for me, especially us because we grew up with Genuine, especially here in the area. Genuine getting old is a realization to me. You know what I mean? Just real talk, y'all. Just a realization that wow, all the titans are falling.
Pony don't hit that hard anymore, don't it?
Really doesn't. I don't like Pony. You know what? You know what
It's
song I like from
stripper music.
Genuine that I never liked before? Same OG. How? How's that happening?
I'd rather listen to So Anxious multiple times. Shit.
I hate So Anxious.
You really do? You
My
hate So
wife,
Anxious?
my wife made me hate that song because I'm like,
Hold
her,
on, hold
I
on,
hate,
D. See, I
I hate
said it
broken
wrong.
ass
It's
niggas.
I forgot. Black people don't say So Anxious. It's My Whole Life. That's the name of the song. You know, so
Well,
my
what?
whole life, my whole life. That's what every black person says. They don't say So Anxious. This is my whole life because that's what we all know of that song.
No. 5 o'clock, right on, every day, that's everywhere.
I would say this though, Eris, aren't we happy
Yes.
as fellow computer people? Aren't we happy that the chip shortage is finally starting to get better now?
Oh,
I will tell you this much.
let me answer that. First of all, chip shortage trying to resolve itself. Yeah, it's a good
It was a mess
thing.
in 2021.
It was
Whew.
definitely a mess because
The ghetto.
Let me tell
The
you
ghetto.
something. Let me tell you something, man. When all those guys that were running around trying to make crypto farms are left holding the bag on the newest RTX 4080s and 4090s.
I wanted to choke him out. Eris knows this. I was ready to choke him out because of the price
You
right
and me
to
both.
2020 up. I was like, fuck you.
You and me
Hey,
both.
you do realize that those motherfuckers brought the price up of not just the precious metals, but other metals like steel and iron too, right?
Yep.
You know that caused a shortage, and if you're in the automotive industry, you notice this. There's a steel shortage that is going on right now with all this tariffs, especially because Donald Trump was a fucking cock. That kind of fucked everything else up too.
Yep.
But what made it worse was all of these bros thought it was a good idea to make sure we take all the fucking ore and gold out the goddamn ground just to make all these fucking chips just so they could hoard it. I'm sorry. And look, while we there, don't say bros, Eris. Don't say bros, Chris. Chinese.
Time out for a second.
I'm saying
Call it as they are.
No,
The
I'm calling
Chinese.
it as it is, bros.
They did too.
The
They
genuine.
did too. Because the Chinese they was in the gold rush too, Eris. That's all I'm saying, dog.
Because there were some China folks that had like crypto farms in like the sparsed out areas and stuff. And there was articles about that shit, how it was fucking up the environment in China, and China was like, "Yo, we gotta lock this shit down because y'all motherfuckers are fucking up our environment." I think they were the first to lock down on crypto farms. But real quick, the whole thing we said about genuine, Brian's on the nail.
That's very true.
It's like genuine with a cigarette. Yep.
Speaking of Godzilla and Genuine, I have been hearing the song "What's So Different," and that has always been the only song I like Genuine, just because Godzilla made a motherfucking appearance in that song, roaring in the background. And I got to say, Timberland, you got away with that shit, nigga.
Toei didn't get your ass.
Boy, Toei, I know what I'm saying, motherfucker. Toei didn't come for you, nigga. Shit.
Nah, but the crypto thing. Eris, out of all three of us, was really into the crypto thing, and like a smart person in crypto, he cashed out heavy on the Shiba coin and watched everything else topple because 2022 was the year of crypto and NFTs taking a fucking dump.
I had my father asked me. My dad asked me a serious question. He said, "Do I want to get into it?" I said, "I did because my friend Eris, you was into it, but I said he cashed out already." And to be honest with you, I said he was stupid for doing it. He cashed out and got out of it, and I said, "You better stay the fuck out." He said, "Oh, D, 5 weeks ago, done. No, we're not doing this shit. I seen these bros went through it." And my dad, "What you going through?" My dad was like, "What you saying?" I like, "Pops, I don't see a full-on crash coming, but there's a crash coming. I didn't know it was going to be a full-on crash, bro. I did not see I knew the crash was coming. I didn't know it was going to be monumental. I did not see that shit coming, man."
This is why I got out when I did, because when it came to Shiba coin, and yes, it's a shit coin. A lot of them are. A lot of these joke meme ass coins are straight up shit coins, but they're the easiest ones to get into because they're so small, right? So if you put a whole lot on something that's small and that shit takes off to the fucking moon for about a week or so, then hey, go for it. Just know that it's not fully sustainable, much like Bitcoin,
Exactly.
because look where Bitcoin is in 2022. It's the lowest it's ever been. Suddenly suddenly we done flash back to 2013 where Bitcoin is below 20K.
And I was telling my pops this, like Bitcoin, like
No. Do you cut out?
that when the price of Bitcoin starts dropping, the most trustworthy one of all of them, nigga.
I mean, look, this year alone, FTX now Super Bowl this year, FTX ran a commercial. Larry David.
Oh boy.
Actually, it was a lot of crypto commercials this year during the Super Bowl. I swear it was insane. Crypto put a lot of. I think crypto had like the largest ad revenue during the Super Bowl because they were putting up UPC codes where you had to scan it on your phone on the commercials and everything. FTX being the largest one.
You know what else? Also, something else that crypto had a chokehold over? What? The 2020 election.
Yep. Yes, it did.
That shit, dog. It was like a fucking, like a sport, like you were betting on horses,
man.
Because they were like, if the Republicans take over the House or if they win the majority vote of everything, crypto is gonna soar to the moon. Mm-hmm. But if the Democrats win, everything is gonna sell.
Yep. And I mean,
it was insane how much all of that was going with it. I remember when FTX not only did the Super Bowl shit, but when during the F1 season, when Mercedes made it a big deal that FTX was the big sponsor and all the rest of that, I was really thinking, let me just be really honest with you. I was thinking that FTX was going to be another safe part of the market. You know what I mean? I thought really that was happening, but yeah.
So, FTX founder Sam Bankman. This is back at this is before Thanksgiving, actually.
Man, don't trust a nigga named Sam, man. Never trust a nigga named Sam that always wears sandals.
Bear in mind, FTX was on the level of a JP Morgan, essentially, right?
Yeah.
That's the level it was at. And not even like a week and a half before Thanksgiving, the company collapsed, all because of his girlfriend.
Yeah, his girlfriend was running the books, and apparently this bitch was pulling money that never fucking existed.
Yep.
And pulling it from sources that was, I don't know, not unethical or nothing like that. Just, kind of can't do it because it's illegal, because it's taken from the stash that is not even there yet. So, it's highly illegal. Highly illegal.
And that's on top of the fact that he made the mistake that most people did in crypto is you expanded too quick.
Errors. Errors. Imagine errors, if you will. Hey, yo, I gotta take a shit. Chris, get on my motherfucking DJ machine and set up my set for me.
Yeah.
He's going to try his best, but let me tell you something. There's going to be some patchwork shit on there that a professional will shut the whole thing down on.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened.
32 billion empire gone. That's a lot. $32 billion.
People lost real money off this shit. That's the part that's really the sad part. This is real fucking money that is gone now.
Bernie Madoff shit. Like,
just this motherfucker really thought he can get away with it. He's really thinking he can get away. He thought I won't even say think he could get away with it. I think the motherfucker really thought it was going to be that simple. All I got to do is X, Y, Z, and everything's all right. Hick.
Nope. I mean, and then like the NFT market this year, it went belly up.
Shout out to all those old white people that saw him show up in a t-shirt, scratching his dick, playing fucking League of Legends, saying this guy's a genius.
See, you're just naming only one person, D. Shout outs to all the fucking content creators that was peddling that shit.
Oh my god.
Yo, how many Twitch streamers could you count that was pushing that shit, knowing that they got paid to push it?
You know why? Because let me tell you something. Every generation does this. We did it. I don't know who we did it to, but we all do this shit where we see somebody who's the number one of us and we thinking that he's going to be the one to change the world for the better. and we dump all of our hope in that person, and that person's a piece of shit, or that person never had the capacity of doing any of that shit, and we all look foolish for backing up said person. Millennials had tequila. Y'all
Ugh,
motherfuckers have Sam.
ugh, ugh. You mentioned that woman. You mentioned that woman.
You
Ugh.
invoke
I was trying to think of an example of who we wasted our time and money on. That bitch. So
Be
that's
honest
what I'm
with
trying to
you.
say. I'm trying to figure it out.
I'm to this day, every once in a blue moon, I have a thought. We made Tila Tequila a thing, and in the grand scheme of things, what was her appeal? I need to
Asian,
understand.
and she wanted to fuck you. That was it.
She looked like
was
fucking
Asian,
Frieza in human
and she
form.
wanted to fuck you. She was Asian and she wanted to have sex with you. That was the fetishization that happened to Asian women in the fucking 2000s. And I hate they had to go through that shit.
Remind me of that fucking plot point from Superfly. I got all my money from crypto.
D, as you would say, well, to answer Chris's question, she very, very much so answered it in that in episode 1 of that show. I'm bisexual.
MTV gave her a fucking show. That's how down bad we were.
That was it. That was the selling point. Her coming out and saying she's bisexual.
And here's the funny thing about that.
She's been able to ride off of that shit for a smooth decade.
Here's the part of the big reason where there's this thing called bisexual erosion that I learned this year, which is a very big thing, which I think is almost on the level, is just as bad as homophobia, where is that when we hear bisexual people, we think that they're sexually available, that they're always, always fucking, this, that, and all other, and it gives off this image of they're a whore, you know what I mean, off the break. So when we hear, hey guys, I'm bisexual. Oh guys, that means she's going to eat twat and suck our dicks. Let's go. Like that. You know what I mean? That's what you're thinking.
That's what happens when you read too much
in a row?
I know, like the same time where it's like, that's fucked up. That's not how that works.
Maxim Magazine has ruined society. It really did.
Maxim Magazine. Oh God, what was the other one? FHM. King.
Yeah. Well, all those men's magazines. And you know what's so funny?
Hold up, the special edition of Excite magazine.
You know what's the best thing though? Playboy is actually was at one time very fucking good. Like if you were a writer, I want my shit in Playboy. Because you get to write the way you want. It can be raw and all the rest of this shit. And Hugh Hefner was all about that liberal shit. He was like, hell yeah. That's why I'm talking about scared of white people. Here's some titties. Like it was awesome back then, yeah.
I mean, it's one of those situations. It's like, oh man, Maxim Magazine ruined our society for a minute. And look,
Maxim and FHM, those are both the culprits.
I mean, hey, look. I'm gonna be real. I like the fact that somehow I always say this: Maxim Magazine somehow tried to make Rachel Ray a household name. They tried. Did exactly work.
That was everybody trying to make Rachel Ray a household name.
It's like, hey, let's make Rachel Ray sexy, and I'm like, but she's on the Food Network. That's like, no. It's like that's not going to work. I hope you know this.
Listen, gentlemen, it's the first time for everything.
You know what, guys? I think this is a good time as ever. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a bit of history that Three Black Geeks have. And one of the things that really brought us together, one of the things that I knew that we was going to do this one day, it was before you, Chris, is when you was still in the military. Me and Eris, it was late night, and we said to ourselves, you know what, nigga, we can do what Adam and Morgan does. Those bitches can't. They don't know what they're doing. Hey, Eris, it's G4. G4 is going to be here forever. One day we might work for them. And that didn't fucking happen. And then they came back. And when they came back, me and Eris and Chris all said at the same time, "Por qué?"
This thing, G4. No. I'll set the tone. I'm not gonna bury the lead here when I say this. I'll just say this: if there is a video that sums it up, and I'll let you go, Eris. This is the video that sums it up perfectly about how we felt about G4.
This is what's wrong with today. The young ladies today, they're not learning from mom how to cook with losing recipes.
Exactly.
That was one thought. this one, G4 TV comes back. They did the little Thanksgiving special. I thought that was cute. You brought back all the people that we gave a shit about seeing.
All right, cool. Kevin Pereira, great.
Only to pull the plug on us and be like, yeah, here's the new G4. Half millennial, half Zoomer, and my reaction was,
but why? Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
There was potential. The problem is when you have people on Twitch like Ninja. I hate fucking invoking that guy, but there's a point. You got people like Ninja, even Black Hokage, even Review Tech USA. All these people, I'll even say DSP to a lesser fucking extent. But shit,
no. Here's the funny thing, Chris. You can.
Yeah. You have all these personalities. Hell.
No, look. I tell you one thing right here. Y'all ain't got nobody close to Markiplier. And you want to do what?
Hell, you can even put us into it. You can even put like Yipes and them from the FTC. You have so many content creators that are hitting all those things that G4 used to do. What's the point of G4 now?
I told you they also brought in the completionist.
Yeah, but the completionist by himself is a fucking entity of his own. So it's like you have all these people, and it's like, well, I'm already watching Black Hokage.
Hold on, and don't forget, remember they tried to bring in Xavier Woods. Yeah, they tried to bring him in and all the rest of that shit.
They made this man say, "Hey, hey, wrestling Negro, how would you like to come over and do some video game stuff with us?" But I have my own video game thing. Shout outs to up, down. That's my thing. But we want you to come over to a real network, not your own thing.
My man was collecting a check from WWE, his YouTube channel, and G4. And
so he agreed to it because I think somewhere in Xavier's.
If they came to us and said, let's work for G4, I would too. Shit.
Hang on. I think somewhere in Xavier's subconscious, he thought to himself, hey, you know what? Maybe this can work. Let me see what I can do with it. He comes over. Everything seemed like it was all good a year ago.
Look, I'm going to tell you like this. 4 months later, yeah. So everything's good with that. Oh yeah, one more thing, Austin. Before you go, how's that thing with G4 going? Oh yeah. Look, they gonna call me in there a couple times. And, I might go. I don't know. Yeah. Just tell me if you want to go. I'm not gonna do it, aren't you? The cosplay does more stuff for me. Yeah, I know, man. Look, it's up to you. Just let me know. All right. Hey. By the way, tell your wife I said hi. All right, I will, man. Bye. Yeah, that's all. That's all that happened.
And the thing of it is,
I've been show back up.
This has been a year, and granted, it's been boiling for multiple years, but this was the year where the Dude Bros came out in force. And I gotta be real, like
neckbeard YouTube.
And I hate it because like there's a subsection of people that they pivoted towards listening to the YouTube commenters that don't mean well at all. And they pivoted to that because that gets you more views. Whether it's the neckbeard folks that be talking about, hey, there's a black inquisitor in Star Wars. They are trying to fucking push in their agenda. And I'm like, there's no agenda. Like, what? No, she's just a character.
They love fighting invisible enemies.
Like it's not like Star Wars is like, she's black and she's going to talk about slavery. It's like, no, she's just an inquisitor. She wants to kill fucking Darth Vader. That's it. She just happens to be black.
What's so wrong with that?
Like, if you want to say, hey, they should have written her better, cool. I'm not going to knock you for that. But when you start making it seem as though Disney was doing some invisible social justice stuff, I'm like, but Disney didn't do that. What?
This is what happens. They're stuck on playing the Resident Evil remake with the invisible enemies mod.
Yeah, it's just like
they became their mothers, dog. First off, they became their mothers. They're first off scared that their way of life is changing. Number 2, they're scared that they're going to be told to think differently. And number 3, they're told that they are wrong. Those are all things that white women panic over, young. And that's what they did. They all became their moms. They all became the moms that fucking coddled them when they were fucking little during the 2000s when motherfucking 9/11 happened. Oh no, Brendan, stay down. Mommy has you. And that's the way they have acted ever since then. And right now, oh my God, it's a black mermaid. Fuck off, you homo.
Now, here's the thing. There was a situation that happened at G4. Now, two ways to go. About
Ironically, January.
Yeah, ironically in January. There was a situation that
2022.
happened. Yeah, 2022 that happened. And it's a situation where both parties were at fault on this. They were at fault for different reasons. One, you had Frosk, who made a bit of a rant, which on a basic level, I get the rant because, hey, you're a woman in the industry, you feel some way, yada, yada, yada. I get that.
But you felt
But
some way.
that's what I'm saying. But the thing of it is, during her rant, as Dee pointed out when we were talking about it, she pulled a white woman shit where she got white woman when it's like she had a point, and then she got white woman and it derailed the point. And you're like,
no, Chris. No, Chris. What I'm referring to was what led up to it. You got in your feelings because you were pretty much told, hey, you're looking like a fucking idiot right now because you're saying a whole lot of dumb shit that your coworkers are too gutless to check you on.
But here's the thing, though. There is a point to be said, though, that if it was Amaranth with her big titty ass saying the same shit, nobody would say anything. So that's why I say I understood the basic point of it because it's like I'm not.
I call bullshit on that notion for only. No, I'm sorry, Chris. I call bullshit on that one notion because I believe that. Again, I agree with her feelings that she had to get that off her chest and all the rest of that shit because a lot of girls do feel oppression in that situation. The problem is what you do after it and do after that. Now, how she felt before and what led up to that, guess what? You getting in your feelings, whatever led up to that. Look, I'm going to throw that out. You were feeling some type of way. That's what happens in these moments. It's what you do afterwards. Her actions afterwards screamed of a girl that just wanted to be seen and wanted nothing else. I am dead serious. And in the grand scheme of things, she had nothing to fucking worry about over at G4 because they backed her up, quote unquote. Yeah. It's you acting like a fucking dickhead afterwards is what really got me. And what makes it even more worse, it makes your whole message mute. You ever listen to a fucking hotep that talks about how we need to do different stuff with education? And it does make sense for black people because it talks about systematically changing it to benefit us, and it makes sense. And like, yeah, and that's why we got to stop marrying white bitches. You just undid everything you just talked about.
And it didn't help.
That's what you did. That is the main reason why Eris kept going on about this shit. It's like, you made it past the finish line. If you stood up like a fucking woman, ovaries out, and lived your truth, we would have never said nothing, and you would have been a hero. But you know what you did? Look at me. I'm a fighter. Am I one of you? Shut the fuck up. This poser shit. This fucking poser shit, bro. I hate that shit, especially from white girls, man.
No. Let me keep it a full stack. She said the one thing that was the honest nail in the coffin for that company. If you don't like it, don't watch. Peace. And
I mean, look, anybody else would say the same thing. Let's be fair. I've heard people say the same thing.
This is where I have to listen. I got to play devil's advocate on this. You cannot, on company time, come out and say this egregious shit and think that there's not going to be some kind of blowback from it. Because that's what she did, Chris. Despite how much you might agree or disagree with her, you said some shit on a company platform, not expecting some kind of blowback.
But the blowback was already in play because you already knew people were feeling some way about that.
I'm not even talking about the neck. See, that's the thing. It wasn't even just neck beers that was.
No, I'm talking about ratings, period. The ratings were already slipping even before that.
Yeah, they were because a lot of people just were naturally they weren't feeling the new G4 anyway. But then you got somebody who comes in and attacks not just the people that were trolling, but also the fan base. And when you already have people that feel
is it attacking the fan base though?
Yeah, because there were people who were legit fans that were like, I was cool with you up until this point where you said the one thing that you should have just shut the fuck up on, and they were done.
But that's the thing. It's like that's why I feel it's weird because it's like,
and also
I get professionalism. I get what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. You gotta keep that shit professional. You are not on your platform. This isn't like like us being on our shit. You're on a company's YouTube channel and Twitch stream, and you are saying shit that's fucking with their percentage.
Now,
You're fucking with their bottom line.
Now, it didn't help that G4 did the fucked up shit, and I blame higher management on this, where they pivoted from backing her, turned around the following week and had Amaranth in a fucking children's tub doing some dumb goofball Twitch e-girl shit.
A freaking kiddie pool ball pit.
Tits out and everything. And I'm like, ooh, that is not a good look, G4. That's fucked up. It
was a horrible look, horrible take on G4, even though this was already pre-planned way before the Frost grant.
Oh, I know, but even then, it's still kind of like, oof.
They want, but damn. see, again, like a company, hey, this bitch chose to go off script and say all this egregious shit that she could have said on her own fucking Twitter.
But it came out though that they did back her, and that was the problem.
No, they backed her for that moment, and then that's when the real blowback came in, and then they waited a full 7.5 months later to finally walk that shit back when it was far too late. You already had Adam Sessler. Let me bring that up too. You had Adam Sessler pissing off everybody. It's one thing to have Frost. It's one thing to have Frost that pissed off a lot of people and divided the fuck out of the fan base. But when you got Adam coming in and just being extra greasy with everything,
and see, that's my problem, Eris.
The company was doomed to fail.
Of this. And look, and this is why I really don't get into it, because I'm starting to step back from not just a managerial standpoint, step back from a company standpoint, and let's step back all the way. At this point, I'm looking at it from Comcast's view. Who's the fucking sheriff down there?
Thank you.
Who's the fucking sheriff down there? What are you doing? What are you doing with my money?
No, check this out, D. Check this out. You want to know what even got this shit off the ground in the first place? Who? You want to know who it was that decided to resurrect this fucking zombie in current year?
Which is?
It happened to be the guy he's the son of the owner of Comcast.
Of course it is.
And guess who he just happened to be boning at the time? One Olivia Munn.
Yeah. Was this after she left one Aaron I don't take vaccine Rogers?
Yes.
And
I guess somewhere mid coitus she told him to bring back G4.
Fucking Aaron immunized Rogers. God damn it.
QAnon Rogers.
QAnon Rogers. Q-Rod. That's his
Q-Rod.
Q-Rod. But no, he decided to bring back G4. He throws in all of this investor money, all this company money into bringing back G4. The Frost and Adam thing, they're just sprinkles on top of this shit sundae that was being cooked up from the beginning. See, they spent stupid amounts of money on a whole production studio. They try
to bring G4 back on cable network.
Not even that. That's a whole other thing of G4 trying to be on cable network the same time that you're on the internet,
YouTube, Twitch.
And that was so dumb. They were doomed from the start with that, yo.
Here's the other thing. They put all this money into this big ass production studio. Like, you don't take a pop culture television network that's centered around video games and you try to make your studio look like the fucking Google headquarters. You don't do that.
Nah, you don't. And that's the problem. And then them going back to cable, which everybody was telling them, I get it, your Comcast, all that stuff, but you don't need to be on cable anymore because you're a niche channel.
They never needed to be on cable. Check it out. I have listen, I got a programming plan for you. You remember, you want to know, one of the biggest problems that G4 had for itself, even back in the day, they never had enough programming to fill a 24-hour period.
Yeah, that's why they ended up buying stuff for Lost and
they ended up buying up properties and buying up fucking obscure ass anime to play, for Anime Unleashed and shit.
Marvel anime.
you know, they tried all these things, and then ultimately, when they either lost the license, they were just stuck with what was
Star
it?
Trek Next
Campus,
Generation.
yeah, Star Trek, fucking Campus PD, fucking
Cop,
yeah, all
cop,
the cops reruns, the Ninja
cheaters.
Warrior, like
Ninja Warrior.
American Ninja Warrior, cheaters, all that shit that amounted to nothing, and you know, and this is what led to the Esquire channel. But this was my programming plan for, you know, especially for the Twitch side. If you're gonna have G4 and bring it back to Twitch, you can do what Shout Factory, what Toku Shoutsu did for Twitch. You just run marathons of whether it be it old X Play episodes, Attack of the Show, you know, all the reruns from Attack of the Show, X Play, the 2 seasons worth of Unscrewed featuring Martin Sargent and Laura Swisher.
Dog.
You can run both seasons because Shout Factor only has the rights to season 1, but both seasons of fucking Code Monkeys. You could have also ran all the Cinematech, both regular Cinematech and Nocturnal Emissions. You could have ran, what was that other program they had? For all you sports nuts out there, you could have ran like the whole first season of Training Camp, and there was all sorts of programming that you could have ran for like a 24-hour period on Twitch. You could have set up a schedule and everything. Hell,
And you just said it right there, though, Eris. You said Twitch. This is the problem that it had. It had to come against Pluto's, Tubi's, and all the rest of this different fucking ways to get motherfucking media now. And you wanted to be on network television, which is a motherfucking uphill battle for something like you just said is niche, and that is on at the fingertips of everybody. And when I say the fingertips, it makes it worse. What I just said was that there are people that are already on that at the fingertips that are 10 times better than you.
yes.
What are you doing?
No, I was watching New G4.
What do you have that the internet doesn't have? Shut the fuck up.
I was watching New G4 just for Black Okage. I'm just gonna keep it real. And as much as I wanted to be mad at him for not really speaking up, but from the way that shit looked like he was actually siding with Frost, I'm like, hey, man wanted to keep his job, but it's kind of funny because fast forward to this year of 2022. He was like one of the first ones to actually leave G4.
Yeah, he just bounced. Because I mean, in the grand scheme of things, did he really need G4? Not really.
No, he really didn't. But
that's the whole thing.
Get this, he leaves G4. Everybody was like, "Oh man, this is gonna suck. It's not gonna be the same without him." And then we come to find out, a shitload of people just got fired from G4.
And it didn't help that Frost went from, oh man, people got fired. Well, back to this game of Skyrim, and I'm like, God damn! Like
she posted up the fucking Thug Life slug saying, "I survived. Let's play some games." You know, the most tone deaf shit ever.
The fucked up part, Eris. People were actually kind of sort of still like, all right, I hate Frost for that rant, but whatever, right? Like, it was kind of like one of those. I'm not gonna say water under the bridge, but it was kind of like they tolerated her. It was just like, well, that situation happened. It is what it is. Let's move on. And then, like you said, she did that statement. I'm like, oh my God, why did you say?
It's sort of like this. It's sort of like this. It's sort of the and it's just it is kind of a weird way of getting off this. It's sort of like how me and Eris have been feeling the last 2 years, and actually backing up and tolerating some of the very borderline tightrope walking bullshit Dave Chappelle has been saying. And then the shit Elon Musk happened, and we like, nigga. It's sort of like that, yeah, where you go from really enjoying someone to going, yeah, shut up, bitch. And that's really what happened with her, man. I think she really believed her celebrity. I would give Frost that. She really thought she was better than what she was.
Yeah, I mean, and I think in the grand scheme of it and stuff, it was one of those lessons that not just G4 had to learn, but like a lot of other people, and realizing like there's a lot of things that have evolved. Like let's a good example. 21, the COVID from 2020. Hollywood had to learn the hard lesson in 2021 and 2022 that, yeah, the movie going experience is different now. Like And Avatar 2 is about to learn that lesson the hard way now. I can go home and watch shit on my fucking 4K TV if I wanted to at this point.
It was, you know what? It had to be around about 2020. We said it, Chris. It seems that the waterways have become more thick nowadays.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, and me and Eris, when we talked about Avatar 2, I was like, well, Avatar doesn't have that gimmick in 2009 anymore because new TVs, you can watch the 24 frames per second on your new 4K TV in a way and still get the same effect.
No,
and people
I'm sorry.
Oh no, but so it's like people are more than willing, especially with the window of movies going to going to home market now. A lot more people, unless your movie is entertaining, they're more likely to just say, you know what, I'll wait 3 months before it hits the DVD market and watch it digitally.
Also, let's keep it a full buck, or let's keep it a full buck.
Also, CJ, I had to ask this question, and you knew I was like one of the first ones to ask this question after seeing this movie. Who's still checking for 3D TVs?
Thank you.
Is anybody still making them?
It might be a handful of them.
Maybe.
I mean, shit, I walk inside of a freaking Best Buy, a Micro Center. I never see 3D. Anytime you happen to see 3D TV, you'll see the little what is it? Not the store brand, but the freaking demo 3D glasses sitting right next to the 3D TV. You don't see that shit.
Like and the thing, yeah, and it's like,
look, you gotta think about it. There's a white guy that got that TV that's flexing hard at home right now.
Listen, they're pushing OLED more than anything. I'm seeing the push for OLED over everything. It's like OLED 4K, QLED TVs, mini LED TVs. I'm seeing all of this. I haven't heard a thing about 3D.
I mean, unless you're getting like the Bravia or like the Samsung TVs that have 3D already ingrained in it, those are not the focus point.
And that's just more like an afterthought than anything else.
Yeah, and they're not really the focus of those TVs anymore. Everybody's like 4K. Or
I've already seen
AK. Did you say AK is now?
Dude, nigga, AK. When I was in Japan, AK was definitely on display, being sold for like $15,000.
Yeah, so like it's one of those things that's where we're at this point now. Is like 4K, AK at this stage. So it's like 3D is, like you said, the afterthought. I mean, hell, the TV that I got, it has 3D, but I'm like, I'm not using 3D on this fucking TV. Like, the hell, like, what's the point? But it's like even beyond just Avatar, like other movies, a lot of people, studios didn't realize, hey, you got to make adjustments to your movie. Your movie need to be good. You can't just put out a shitty movie and think people are going to pay $13 to go see your goddamn movie and then be all like, how come my movie didn't do? Or in the case of, there was a movie that came out, I think it was like and I think Sue might have saw the email for it. It was basically like a gay rom-com. And I'm sure the movie, and I'm sure the movie was probably good, but I like how the director was like, see, they didn't want to watch the movie because it's gay. And I'm like, no. People didn't watch the movie because the studio did not promote your fucking movie as well as they should have. Nobody knew about that movie. Nobody knew about the movie.
Shout out to Disney with Strange World.
Yeah, like
it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. People don't take digital sales seriously. They don't take box office sales seriously, and they don't take the audience seriously. It's like those three things people misconstrue. Like remember when Suicide Squad 2 came out? Oh man, it bombed. It's like that thing did very well in the home.
It came out on WB and in the theaters, and it's like, well, guess what? How many people are going to watch it at home? Tons.
Exactly. People didn't understand that. Then there's the flip side where people really don't understand the box office, where it's like what you just said. How many people are really going to come out to see that? That's another thing that people misconstrue. They misconstrue that shit all the fucking time, man. So we get a lot of times where nobody wanted to see my movie. Nobody going to come see that. Well, nobody watched it. Well, everybody watched it at home. That's the deal that we're going through.
Okay, D, I know you put the video in our chat. The guy was talking about sore winners and stuff and that whole Scorsese thing, which I'm not even gonna make a big deal of it. I get the core of what he was saying, right? I pushed back on it. Now here's the thing. Here's where I pushed back on this video though. He mentioned that whole thing about J-Lo, right? And J-Lo was saying about the rom-coms. I'm like, that's horse shit because you could put out a rom-com. And J-Lo came out this year talking about, I was like, J-Lo, Nobody's gonna watch your 15th fucking movie where you're trying to be in a rom-com opposite of a white guy. Stop that shit. All right. Nobody's watching that anymore.
Now. See, here's now that was the whole thing that came out about that was a little bit of a misconception too, because there were people like J-Lo that needed to shut the fuck up. Then there were people like motherfucking Tarantino that were making a fucking point where it was like, no, we're talking about stars, we're talking about the reason why you watch a movie and this, that, and yada yada yada. They were making that point, and then what happened was the people who were on whatever side misconstrue whomever, and they just decided to get mad, and that always dissolves into, just the brilliant pile of bullshit I love about the internet.
Because they made it seem as though Tarantino was shitting on the actors. And it sucks because you're not necessarily shitting on the actors and saying they're not movie stars and stuff, because at the end of the day, they're good actors and people are going to recognize them and stuff. But at the core of it, you understand where they're coming from. Case in point, biggest movie this year, Top Gun Maverick. Why? Because Tom Cruise is a crazy ass white dude that just does crazy ass fucking stunts and laughs in your face that he does it to prove a point. He is the last of fucking movie stars.
Who you going out there to see?
I don't think I've ever seen a white. I don't think I've ever seen a white guy who has laughed and given the middle finger to the Grim Reaper than him.
Broke his leg on the last Mission Impossible movie, and they delayed it, came back, made a hell of a good movie after his leg healed, and he went back into fucking Top Gun Maverick, and Top Gun Maverick made $1 billion. And much like the Avengers 1, Hollywood learned the wrong lessons, because everybody was like, see, well, how come every movie like Top Gun Maverick can't make $1 billion? It's because Tom Cruise is a fucking star, and it's an anomaly.
I mean, you got, bro, hold on. Did y'all see his latest video on YouTube?
Bro, he congratulated everyone and jumped out of a goddamn plane.
Yes. No. First of all, he was talking, giving the thank you speech from an open, like the open fucking door of a helicopter, like a freaking 1,000+ feet up in the air, and he's just like, yeah.
Hey man, look, when you gave yourself look,
hold on. He's like, yeah. I just want to give thanks. Thank you guys. Please go out and see Top Gun Maverick and yada yada yada. And then the pilot looks over to him and he's like, all right, we're ready for you. Hey, you coming? You coming with me? No, not in your life, man. Like, enjoy yourself. The fact that he asked, are you coming with me?
It's like, hell no, I ain't come with your crazy ass, Tom.
Man, no. Look. When Tom Cruise asks, are you coming with him? No. Are you coming with me, man? It's like that. It's like that type of question.
Hey, and here's why Top Gun Maverick was good to me. It's probably one of my top films this year. I'm taking combo movies off the table. Fuck that. Fuck that. In terms of just movies, period, right? Top Gun Maverick was great to me because we had did a podcast about Top Gun before the movie dropped, right? This is before me and Eric saw the screener. And one of our issues with the first one was that despite it being so focused on Tom Cruise's character doing all this crazy stuff, you're kind of sitting back like, but what is the story? Because the end of the movie, it does this quick, they're in some sort of unnamed country fighting MiGs, and you're like, where the hell did this plot come from? The fuck? So it's like this movie, at the outreach, they were like, hey, yeah, we need to bring you back to teach these young kids for this mission in this unnamed Russian country to bomb this depot. And I'm like, all right, cool. You got a plot. Thank you. We know what it's about, right? And we see Maverick teaching these kids how to fly. And look, to the movie's credit, it felt like they were in actual planes because they actually did put a camera inside actual, was it F-16s or whatever?
Yeah.
And they had them in the bear and they made it look like they were flying. The scenes and everything was real. Now, there was CG used. You'd be hard pressed to find which one was CG. Dead ass.
Hey, Chris, hold on. Here's the difference. Made it look like everybody else was flying. Tom Cruise was actually flying.
Well, certain moments he was, but yeah, you're right. He took the control a couple times, but there was some moments where I'm like, yeah, Tom wasn't doing that shit. But you know what? God bless you. God bless. God bless.
He wanted to.
And the thing about it was like, the movie had an overarching plot. We see Maverick, he's getting old, but like it's that, he's old, but he still got it, and
old but refusing to let go.
Val Kilmer is back as Iceman, and they played into his whole he had cancer of the throat and he barely talks. And when he did talk, you're like, oh my God, he's talking, Yep. It was like, yo, this is dope. And I think that played into like what made people like, yo, I want to see this movie because it had an actual plot. And when you get to that final scene, that final, like that third act is fucking great.
Yeah, it was, bro. I was so happy that we got to experience. We experienced that in IMAX. Too.
Yes, I bought that shit on 4K Blu-ray as soon as it dropped.
I'm still waiting on that. I'm still waiting on that double pack of both of the movies in Steelbook.
See, I already got the Steelbook of both of them individually, so I don't really need all that. But
yeah,
like,
I missed out on that, and until Best Buy does a reprint release, until they do that shit, I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna get this special edition because I want that suitcase that it comes in, the little briefcase.
But like, you had Top Gun Maverick being so good. And then, like, recently, me and Sue saw like Violent Night, which I scoffed at initially. Like, and I don't know, because again, I didn't see no trailer for it, right? So in my head, I'm like, whatever. And then when I saw the movie, I was like, this is a good fucking movie. God damn! Like,
I told you that this was gonna be good because I saw the trailer and I said right away. Matter of fact, you saw me when we got the email. I responded ASAP.
Immediately. I was
I'm like, yes,
right,
plus
man,
one.
Sure. I was like, sure.
I'm like, this is gonna be good.
I mean, yeah,
and holy shit, that is officially the number. That's gonna be my number one Christmas movie.
I mean, Violent Night was great. Glass Onion just recently came out. That's another good one. It's a sequel to what the fuck's the name of that movie?
What was it? Knives Out.
Knives Out. Sequel to Knives Out. Great movie. It's out on Netflix. There was another movie that came out. There was a lot of Netflix movies that came out that was good. Troll came out. I saw that. That was pretty good. We got
to see what happens when Twitter becomes a movie called Bodies, Bodies, Bodies.
Yeah, that was that was interesting. Yeah. I mean, so at least for me, you had that. I think on the horror side, A24. No, Blumhouse really came out. Okay, so I don't know if you saw it. Did you see Pearl?
I didn't see Pearl with you. No.
Okay.
I wanted to see that movie, but I didn't see it.
Yeah, so X and Pearl came out this year. Pearl is the prequel to X, and it's very much in the vein of a Grindhouse movie.
Mm-hmm.
And Kid Cudi executive produced both of those films. Good horror movies, very much, like I said, old school 80s horror film vibes and stuff, definitely. Another underrated movie that came out this year that I liked, that Kid Cudi actually directed and helped produce and stuff, is called Intergalactic. It's on Netflix. It's an animated movie. It's a black love story, but it's actually really good. I like the animation and stuff, and a lot of the music is based off of Kid Cudi's album Intergalactic. It was kind of like a companion piece to the movie. Really good movie and stuff. What else came out this year? I'm trying to think.
You talking about non-superhero movies?
Yeah, non-superhero movies. That's, I know I've seen a bunch of them.
You already mentioned Devotion, and we mentioned
did you see
Gun.
Lamborghini?
That one I wanted to see too. I didn't get a chance to see that.
It's not quite Ford versus Ferrari.
Right.
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah. I know it's supposed to be like the origins of Lamborghini.
Yeah.
I heard it was good.
Yeah. Lamborghini was pretty good. The outfit. That's one that was underrated as shit.
See, that was another one that I was telling you. I was like, Chris, we got to see this movie. I was like, I know for a fact this movie's going to be good.
Takes place in 2 sets of the movie, and you would never know.
Just 2. And it was perfect.
Also, cinema this year, Ambulance. Cinema.
Yeah, that was the other thing we saw. Ambulance.
Let me tell you something. Michael Bay, one thing he's going to do, he puts out a movie. He's going to do some crazy ass shit. Now, granted, this ain't the first movie to do drone shots and stuff of, all this and stuff. But like, when you see the way he does it, Ambulance is an insane ass movie. Let's get that out the fucking way. Is it a good film? Not really, but it's fucking batshit insane.
Yes. It's one of the best. It's one of the best looking bad films that you could watch.
Jake Gyllenhaal, it just goes for it.
Jake Gyllenhaal basically took this movie, looked at this whole movie like it was a buffet.
Coke and was like,
like it was a Coke buffet and just did the world's longest drag.
Bro, that moment, him and what's his face was singing in the car.
Yeah,
singing to Ambulance. Perfect. It's ridiculous shit.
Bro, you and I were in the theater the whole time, like throughout all 2 hours of that movie. Box ticked.
Bro, I mean, just what, like, Bruh.
So many boxes was ticked in that movie. Like, yep, Michael Bay made sure this is in the movie. He made sure this was in the movie.
Woman King, that was actually a pretty good movie. I was very much shocked. It definitely was giving kind of like, I think probably because the the fighting choreographer did Black Panther. It was definitely giving like Black Panther vibes at moments and stuff. I don't know if you watched it.
I didn't.
Yeah, it's actually really good. Did you see The Gray Man?
Yes, I did.
I like that. That was another batshit crazy movie. But hey, Chris Evans as a MAGA-esque bad guy with the mustache.
Oh yes,
Douchebag.
His mustache was definitely there on January 6th.
Right. I think this was definitely a year we were definitely questioning who was at January 6th. Look, when Chris Evans showed that picture with the short mustache, I was like, yo, Chris, this better be for a fucking movie. Bro.
Let it be for a movie.
Sure enough, I was like, oh, thank God it's for a movie. Woo, woo, don't do this to me, man.
It's like, please don't do this.
So,
not like this.
Not like this. Not like this. Saw Idris Elba fight a lion and beast. I don't know if you watched that.
I didn't see Beast, but I did hear that's what he was doing. He was too far.
Big Drees putting a check mark on his resume. I'm Big Drees, lion fighter, Suicide Squad member,
actor,
DJ,
actor, DJ, director, producer, barista.
Barista.
Yes.
Drake it.
I'm sorry, I just got in. What were y'all talking about?
I've been talking about movies this year and like Chris Evans and that fucking MAGA mustache and the Gray Man.
You know what? I am so mad, and that's actually going back to the little thing we talked about earlier when it was talking about stars. Somebody was like, nah, Chris Evans is a star. Really? Did you really go see The Gray Man? Nigga, fuck you, D.
A lot of people did watch it because it was on Netflix. Now, if it came out in movie theaters, not so much.
Nobody ain't watching that shit. And look, this is one of the things I always love about 3 Black Geeks. We check each other on some shit like this. And that shit right there, that was a pure nigga, you know.
Yeah, it being on Netflix was to the benefit of the movie because more people watched it. If that shit hit theaters, hey, how much was that budget?
Bruh, we like we're noticing shit. We like you notice shit like that, bro. You notice shit like that, man.
Did you see Bullet Train D? Because me and Eris love
Man,
it.
I love Bullet Train. I really did. I didn't look. I will say this. I think some people overhyped it, but it was great, man. I actually liked the jump.
Brad Pitt found this dish as just the everyman, even though I'm like, Brad, it's impossible for me to think of you as the everyman, but all right. Cool.
Not necessarily, I mean, not a superhero movie, not a comic book movie, but we did see the greatness that is Sonic 2.
Yeah, man. Sonic 2 really just you know what?
2 for 2.
It's
2 for 2 for good video game movie.
Really good movie. Really good flick.
Hey, Netflix. Yeah, this year, folks. Yeah, Resident Evil came out on Netflix. That movie was shit. But guess what?
The movie and the series.
Movie and series. Hey, look, Lance Reddick was the highlight of that fucking piece
So
of shit
I got
show.
a question.
He gave hope to black cosplayers who wanted to be
My
Western.
man, when they showed that clip of him, I'm mad. I wasted hours watching that shit. But seeing him come down with that fucking black fro as Wesker, I was like, this is worth the price of fucking damn 8 hours of watching this shit.
Seeing him as
You know what?
Seeing him as RE5 Wesker was
Nigga Wesker,
priceless.
sir.
Nigga
Wesker.
Nigga
Wesker was priceless.
Albert Kuhn Wesker.
First of all, D, you got that wrong. That is his name is Nigbert Blackser. Okay,
I swear,
Nigga.
there was a part of me that was like, you had Sonic 2 that told you how to do a video game movie, and then you just said, nah, we don't care.
Look, I don't know about y'all guys, but I am going to put it up there that Resident Evil, Welcome to Raccoon City, is by far one of the worst movies that come out in these last 2 years. Man. It's bad.
That was on the opposite end of the spectrum of what happens when you get a movie that is like, all right, guys, we're gonna put moments from the game, and it's like,
what
okay.
happened? You know the sad thing about Welcome to Raccoon City was set design was the only good thing about that movie.
Yeah. Hey, you remember the Raccoon City Police Department? Boom, there you go. And
It actually looked like it.
that's a low bar at this point.
It's a low bar, but then how about when they? No, what about when
The
they?
bar.
No,
Look, Chris, Eric.
hold on. The Spencer Mansion, actually decent.
Eric, look, the bar is in hell, sir. So
I know it's in hell.
But I need people to see nigga Wesker though. Look at this. Look at this.
Bro,
Nigga Wesker.
Look at that.
Blade cosplay.
Look at it.
Blade cosplay. If you told me this is a Blade movie, I believe you.
Looking like Hellspawn cosplay. Look at that shit.
I'm gonna say it. Missed opportunity, bro. Missed opportunity.
First off, I appreciate. I mean, that's shots fired, but not really shots fired.
No, they ain't shots fired. But Lance still like a 5-year-old on top line now.
I'm gonna need you to say that again, Chris.
Yeah, say that again, dude, because you broke up.
Let's play right now.
Never mind.
But nah, Welcome to Raccoon City, what got me was it was like, okay, you put moments, but this ain't. You did a very Cliff Notes version of Resident Evil, and not even in a good way. It's like if you had to combine,
you try to combine two games into one movie.
Okay, if Resident Evil Apocalypse tried to do 2 and 3, but in a very horrible way, this one was trying to combine 1 and 2, and those don't really gel because like 2 literally takes place after Stars is disbanded. It's gone, right? So it's like, why would you try to combine both? You know, it was just
because they really thought they were on to something.
They really did.
I've never seen a plot derail as fast as this one did.
Bro.
You know what? You know what? I think the one crime that Resident Evil does when they try to make it real life is that it falls in love with the aesthetic and not the fucking story of it. They want to make everything look good, but they don't want to make everything actually good. It's just so sad, bro.
And then the one that had me and Eris and Dion, if you watched it, in tears, Moonfall. Never in my life did I ever see the meme aliens come to life in that movie, and sure as shit, aliens. And it's like I knew that was aliens, but I really thought the movie was gonna dupe me, and it was gonna be on some like volcano, Dante's Peak bullshit, where it's just like, oh, this is the environment. It's like, oh no.
Well, hold on. We did get some Dante's Peak shit because when you got an SUV outrunning a goddamn avalanche,
this movie put a fucking chase scene when shit is going to hell. You cannot. Why would you put a chase sequence? Why
in the middle of an alien movie? Hey, check it out. Here's all the alien shit happening inside of this spaceship. Meanwhile, back on Earth, shit hit the fan.
Go put a chase sequence. Get the fuck out of my face.
We're gonna give you this chase sequence. We're gonna give you this perilous journey with a family trying to escape all odds. Just.
Oh my god!
That movie was perfect.
And we found out the moon is not even real; it's artificial and alien. I was like, "Get the fuck out of here!"
Artificial alien tech, and bro, you heard me when we walked out of the theater, Chris. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Movie of the year.
Look. I'm gonna tell you
Best
this much.
movie ever.
You know what pissed me off about Moonfall? Roland Emmerich, literally 2 weeks before that, sat there and was talking to that mad shit about comic book movies. I'm like, nah, Roland, you do not get the right to sit there and say shit, because look at that fucking movie you put out. No, you do not get the right to. You got no room to talk. No room to talk, dog. Can't be doing that shit. The hell out of my face.
Like, you just mad because your shit don't be selling.
It ain't hitting. If it was 1990, it would have hit.
If this came out right after Stargate, nigga, we be on fire.
Hey, yo, look. I just got to be real with you. I'm more mad that the hierarchy of the DC universe didn't change. I am beyond livid, sir, that nothing. You know what? Shout out to Dwayne making every nigga like me named Dwayne look bad. Thank you very much, Dwayne. We really wanted that.
The Rock, you know, Marvel put their chips behind the Avengers to get people back on board Marvel movies, right? It was a gamble. It was a huge gamble. We're talking B, C tier heroes: Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, Hawkeye, Black Widow. This is in the Hulk. These are your guys that's going to be the Avengers. And they gambled in the MCU phase 1. And it was a gamble that paid off, $1.5 billion. Meanwhile, The Rock gambled on Black Adam, a character that ain't really popular like that. And he gambled on it being the hierarchy and to really lead the DC movies into a new millennium. And
the amount
it landed like a wet fart.
The amount of popularity Black Adam has is his appearance in Injustice from 2013.
Yeah. And that's the biggest in the last, 10 something years.
Yeah.
And this is coming from people who are fans of Shazam. And the thing that really gets me about all this is that The Rock he just busted in the room just rubbing his dick. Really thinking that he could change rules. Like it was amazing. And you know what the best part about it was? The 4 years of developmental hell. That was the best part about it.
Sir.
4 years?
Okay.
4 years?
Technically, he's right. 4 years, but technically, talking since 2007, though.
2007.
He's been sitting on that for since 2007.
The hierarchy of the DC universe is about to change, sir. Speaking of which, I sat there as a person who have read DC comics. Are you even close to sure of any of that happening, sir? Let's go with the wild. All right, Chris, because we have had things like this happen. Let's say the Black Adam character got super over and it ended up becoming popular. So popular where they would even bend to make him join the Justice League in some stupid, dumb way because The Rock is the most important person in the world. That's the only way that was going to happen.
Yeah.
I know. Horse shit. I know.
I mean that, and I'm gonna be real. I've never been a revisionist history.
The hierarchy in the DC universe is about to change.
I'm not a revisionist history because most folks and that's something else that, hey, folks, it's 20. When we go into 2023, can we cut out the fucking revisionist history for the sake of views? I know that's a tall order and people are not going to listen to that, but
yeah, I understand that's like the only only bit of content you do have. I understand that only thing you're good at is complaining about shit black people don't have. I know that's the only thing you're good at, but shut the fuck up.
But my thing is this: Black Adam, I stand by it. It was an okay movie. It didn't blow my socks off, but it was okay. It's The Rock being The Rock.
Fine. It was fine. I say it was fine.
I didn't hate it, but everybody was doing this shit where they were getting at The Rock, see, Black Adam was shit. I'm like, but dude, you were just sucking his dick like a month ago. What are we talking about here?
I didn't feel that way. The only thing I felt for this movie was this movie would have been awesome 15 years ago.
Exactly. I agree with that. I came out of Love and Thunder not liking the story. This one was like, dog, it feels old.
Gonna be real.
It feels old.
Taco was smelling himself too much in Love and Thunder.
Man, that's why
Love and Thunder was trash.
I don't think it was trash.
No,
it was trash to me,
it
bro.
was trash.
And I'm saying this as a person that likes
that movie was god awful.
Look, and I'm saying this as a nigga that likes Taki titties. I like him, youngin. But this nigga really did, like you said, cracked his asshole and said, "Oh, I made Flight of the Condor. I made the Flying Condors, Shut the fuck up, nigga."
After I came out that movie, I was like, you know what? If Marvel was smart, they would do like they did Whedon. Was like, all right, Whedon, we had enough of you. Let's get somebody new. I would do that to talking all right, we're doing another Thor. Get somebody new. Because because it was weird because I compared Love and Thunder to Age of Ultron, where after Age of Ultron, people did this shit. It was like, fuck Josh Whedon. I'm like, god damn. All right, shit. I guess we need.
Love and Thunder for me was just more of this is what happens when you fall in love with a concept, and a concept was only good for one movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's really what the biggest problem was with that, and it really made a dull story that just wasn't great. And here's the funny thing too.
The story was way better. That's the crazy part about it.
What you say? The what?
God Butcher shit was fucking dope as hell in the comics. That's what was
kind
of
like. Yes, it was. I will give it that. But here's the funny thing about that. I want to bring this up though.
They suffer from show and not telling.
You know what, Chris? I will say this: it was kind of a bit of a full circle because this comes from somebody that did like it when Jane was Thor for a short minute. The only not Jane, what was her name?
Jane
Jane.
Foster.
Yeah, it was Jane.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jane.
Jane Foster.
I don't know why I thought it was somebody else. But anyway, but anyway, when she became Thor for a short minute, I thought it was an okay storyline. But I noticed that people were just like meh to it, and I thought to myself, what if they end up doing this in the movies? And here we are. I'm like, wow.
And,
Wow.
and the thing of it is, it was crazy.
That's amazing to me. They was mad when it came out in the comic, and they was mad when it came out in real life.
Well, it was
That's
mad.
amazing to me.
Put it this way, it was mad on the first arc first. That was the thing.
Oh
that
yeah,
was,
the first arc was meh.
And
It was
after
mega
that,
meh.
and after that, that's when Jason Aaron found his footing on how to use her, and everybody's like, okay, I like Jane Foster now, because it was kind of the same thing with how Ta-Nehisi Coates was when he got Black Panther, where it was like,
I think it was on the level of they made it too not that they made it too girly, they made it too, cheeky smile, I'm a woman type bullshit where it was like, shut the fuck up. And it ended up becoming better, over time. Of course it did. Like I said, I thought she was all right as Dora for a short minute. I'm not over the moon with it, but I thought it was all right. But remember, people were just mad to the whole idea. And
then
I guess the idea was that in real life it will blow. Like if it was shown in real life, it will blow over better. Not really.
Here's the opposite of the spectrum. Sony, and this is what somebody CB and D said, was going to probably be the ones that was going to exhaust the comic book and made it, everybody really feeling some way. They put out Morbius this year. I wasn't a fan of Morbius. Yeah, it's Morbin time. I wasn't a fan of Morbius because, like, as much as I wasn't a fan of the Venom movies, at least there was something there where it's like, all right, you got material that you can work with that made sense, especially the second movie. I like the second movie more than the first one because at least you got Carnage and Venom and Carnage. The thing about Morbius, when I was watching it, I was sitting back and I was like, there's nothing here. Like, Morbius doesn't have a rose gallery. He doesn't, like, there's nothing there. And they were leaning heavy on the horror vibes, but even the horror shit was like,
I mean, it was then. It just wasn't one of those. It wasn't like you picked up a comic that had deep lore. You know what I mean? It wasn't one of those situations where you picked up a comic and it like won an award because, you know what I'm saying, the storyline was dope as hell. No, it wasn't nothing like that. Morbius at best is C-rated, nigga.
Meanwhile,
speaking of vampires and whatnot, shout outs to Blade for getting shelved.
Yeah, Blade got shelved because Marvel. Here's the thing. I'll say this about Marvel. Marvel Studios, much like a lot of companies, they were trying to make up money they lost in 2020. Because remember, 2020, there was no movies coming out, and the big movie that came out in 2020 came out in Christmas, which was Wonder Woman 84. That was the start of studio releases.
Hey yo, D Shaw, 3 Black Geeks. Hey, Wonder Woman 84 as a dude that loves Diana, that whole movie can blow the blow my dick from the back, nigga. Like fuck that movie, nigga.
The problem with Marvel Studios they ran into. You tried to jam pack 3.5 years of material in 2 years.
Not only that, you tried to chokehold a movie that you thought was really going to sell, like Winter Soldier with Black Widow.
And that's the problem. It was like, because if you remember, because people
when you were releasing Disney Plus,
and that's the thing. And the thing of it is, when I had to examine that after Wakanda Forever just dropped, and I was like, hold on. How much material did we get? And I looked back at it and I was like, and then when I look at the original release date, I was like, yeah, they try to, because they packed 3.5 years worth of material in 2 years. And Marvel, which goes into the Blade thing, they decided, hey, we need to really kind of fall back on how we release these films. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense because you were trying to make up money, but like, yeah, no shit. You need to kind of like peel back and realize, okay.
It was actually more than that, because when what came out about Blade was the script was only 90 pages long and only had 2 action scenes that weren't even that great.
And that came from them rushing.
And when Mahershala Ali said that he was on set visually frustrated with everything that was unfolding, he went to Twitter and said, look, this movie's gonna be a problem, and not in that get hype kind of problem.
It's ironic that as soon as Bobby Iger came back, we hear the news. Oh, Mahershala Ali got full creative control. He has his own new writers. We got a new director. And I was like, oh, okay then. So it's back on track. Even though it got delayed, it's back
I
on track.
I laughed at the fact that Iger
because real
is
talk.
either going to be I think Iger is either going to be the savior or he's going to fuck this shit up and it's going to be great.
No, because real talk, and Chris, I'm just gonna keep it a stack. There was an article that came out that said the MCU has yet to give us an opening as iconic as Blade 1's opening.
You're not going to, and there's no problem with that. That's the problem. Everybody's trying to rush to get moments like
I didn't
Blade,
say rush. I'm just saying
that's the thing. People are using that to try to lessen the value of the
All
MCU,
of that,
and that's
all of
the
this
worst
is just
thing you can do.
all of that blog talk don't mean shit to me, man. We want these big moments and shit, and we use those as smoking guns as to say that the product today is not good. Let me just be real. This is Marvel movies. They give me 10 fucking reasons every goddamn movie to say that it's a shitty fucking product. So I don't need that it don't have an iconic fucking opening scene to tell me that it ain't that great.
Also, that's not even about the movie. That's more so it's Wesley fucking Snipes.
Yeah,
like,
it's Wesley. It's Wesley Snipes. It's Wesley
That's
Snipes.
all Wesley Snipes,
It's Wesley
bro.
Snipes taking the character and making his own. I get that, but at the same time, they're not all the way wrong.
Yeah, but there has been like stuff like that.
There's been stuff. I mean, there's been moments, but like within the first 5 minutes is what that article was getting at.
But again, it's still a smoking gun though, because it's like, well, they never did that, and I'm like, okay, what the fuck? Like, you what's the point? Because my thing is this: it's like it's cool to bring up those things, but it's like people have to really get to the point of like, all right, well, what's your aim in saying that? Because otherwise, it just comes off like you're just making a smoking gun thing to get attention, like, yay, attention me and stuff. But like for me, I look at the Blade thing like, well, you know what? If this is going to get them to actually make a good product, fuck it. It is what it is. That's why I wasn't worried, but I was kind of like, maybe this is a blessing in disguise that Mahershala actually aired his grievance.
And I'm glad he did.
Because like I said, for Bobby Iger to come out and come back into position of power, I was like, ooh, shit must have been bad, because it goes back to what you were saying about Strange Worlds. Like, apparently Chapek was not a big fan of animated features under Disney, and we saw that with how Disney was promoting the last 2 years of their animated stuff.
Bro, that thing had
non-existent.
It was like no, and I repeat, no promotion for that movie.
And it's a good movie.
It was barely a trailer for it, and it just dropped like a hot rock.
Good movie, and yet it didn't get promotion. And that came from Chapek's whole thing about like his feelings, and there's video of him outright saying that he was like, well, you know, animated features, you know, when parents put the kids to bed, they don't want to watch some animated stuff. I'm like, okay, sure.
I'm like, nigga, what are you talking about?
It's like adults watch animated stuff too.
They just love shitting on you know what? I think this is a weird thing that Gen X's really never really liked animated features because of their parents. Like, I feel like certain Gen Xers, like, you ever notice that people older than us had this real hate for cartoons? You know what I mean? Like it was always beneath them. Like I always feel like we're getting a lot of those motherfuckers, man.
Yeah, it's definitely giving that and stuff. I will say this though, like the funniest shit this year by far, and I think we talked that length on our podcast. If you watched the Batman, we did a full-blown podcast spoiling everything. I think the best scene, I like that it became a meme, was Penguin saying, "What are you showing me? Oh, come on!
Come on! What is that? What are you showing me? Come on!"
He was like, "L, do you know Spanish? It's louder that time.
You don't know? Like, wait, you don't know? Like, wait, you don't know Spanish?" Oh God, we got to see.
Look
Batman.
at him, the big Batman.
We got to see
the big
Batman.
Bat detective don't know what Spanish is.
We got to see Batman. Gives zero fucks.
Year 2 Batman, who's still, and I loved it. I think that was the surprise that everybody had going into this year, was like the Batman. Like, I don't know, and I'm like, shit.
And then
you know what? I never seen
my line from that shit was definitely the Riddler in the end. Oh, I gave you way too much credit. You're not as smart as I thought you were.
I love that because he was like, "What bombs? Where are they?
No,
Where are they? And look, here's me. Hey, look. There's nothing more Batman than Batman screaming and the villain going, I will not tell you, Batman. There's nothing more Batman than that.
I gotta be honest with you. People might have.
I can already imagine him going, I'm behind bulletproof glass. You can't break my collarbone.
I think you know what was funny?
That's why you love that scene, Eris. That's why you love that one scene. You have nothing
to threaten me with.
The funniest shit ever, though, bar none for me was.
And he was right.
Me and Eris were in the theater, right? So
Batman's true. I'm sorry, Chris. I'm sorry. Batman's true power is intimidation, fear, and his strength. And when all of that is stripped, you are Joker laughing with a concussion. You have nothing to threaten me with.
The movie is how I looked at Eris, right? This is when they arrest Riddler inside the diner. And I'm looking at Eris like, wow, this movie kind of tied itself very neatly by the end. And then I was looking at my watch. I'm like, it's about 25 minutes left. The fuck is going on here? And that's when it was like, oh, you didn't find the bombs, did you? I was like, what? Bonus time. We get more movies. Hot damn.
No, the thing that get me, like I said before on the when we did the review, was it's quiet and all of a sudden you hear doom, 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 doom. And you just hear the boot stomp. It's like, fuck you, movie. Robert Pattinson is awesome. Fuck you, movie.
I hate this.
This is so awesome.
I can't believe this shit.
Some bullshit, man. This is crazy, man. This is nuts, man. Oh my god, man.
I think the only thing that got me though was it's kind of funny, y'all. Chris has two I would say two layers to him when it comes to rating DC movies. There is Chris being a Marvel stan, but like it was all right. And then there's Chris being a Batman fan. And I need there to be a real distinction with that because Chris Chris is a real Batman fan. So anytime anything that falls out of his mouth after a Batman movie, those are his true feelings. Here's Chris coming out the Batman. They had no reason for putting that fucking Joker scene in there. I'm like, Chris, get off it. No. Listen to me, D.
Perfection till that part.
Listen to me, D. The reason why is because unless you're going to do a fucking sequel, why even have him there? Why even have these motherfuckers talking, oh, he's going to be in it. He give me that D. They don't understand how fucking movies work. I'm like, Christopher, I understand. How was the movie? Oh, it was fantastic.
Look. I had my dick firmly around James Gunn's dick for fucking Suicide Squad. So I'm just saying. My man put Starro in that fucking film. Idris Elba, all that shit. Yo, you put fucking King Shark. I was already like, hell yeah, you got King Shark. I'm in.
Now here's the thing. To tickle Chris's pussy with DC is very easy. Number one, Batman. He fakes it, but he'll watch it. If Batman farts loud enough, he'll run to it. He fakes it, but he'll do that. But number two, that really makes Chris come, be obscure DC. Be obscure.
Your best C and D listers.
Detective Comics. Chris will scream like a girl. It is awesome.
The only thing Suicide Squad was missing was Kite Man. And I'll be like, ah.
If you saw somebody like, oh my god,
Polka Dot Man, that's the other thing that got me. I was like, yes.
Nah, yeah, like we was watching, I was watching Doom Patrol just now, right? And who would add in there? Some dude, I was like, Codpiece. Oh my god, there's really a guy named Codpiece. He was really a villain. I bet Chris is at home like, yep, they finally put him in.
They finally did it. They finally look, I was kind of in that same position now, like about that when it came to like even the first Suicide Squad movie with Will Smith. I was like, Slipknot, god damn, that's the scariest shit. Like, all right, back.
Man, I thought it was all right, man. I thought I thought like I said, I thought Batman was really good, man. I thought when did Suicide Squad come out? That was 2000. That was 21.
Suicide Squad.
That
Yeah,
was 20.
yeah. No, so the Suicide Squad was 21. Yep. It was,
But
2021.
and you know the best part about it, Eris? They're talking about. They're talking about what are you talking about? The there's a director's cut of that shit. I'm like, nobody cares. Nobody cares. I don't know why y'all even saying that's a thing.
I mean, if it gives us any, like I would say, if it shows more off of John Cena's character.
Oh no. I'm
Freaking
talking about the old one.
Peacemaker.
I'm talking about the first one. I'm talking about the first one.
Oh, the first one.
Nah, man. Peacemaker as a motherfucking television show was wild enough, man. I had to see John Cena butt naked humping a woman. You know, I didn't ask for that. I didn't ask for that. I really didn't ask for that.
Nobody asked for that, but we got it
On the platter.
Yep. You know what's crazy about the Suicide Squad is that movie had $185 million budget and only made 168 at the box office.
Man, that tells you how that whole that shit was different, man. How motherfuckers stopped going and everybody thought shit was comfortable. And next thing you know, everybody stopped watching HBO Max.
No, D, it's actually much worse than that. What we really come to find out is Warner Brothers is now absorbed Majin Buu style by Discovery.
Yes, Discovery. Those people that really, really, really care about education. At least they used to.
So they say.
So they say. Yeah. We got to make more shows about fat people. Let's go.
Remember when they came in, they started taking over, which I like to call the hostile takeover, because they started yeeting was it Cartoon Network stuff and Adult Swim stuff.
I thought it was funny when they started not only absorbing stuff, and I wouldn't say absorbing, but like you said, like throwing stuff out the door. A lot of that was that they made it very clear that they was going straight for the animation portion of Warner Brothers, and they was talking about slimming stuff down. But what ended up happening was they just kept a lot of the DC they only kept the DC products and like only like the bare minimum of Cartoon Network stuff. And it is to the point where a lot of people are scared that Cartoon Network as a channel might be gone.
Yeah.
And I don't blame nobody for that, man. It's that bad because a lot of its original programming is getting stripped. And believe it or not, and to a lot of people who I know a lot of people stop watching Cartoon Network like that, and it's different shows and all that. But the one thing Cartoon Network has always done was kept a lot of original content, and that's the thing that's in the air right now. I think they'll be fine, but God knows, you know what I mean, man. Especially with the way they got rid of shit over there, man.
It's a real shame what's happening, like with that, and the fact that HBO Max will not even be called that anymore. It's just simply going to be called Max.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Max. I still feel like it's the Cinemax name and it's just been bastardized so
it really has. I mean,
they just stretched that poor motherfucker out.
Like,
No,
I was gonna say, seeing the state of streaming platforms and where they are right now, the 7 C's are looking very inviting, aren't they?
Man, I keep on telling it to everybody, and I don't get mad at nobody that want to fucking pirate shit, but of course, like, don't do it, guys. Come on, man, support. Here's the thing.
Oh, that was another one. That was actually thank you, Brian. That was actually another really good show that came out, was Tokyo Vice.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people were talking about that. There's what was another show that a bunch of people were. It was like Infinity Train and there was another show that a whole bunch of kids were actually kind of mad at the yank it off, man. But it's like it's that bit of that creativity that everybody, that's gone now, man. You can't. You're gonna and you have no choice but to go back. It's like I got to get that because they're gonna have it behind a paywall of some sort. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And even when you got it, like I do, with like, oh man, I got Paramount Plus. I gotta sit through fucking commercials. Wow. I thought the plus meant plus no commercials, nigga.
Oh no, see, this has also become the year where advertisements have just gone full ape shit Skynet level,
Nigga.
where they've gone so self-aware that they appear even when you got ad blocker turned on.
Man, you know what? It's bad enough that I already hate it where it's like, hey yo, man, you know what I want some right now? I want some ocean spray. Man, when the last time you had ocean spray, man? 2 years ago? Yeah, whatever. But, oh shit, man, let me hop on your YouTube real quick. Ocean spray commercial, come on. It's bad enough that shit happens, John.
That definitely happens.
It's so bad that shit happens.
When our phones become like literal spyware devices where they listen in to what your conversation is about, and if they hear anything that sounds like it could be used as an ad, they will throw that shit at you.
Hey, young, you want to know the truth, man? This is only going to sound a certain way to certain people right now, but my dad was right. Real player was going to ruin the world. Real player was going to ruin the world, and he was right. My daddy was right. He knew malware back in '97. He's like, that was going to be a problem. He told us to everybody. Ain't nobody listening to my pops.
Real
He told her, he's like, hey, man, look, the ivory tower eggheads, they got us, bro. But dog, it's bad enough that shit happened, and you got all the, like, we already feel like we're getting our information is already getting sold off to everybody, all these different companies and all the rest of this shit, as is anyway, man. And we got a whole lot of people saying, hey man, that's why I'm unplugged out of the grid. No, the fuck you ain't, nigga. Shut the fuck up. It ain't you ever see Minority Report and they walk through the hallway and they had different advertisers playing for different people? Yep. Yeah, that's where we're at.
That's exactly where we landed.
You know what? Look, I love the future. I love how futuristic shit has got, but that is some empty, soulless bullshit for me, bro. It really is. That I hate that. As a person that wanted all this technology, I knew that section was coming. Something was going to come out that was going to make us all feel like we're fucking with the glasses on, obey, consume, shit like that. You know what I mean?
Oh, they live.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Put on the glasses, nigga. That's what I feel. I knew that part was coming with all of this shit. The second I realized that I had a supercomputer in my hand, I was telling myself, "Hey D, what's the rebound of this shit? I don't know. If you jerking off with some porn, you could have a video played at a stadium of you. Like, I don't know. There's got to be a back end of this shit." Oh my god, yeah.
I'm thinking of some other stuff that's also taken place. There's been movies, politics. We talked all this stuff. Freaking video games.
I can't believe that my kids are playing fucking Final Fantasy 7. I can't believe Final Fantasy 7 has made it to this year. I feel like all my generation like had plateaus and they all quit and they were all like video game based. Maybe we gotta keep on playing it too. You know what? I will say this, man. Did you play the new Ninja Turtles game? How did that feel, man? I meant to ask that to you, man.
Well, I felt like Shredder's Revenge was hands down the greatest love letter to side scroller beat 'em ups.
Yep.
But did you like the interrupting dick of Konami coming in and releasing the Cowabunga collection like at the same time of Shredder's Revenge?
Hey, which was a bit confusing for me because I was trying to figure out which was which, and I like bought Shredder's Revenge and like a week later the Cowabunga joint came out. I was like, I just bought this. Oh, I see what you did there, Konami.
Mm-hmm.
I see what you did there. You just threw something together like that.
You put together 13 games
Nigga
released.
y'all went to digital clips 2 months ago. Told
And
them,
say,
hey, put
listen,
this shit together.
here's the license to all these Turtles games that we own. Put something together. Here you go.
The thing that gave me with Shredder's Revenge though, what was so good was not only did it have so many different moves, he had so many different moves and all the rest of the shit. The real icing was the voice acting for me. Hearing all the turtles, all the voice actors doing the old voices and all the rest of that shit, and I was like, that's nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was dope.
There was the only thing that I will say is that the game was a bit like too easy to beat.
Shit,
But
put that shit on the harder difficulty and then come back to me.
dog, I don't know. I haven't played that Jungle Hard yet. I haven't. Speaking of which, though, speaking of Cowabunga collection, this is the first time I ever played Hyperstone Heist. I never played it.
First time, huh?
I'm dead serious. Now, of course, all the trophies on that game is, beat the game, you get the trophy, that type shit, yada yada yada. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I'm looking at all the games on there. I see Ninja Turtles 1. Well, that's not fucking happening. That's just not a thing. You can't skip levels or nothing. That's not a thing that's going to happen.
Wait. You do know in Ninja Turtles 1, they actually give you visual aids, like actual video guides showing you how to get through shit.
Look, check this out. No. I played that game for hours as a child. Go fuck yourself and guides and you look, nigga. I got early anxiety trying to fix those bombs and have enough turtles to go through all of that more and more hard bullshit the game had because the game was unnecessarily hard because Ultra didn't know how to design no fucking game at the time. So of course, it was like that. But whatever. I'm not gonna beat that. I'm not gonna beat one of the other I'm probably not gonna beat one of like the old Ninja Turtles fighter game on Nintendo. I'm probably not gonna beat that shit. You know what I mean? So it's like certain things that just is not gonna happen.
I'm sure the boys, I mean business.
But I will say this though, it is kind of fun going through the old arcade game, going through all the Turtles and Time Jump. So but Hyperstone Heist was just different for me, and I gotta say, I don't know how y'all niggas with the Sega did it, man. That music on the Sega is just different, man. That blast processing, baby. I don't know how y'all did it, man.
Certain games, use that use that sound chip in a positive way. It's actually, you actually hear some gems coming out of the Genesis depending on what game you're playing.
It's true, very true. I'm not gonna shit on it all the way, yeah. But sometimes it's like Jesus, man. Someone who spent like 5 seconds on that shit, man. It just sounds loud and bang, boom, bang, that type of shit. You know what I mean?
I mean that you see y'all on video games.
Nah, yeah. Well, we just mentioned how about the Ninja Turtle, the Ninja Turtle game and all the rest of this shit. And it was cool seeing you go through the motherfucking streaming of that, Chris. For you and me, it was a realization that the Yakuza series is a very special part of my life now. Thank you very much, Chris. It's one of the actually, to be honest with y'all, it's one of the things that brought me and Chris together as a friends. Yakuza 3 taught me a lot about fighting bulls, but
look, Yakuza Like a Dragon, I think it dropped 2021 or 2020, might have been 2021, I think.
2021 actually, yes.
2021. And what got me was somebody managed to just get the song Mr. Hot Stepper for the trailer for Yakuza Like a Dragon, and I died laughing like, this is how you selling it? All right. You got me.
But then I'm looking at the game. I'm like, wait, it's a
RPG.
It's an RPG. Now I got a question. I never asked you this because I know what everybody else says. How was that system? Was that system pretty good? It was a pretty standard, role playing system there.
Yakuza Dragon Quest Edition. That's all it is. I mean, that's really all it is. And the story literally takes place directly after the events. Directly after the events of Yakuza 6. Because long story short, the Yakuza basically are no more, and now they're basically PMCs.
Okay.
So
Okay.
can I point out? Breaking news. Tory Lanez guilty on all 3 charges of the 2020 shooting of Meg Thee Stallion.
Wow. So even hold on. I'm gonna jump. Hold on. Wait.
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump back to video games in just a second. But so you mean to tell me even with old girl trying to cover for him, he still wound up.
Didn't work
He
because
did
it and it wasn't just Meg's testimony, because obviously that's going to happen. It was other people besides old girl that testified like, oh yeah, he did that shit.
There we go.
But
Now
that
that
doesn't
makes
make any
sense.
sense because
And no, this is what I'm talking about.
Wait, hold on. This is what doesn't make sense. There was no, you fire a freaking gun. There's supposed to be, like not ash, but like residue from firing a gun would be on your clothes. There's signs of you actually firing a gun that would be found, and they didn't find any on him.
But it was the testimony of other people that
so
did
they took
him in.
other people's testimony.
Yeah.
Is there any? Where was the evidence?
Oh no, it was people that were there. It was people that were actually there besides Meg, besides Meg and Tori and the other chick. There were other people there
really
too.
did it in.
Okay,
I think what did it in for me.
I don't care.
What really did it in for me was because I went from being just skeptical to being, oh, Tori did that shit. Was after hearing about all this maybe shit that's going on through it, and Meg needing her publisher to tell her to shut the fuck up. I was like, I don't know how any of this sounds, because all of y'all sound like y'all really trying to bury a black man for zero reason.
Mm-hmm.
What did it in was Tori. What did it in? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris. I
was just gonna say they buried a black man just so this bitch can twerk on fucking She-Hulk.
Not even that. That's you can't do that because like at the
I'm doing that. No,
you can't do that.
Listen. I am doing that because fuck that show. Go ahead.
Oh man, don't worry. I get on it with yours. But real quick, what did it for me was the fact that Tori went on a motherfucking apology tour, and that apology tour screamed of a nigga that shot a bitch and thought he can get away with it that day. And I was like, "You did it, nigga. I'm sorry. That did it for me." Even if they all look, and I hate to be this person because I heard about situations like this. If they all burying you, nigga, you kind of did it to yourself. So I can't feel bad about it. Now that being said, She-Hulk was trash. That show was trash. God, that show was trash.
You know what it is? The show wasn't trash. It was everybody overhyping it per usual.
Dick, Chris.
You know full well. No, I had to check people on that. It wasn't even the fact that it wasn't the show's no. It was the fact that you didn't like the fact that people overhyped it, which is fair because people tend to overhype stuff and make it out to be bigger than what it is. And it's like, guys, it's a show. It's fine.
I'm gonna say it for you. Look, I'm gonna say it for you. I'm gonna say it for you
just because of the overhype. I genuinely just do not care.
I'm gonna say it for you. I'm gonna say it for you. All right, dog. Good. I'm gonna say it for you. Check this out. Hey, yo, Hilton, we love you to death. You don't like that show, nigga. You don't like a second of that.
Actually, you know what? Actually, it goes back to something that I think you even pointed out to me, D. It's the fact that sometimes it's like, well, a show ain't for you, and that's fine. That's the other aspect of it too, and that's not a cop out. It's just like if a show isn't hitting what you like.
That's my thing. I saw more. What I saw was people rooting for the image and not actually rooting for the show because the show itself was shallow.
The show was basically John Byrne.
It's pure white girl fantasy for D. To me, it was a pure white woman's fantasy to D, and I didn't like none of this shit, bro.
You hate white women anyway, so that automatically was like a fucking -5 for you.
That's mean, Chris. I think. Look. Hey, Chris. I think Helen Hunt is neat. Shut up.
They're doing a sequel. By the way, folks, breaking news for late 2022. They're doing a sequel to Twister. For why? I don't fucking know.
Wait a minute. What's going on? What's going on with Beatmania? What's going on here?
I was just gonna circle back to games real quick.
Go back to games.
I was just wanted to let y'all know this particular series turned 30 years old this year.
And still never going to consoles anymore because it's strictly arcade.
Well, it is on PC thanks to Infinitus.
Yeah, PC doesn't count because it's not PlayStation 5 and Xbox.
And it's on mobile.
Yeah. But
mobile don't count because mobile sucks.
You know what it is? You know what it is? I think it's because we're past that era of like having items packaged in with games like this. Like we're past that Guitar Hero thing where you need like an accessory with the game. Like I don't think Beat Mania would hit because you need an accessory to play Beat Mania.
And then, you know, it
Yeah, you
also
do.
goes into what you told me back when you were still living in Japan, Eris, that they really only make these games for the enthusiasts. You know what I mean?
They do.
And that's the and that's the one thing I will give any video game publisher, publisher, designers, whatever you do, especially if you're making it for like certain peripherals and other stuff like that. I'm cool with that shit because that makes games fun. You know what I mean? It gives games a niche. That
Like-
shit is fun. Now, that being said, that shit is fucking time consuming.
I
But
mean, like with this
it is
game,
really cool though, bro.
like Beat Mania turned 30, DDR turned 20, and
The stories that me and
Street
Eris
Fighter
had.
turned what, 30?
Yeah.
35.
35, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean,
it's
look,
about it's entered its 35th anniversary.
I just think back to the years of how much time I put into DDR and stuff. And granted, even today, I can still play it. But like just the amount of effort
I will
that
say
all
this.
of us did in the
I
DDR,
will
it was
say this.
insane.
It is insane because when you look back on it,
Don't tell me you start playing, you be like, shit, my knees.
Not
yeah,
it hasn't hit
that's
yet.
what all
If it's
y'all
his
sound
thing.
like. That's
Here's
what
what it
all
is.
y'all sound like.
Here's what it is. All of us that can do like the 250, 270 beats per minute things like Paranoia, we can do it, but it ain't going to be no double A. That shit's going to be like an A or a B, and we're like, satisfied. We can do it. We can pass it.
You know what, Chris, I gotta say, this satisfactory mid shit you're doing right here as an old black man is really warming my heart. I love it. I love it so much.
My knees give out. They'd be like, all right, guys, I can't do DDR anymore. My knees done.
I
You
mean,
sound like that 40-year-old nigga that be wearing sandals to a cookout, ready to play GoldenEye with his nephews very, very poorly.
First off, I feel sick to my stomach that will never be me, and it's gonna be me and Super Turbo. Like, all right, son, get your ass on the Super NES. We're playing some Super Turbo.
Boy, I've been dragging the living shit out of my. I'm dragging the living shit out of my children, bro.
No, Chris, just to show you that you would be that guy, you will drag a fight stick.
Actually, no, I will bust out Hyper Fighter that I have for the anniversary shit on PS2. Be like, all right, son, we're playing some Hyper Fighter, Street Fighter 2.
I will say that
Like I said, you
DDR.
would bust out the fight stick and be like, let's go.
I will say, yo, man, like, as a dude that didn't play DDR, to see Eris as an enthusiast of DDR, and for him to be more of a Beat Mania person now. Ha! I told you was gonna like Beat Mania more, but
That's not all.
No, like D, I accepted that. Shut the fuck up.
More, I mean,
no,
but Sue was
no,
more
no.
like popping in Beat Mania.
That's what I'm
more
saying.
than
I play
anything else.
everything.
Yeah,
You
was more-
done Eris knew his destiny was Nihon. That's really.
I mean, come on.
I mean, look, I'll say this though. Like games this year, it was interesting because like you had
Tada.
yeah, I know. Final like accessories. See, that's the thing about that was when God 2DX when it came to America in 2007.
It was handled very shittily.
Shitty Konami USA keyboard, which you had a mod to make right. It was horrible. Yeah, it was terrible. And again, that was during the peak Guitar Hero accessory era and stuff where it's like every Guitar Hero came with a new one. It was just
I'm
ridiculous.
actually surprised.
Hey Chris, you know how you just mentioned popping earlier, right?
Yeah, the big ass popping one that you got.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like it's just it's crazy. Like that era is gone now. And granted, gone in the sense of it really took over America at one point. It had America in a Cobra clutch at one point.
Technically, the era's not gone for as far as DDR is concerned because In the Groove just took over. Like it's everywhere. Like every time you go to MagFest, you'll see the DDR machines, but then you see a shitload of people playing In the Groove because it's really just a giant Step Mania machine.
And the other game, what was the other game that has the diagonal arrows?
Pump It Up. And Pump It Up is
it's still big because of Dave & Buster's, because Dave & Buster chose a side on the Pump It Up and DDR wars and was like, we're going with Pump It Up.
Well, not just Dave and Buster's, but round one. I mean, round
Well,
one.
round one got DDR and that though. That's the thing.
Yeah, it gave us everything.
Yeah, which that's another thing that kind of happened in 2021 and 2022. The influx of round one, especially in this area, because before we had to drive to Pennsylvania for some round one, and that's how desperate I was to play some Initial D. And then when they finally opened a round one in Townsend and Potomac Mills, I'm like, thank God, I do not want to drive to Pennsylvania. God damn, I don't want to drive to Pennsylvania.
I was about to hang it up.
I was
about to hang it up or look online for arcade dumps.
I mean, yeah, it was
But
just.
doesn't also the more pump it up machines you've seen and all the rest of that stuff, wouldn't that also come in the fact that Konami kind of did step it back on DDR a little bit because they went to their whole.
Nah, they went up on it.
They really went. It didn't go through the same shit that Beat Mania went through when they were firing composers and stuff like that. They didn't go through no problem like that.
Okay, I can't say that they necessarily fired composers. There were a number of composers that just left. You know?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that big exodus you was talking about. I remember that. I loved how you talked about that, and that was like the canary in the mine for me, because you were like, D, it ain't just that. All the Konami's doing that shit. Well, Dale's going to be fine, right? And he going to be all right, D. Yeah, he should be fine.
I mean, you know what crazy this year. So recently this year, I'm gonna take God of War Ragnarok off the table, and even some of the bigger ones, right? Fuck that, because Elden Ring, everybody's talked about it, right?
Yeah, everybody and mama, man.
The recent big one that came out, Final Fantasy Crisis Core Reunion, that came out, and I'm playing through it, having fun with it. It's way better than the PSP version, like by leaps and bounds. The control scheme is like way goddamn better, and it kind of shows how archaic the PSP was in doing something as ambitious as Crisis Core did with the whole action RPG thing and stuff. It's like way better, and they matched the graphics to the remake and stuff. Now, I had a fear that they were going to do some shit where they were going to try to, because if you play Final Fantasy Remake, they kind of did some time travel shenanigans in a way without outwardly telling you. That kind of changed up the dynamics of Final Fantasy VII in a way. And I thought they were going to do that for Crisis Core, but they didn't. And I'm shocked that they didn't.
They kept it. They actually kept that one. Yeah, they kept it the same.
Yeah, they just upped the graphics and the gameplay and stuff. I'm shocked on that one.
Can I talk about something that was the same?
What?
Can I talk about something that was the same? Okay. I want to say this. 2K 2021, right? Improvement. They knew they fucked up, but it still wasn't great. 2K 2022 comes out. Oh God, much better. Wow, there's a lot of gambling in here, but much better. Everything's better. So what I need, 2023. Oh, that's good. 2023. Let's play this. It's did y'all take shit out? No, you took stuff out. No, you took stuff out. Well, look, I'm about to play 2022, 21. What do you mean you just shut down the server? Well, look, I'm going to play 2022. What do you mean I have until the end of this year? What? 2K can ride dicks. That's all D's saying. 2K can ride some dicks. I hate it when they know they put out an inferior 2K, they immediately kill off one of the better servers. They do that every single time, man. Oh, I fucking hate that. I hate 2K for that shit.
Meanwhile, EA got me with John Madden. That fucking
hey, Chris, you better get every piece of this. I told your tall monkey ass not to touch that fucking game.
That fucking Madden cover got me.
You got to touch that goddamn game, sir.
It got me. I saw John Madden with the celebration. It got
I don't give a fuck. I know the nigga died, man. I miss him too. But did you have to buy it? I told you, did you have to buy it?
Look, let me tell you something.
EA wrong as hell for that, number one. They pulled on everybody's heartstring with that, number one.
Bro, I never played a franchise mode that was boring as shit in my life. That was a boring franchise.
Here's the sick part. Allegedly from people that play it every year, they said it's an improvement.
Probably not by much, though.
I bet it ain't. I bet it ain't.
I played through it, and I was like, the story that's there it's like by the time you get to later in the game, this is where I knew it was bullshit. So it was at one point in the game, like your character, they're a rookie, so they're trying to make sure they get a good contract if they play good this season. So I had started off 1-3,
Oh
right?
damn, this shit. Yeah, I think I know where you about to go with
So, you know, during the story mode, one of the characters like, hey man, you're not playing so well. I don't know if they're going to keep you next year. So I'm thinking, okay, this is like there's some stakes involved. Maybe I need to improve my game a little bit in doing it. So I went on like a 5-game win streak in the story mode. So now I'm like 5-3. And I'm thinking there was going to be something different, right? Or they want to say something. The next time it came around, it was like, oh man, you know, yeah, you're going to get that contract thing. I'm like, that was it. And then that was the last of anything story mode, because by the time I get to the playoffs and I won the Super Bowl, nothing.
There's no stakes involved whatsoever in
And
that
when you go
game.
into the next season and win the game, it's like they ignore that completely what you did last season, and it starts back to zero. And I'm like,
Same thing with the story in FIFA. They had another one with this where, you know, okay, there's stakes involved. You gotta play your best. And this one dude said, and I admit I didn't score no goals. I didn't do none of the stuff I was supposed to do. So I'm thinking, oh man, I'm going to either League One or I'm going to be in the Champions League. These motherfuckers offered me a contract at Chelsea and Manchester City. Fuck you. How did that even happen?
oh
I'm
my
like,
God.
there's nothing. There's no challenge to these games no more with EA. So the best you can get out of it is going to just to play a regular game with any of these. And that's what me and my boys play. We just play regular fucking. We just go straight to the game. Just go straight to the game. Don't do nothing else. Hopefully the game won't cheat you out by having everything being preloaded in there or some shit. Like they mean scripted as all fuck. You know what I mean? So oh God, man, EA can't ride a dick. I'm sorry that you had to. And actually, you know, I do got one question.
Mhm.
How was the gameplay in this Madden compared to the other ones you played before? Is it getting and Chris be 100%? Is it getting better or is it somehow worse?
What, for Madden?
Yeah.
Oh, it's somehow worse because I had to look through videos because again, what I remember of Madden, it was a lot different than before. So like when I had went back and watched videos of somebody that broke down Madden 23, it was like everything that they introduced in Madden 23 is like, bruh, this was way back in Madden like 13, or this was in this Madden. I'm like, oof. So we're repeating the Madden 22 video where it's like EA is introducing things that were already in previous Madden. And then here's where it really, really got fucking hilarious. Somebody was like, how is it that NFL 2K5 is still running circles around Madden 23?
Do you know that they're bringing up shit that was in the engines back in Madden 05, 07, errors, Madden 07. Now, let me tell you the last time that they changed the last time they did an update to the system of Madden was Madden 2010. The last time they did anything new to the scripting of Madden was the Madden that I'm playing right now. It was just Madden 2017. That's the last time they changed the scripting of the game. And ever since then, they have been taking out and putting in things that are basic elements of the game. You know what? I'm waiting for one year because they're going to do it, Chris. We're like, we got a new juking system. And you look at the juking system, it's like, it's the same thing. It just reacts differently now. It's the same thing. Eris, you remember how everybody used to make fun of us niggas who buy sports games saying it's the same thing? This is worse now.
That's way worse.
Worse now, believe it or not.
2K is probably the only one that even when they slip up, they're still at least steadily improving in certain avenues, and you don't feel like they're like
no. 2K's problem is
it's the
this.
gambling.
2K can rest on a system where it's if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The problem about 2K is that they have a Bethesda problem. They still got glitches from 2K14 they have yet to fix.
Yep.
And refuse to fix.
Speaking of which,
that's why everybody liked 2K21 and 2K22 because it was like, oh, you're giving a fuck about your product. Not no more. They slept up again. I hate it, young. I swear to God, bro.
Hey guys, did you ever have on your bingo card the meltdown of Kanye West happening to this level
You know
this
what? Not
year.
this year.
I
Oh,
didn't
I had
have this.
that nigga falling apart. Like I had that nigga
Not
falling
this
apart.
bad.
Like
Not
I
this
had.
bad.
necessarily,
Hey Chris, I had
not
that nigga
necessarily
falling
a
apart like a soap,
not
like a.
not necessarily a bingo card, but I definitely had a countdown clock.
I didn't think it was gonna be this bad, man. It's like,
Dog, I
damn,
had
like
that motherfucker dissolving like a motherfucking tissue and piss, dog. I knew that nigga was gonna fall apart. I didn't know it was gonna be this bad. Like, see, here's number one, dog. Remember how earlier I said how black people will always give you a nugget of truth and then run at you with something else? With Kanye, it was like, wow, the Jews get away with it, why the black people don't? Yeah, that nigga got a point about that. Fuck the Jews. Wait a minute.
whoa, no.
Yo, the thing is this, and this is simple enough, everybody, and this is all that Kanye was trying to say, is that do Jewish people benefit from white privilege? Fuck yes, they do. But that is no need for you to go into anti-Semitism with them. There's no need to go into it like that. Yes, that discussion needs to be made, how they get to be victimized, but at the same time, you benefit off of white privilege. You can talk about that. Kanye didn't give a shit about that. Kanye wanted to be controversial. Kanye wanted to say something so everybody could look at his ass. I didn't give a fuck, man.
And then
It
the
was
whole thing,
sad, bro.
and then the whole thing, and this is kind of like a thing that happened with not just Kanye, but a lot of politicians. They doubled down on Trump, and it backfired on their asses big time.
I love how everybody who rolled with Trump gang is now getting fucked over it. It's great, yeah.
Because the thing of it is, the logic, and I'm not saying it was right logic, but I get it because you think that, okay, if we ride with Trump, we can get back those folks that were batshit crazy for him in 2016, not realizing that a lot of those folks that rode for him in 2016 were like, yeah, he's a little too crazy for me. I don't want to vote for
You know
this
what?
guy.
You know what, Chris? I really think it is just one of those things where you just can't take your fucking L.
Yeah.
You just truly can't take your fucking L. And whether it be in politics or whether it just be as a person that just want to be on the right side of history. I think a lot of people don't like being seen where it's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
With the shit that went down with the MAGA people is that they knew they were wrong from the get-go. They already did. Like I don't feel no bad for anybody that voted for Trump and now they're getting fucked. I don't feel bad for you. It's that you knew it was going to turn out this way from the beginning. You knew it was, and that's and they tried to put they put Herschel Walker out there thinking that Georgia was gonna. They don't.
Look, I like the fact that Trump turned his back on Kanye. Was like, run for you lost your goddamn mind. Nope. Nope.
I like.
You gotta remember. Hold on, you gotta remember. Since you brought up Trump turning his back on people, how many people did Trump throw under the bus when he had his own?
Impeachment.
No, not just impeachment, but his own third act from the Harvey Weinstein situation, where he's just calling up motherfuckers to see if he still had friends.
Man,
and
then the raid took. Right after the raid happened, like Dave Chappelle said, I've stolen many things: staplers, pens, like freaking printer paper. But the one thing I never stole: work.
My man stole classified documents and stored them shits at his golf course just out in the open for anybody to take. And I'm like, you gotta be the biggest fucking idiot to do some shit.
And I know, you know what? My thing is, this motherfucker probably did it. He did it thinking that he could use it as a flex. That's what he used it as.
No. See, here's the worst part, D. It's not just using it as a flex. This is what happens when you fall up the stairs thinking that hiding in plain sight is going to work when it doesn't work like that. That's not how hiding in plain sight works.
I'm already waiting for him. Just go in there. Mr. Trump, the question is, why did you take those papers? Well, it was definitely not for somebody that worked for Russia.
You're full of shit.
Mr. Trump, we have reasons to suspect that you're lying.
It didn't help that we found all this out. Meanwhile, Putin flexed on Ukraine, and Ukraine is fucking coming back at Russia with fucking sticks and bricks and shit.
I like how Ukraine has constantly kicked these motherfuckers in the fucking ankle and are winning this war. I do not that really shows you how how Russia ain't that great. You know, remember how we always told, like, oh man, we got you first, Russia, man, yeah. Now I know why we're scared to fight Russia, because the second we beat them, like, man, throw nukes at them, man, fuck them.
Yeah, they really would. Russia would be just more losers.
In 2 days, they'll get mad and start chucking motherfucking nukes at us, huh? That's why you don't want to fight Russia. Look, I like that Russia is getting ate by the Ukrainians. They're over there like, man, throw a nuke at them niggas. Like, yo, chill. Biden, look, I love how the fuck that Biden's like, yo, bruh, come on, man. Look, don't start throwing, no, you don't want to do that. Look, Putin, chill, bruh. For real. Germany already don't like half this shit. Germany is livid by this war, by the way. They are livid over this shit.
Dude, Germany is just sitting back like, you lost your goddamn mind. Like, you know, and then on top of that, the cherry on top of all this, Elon Musk. I'm gonna need people to have a come to Jesus meeting with themselves about Elon. He was never that smart.
He was never that smart. I think Elon.
Shout outs to him. No, hold on. Shout outs to him buying Twitter. He bought Twitter. We've seen the fastest use of N-word being dropped. Oh God, have you ever seen the faster war on gender equality take place in the digital form?
No, and you want to know what talking about?
Hang on. And all of this shit taking place, like him buying something that turned into an actual dumpster fire was just chef's kiss beautiful. Now the year's not even over, and he already wants to step down.
And my thing is this: here's how I knew he was full of shit. As a programmer, he was saying a lot of word salad shit and knows nothing of code reviews or nothing.
First of all, did you like how he was unbanning people that got banned and giving their accounts back and pretty much letting anything fly, while at the same time you were firing the programmers that was already keeping this place afloat?
And the programmers he kept were unfortunately foreign workers that clearly need to keep their job in order to keep their visa status here. So he was kind of like keeping them hostage in a way.
Yeah.
And there's this interesting story that did come out of all this. There was this one girl that worked like in the Twitter offices, and she worked overnight, and Elon kind of like said like retweeted what she said, and since then she's been doing all this look at me daddy bullshit to Elon Musk, and she keeps on trying to hashtag him in her tweets and all the rest of that shit. And it's so sad. It's like, girl, he's not paying you enough for any of the shit you're doing right now. I mean, I feel bad for anybody that's stuck at that company and they have to work there. Because but you know what the best part, I will say this, man, much like you know, nigga Navy and everything else, Black Twitter, for that week where we thought Twitter was going to disappear, Black Twitter was in prime form, meaning that we were not doing none of the content. We were just letting the content come to us. And Black people were just sitting there watching the dumpster fire, watching all these social justice warriors and neckbeards fight each other, people fighting over the word them, and Black people like,
oh yeah, the pronoun war.
God, Black people over there like, hey, y'all remember Meet Me in Temecula? Yeah, that shit was funny. That's all we did that entire week.
I mean, it's just even the other thing that we had. What was it? I'm trying to remember.
Oh man, the low vibration plate. That was great.
Yeah, low vibration plate, and then you had
that was great.
Low vibration plate had no.
I loved it because that bitch had a motherfucking. That bitch had a drumstick. See, what I got is healthy. What you got, like that girl got a full plate. Leave her alone, nigga.
Man, I think it was just everybody was taking advantage of certain things, and people were kind of getting shown the light of their shenanigans and stuff. Even on Black Twitter side, it was just like, ugh.
I always laughed at a lot of the so-called Black intellectuals are having a come to Jesus moment. Remember, Derrick Jackson was the best one for me, man. Derrick Jackson getting caught in 4K is the best one. I like how one of his mistresses came on. Like, I was looking at this motherfucker talking about how he left his wife, how he talked about how him and his wife talk and how much he loves her and all that. And I'm looking in the background. I'm like, oh my God, Derek, you made that after we fucked. Oh my God. I'm like, wow.
I think it was funny, more so funny. Somebody pointed out, like, see what happened? She got with Darren Jackson. She went from fine to what the fuck.
Yo, man, she did turn homely real quick. I felt bad for her, man.
I mean,
You ever see one of those things where it's like it was a beautiful woman. She used to go out all the time and all the rest of that. She had like a good job and all the rest of that. And all of a sudden she has like 4 kids out of nowhere and shit. And she's like homely and shit. If you see, it's like, you let that nigga.
you know what I hate the more so anything is you brought this up. You brought this up, D. It's like social media this year, it brought out the worst in people when it came to dating and giving advice and stuff. Because I'm sitting back and I'm like, okay, you had dudes that turn into, and I hate men that do this shit, where it's like, it's this whole, my wife isn't going to dress like this. And I'm like, that's not going to work the way you think it's going to work, sir. It's not. You can't do that. You can't do that. And then like women that were doing this thing of, see, I'm a classy woman. I don't have to dress like this. And I'm like, stop it. Just stop it, please.
Here's what we got. We got people misconstruing the word classy, loyalty, love, and submission. Like always. Those are the 4 things that people always preach and fucking really preach badly. The one other thing I agree with Erykah Badu. Erykah Badu said, look, the word trauma is going with the word loyalty. It's something else. Y'all need to figure out the meaning of these words before you start using them.
Words have lost meaning this year. Like you said, trauma has lost all meaning.
For me, it's narcissism. See, I get trauma. I get trauma because trauma is really a big issue from people, and people actually learning different stuff and all the rest of that. It's when you associate the word trauma to everything is when you need to shut the fuck up. But narcissism, I really don't know what it means anymore.
You know the other word that goes right along with it that also lost every sense of the word. Misogyny.
Misogyny.
I had to make fun of that sound effect that's used on Fresh.
It does because it used to mean something that was like, hey, we need to do better, yada yada yada. But you could do something that's like just innocent in nature, and it's like, that's misogyny. I'm like, no, it's not. Like, no.
Wow, all this misogynistic attitude in the world. Like, yes, there are 5 men in a room, and you're the only woman. I'm sorry if nobody's squirting out of their vagina right now over here. I'm like, what do you want it to be?
Or the word pick me has changed, because if a woman says, hey, I want to be with a guy that's just decent, just a decent human being, somehow she gets called a pick me, and I'm like, whoa, she just said,
look at her. She want to be nice to her husband. Oh my God, bitch, pick me asshole. Like, I agree with my wife. It's the bitches who be wearing short skirts, titties out. No, titties out 8 a.m. in the morning.
Basically,
hot Cheeto fries.
Basically, it's early in the morning. You're wearing the whore's uniform while you're walking around with hot fries and the freaking convenience store picklos and hot sausage.
I mean, it's like, bruh, like, and even when
so
you
what's
get like,
up, bitch? Look, it's early, man. I'm not trying to do none of this shit.
Hot Cheetos and shit.
Or you get the men that be on like, oh, so you treat your woman nice, you must be gay, and I'm like, whoa, dude,
I love that shit. I love how everything black men have done this year that made us smile somehow related to our homosexuality.
Up is down and down is up.
You know what was so funny, Chris? The first hour was funny because it was a lot of these girls making fun of these girls, saying that, that shit's gay, that shit's gay, that shit's gay. Now, here's the best part. After a week of that, a lot of y'all actually believe that? What? Oh my God. So let me get this straight. So you blow bubbles with your child, and you blow bubbles with your son. You teaching your son how to blow bubbles?
How dare you?
Nigga. Is that what we're teaching our children? What?
I blew bubbles as a kid. I came out good. What the hell? Like, It's like the kid is 2 years.
Weird things, and it goes into the thing I always tell people. Why y'all think homophobia? Why you think that's a thing that men do? That's a real big
Thing is
black
deep,
woman thing. What are you talking about?
Here's the thing, right? When men
Like,
say that shit, it's like, my dude, the kid is 1 year old. Bubbles is very the shit to a 1-year-old. What are you talking about?
But
Like,
I'm just saying though, man. You know, little kids see the little softness of that. Shut the fuck up, nigga.
it's like Bubbles. What the hell? Like,
No,
talking
look,
about
look, 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 look. Look, you saw My Little Pony said, "Yeah, that hair does look soft." Everybody said that, nigga. Come on now.
No, I'll tell you the one that was recent. Cam Newton living his best life with his cowboy hat, roller skating. He could roller skate like a. I mean, look, he roller skating his ass off. Somebody was like, Cam Newton looking very gay roller skating. I'm like, he's living his best life, happy. Like, he don't have to worry about taking a tackle from another dude in the NFL. I'd be happy as hell too.
Over here,
To be fair, his pants was too small when he was doing that, though.
Hey, you gotta show off the thighs,
gotta
Angie.
show off the package. Gotta show off the package.
Living his life concussion free.
Bruh, I know, right?
Nigga! Concussion free, telling his daughter the wrong information until Brittney Griner. Boy, Brittney dragging that nigga was one of the greatest things ever. I liked it because Cam knew he was wrong. He had to eat that L. That's a nigga that lost to the Patriots right there. That's a nigga that lost. That's the motherfucker that had it look like, damn, all right, you got me.
Flip side,
Yeah,
though,
you got me.
Brittney Renner finally had a come to Jesus moment when she realized, I was being a bit of a bitch these past 10 years. I'm like, no shit.
Nah.
What was your first
Brittney,
clue?
look, check it out.
What exactly was your first clue?
Hey, look, Brittney, nobody said you was wrong for sucking dick. We were saying that you were sucking dick and being mean about it.
That's not how that works.
The bluntness of that.
You know what I'm saying? Just like, I'm a hoe. Why you can't be a hoe, motherfucker? Like, bitch.
Out here going to high school basketball games and shit. I'm like, yo.
I swear the very second she said that shit, somebody said, bitch, I hope you get locked up.
At a high school basketball game, I'm like, ma'am, what are you doing? You have a kid at home. You have a kid at home.
So, I like here's the thing. People get older, people learn lessons, and it's always great when people learn lessons because you're hoping that a lot of their fan base learned the lesson with them. You know what I mean? That's the only thing you can hope for, and I think that's why I did enjoy seeing Brittney grow up. I will say that I did enjoy that. That was something I did not have on my bingo card, of her actually maturing a bit. Oh, she's still the same trashy heifer that she always been, but there is education there now.
Well,
there was experience.
Prime time brought her in to see the boys and talk about that shit. So she's
she realized that. Yeah, look. I was a fucking mess. So let me tell y'all little niggas how to dodge bitches like me. Like, I enjoy that. Especially when it's to young dudes that really need to dodge hoes like you.
Flip side, and Eric,
I
you probably
like
saw
how Dion said, all right, boys, like to let y'all know, here she is. A hoe. Now you can ask this hoe whatever you want. Now, Brittney, do you mind me calling you a hoe? Because I don't want to call you a hoe, and that ain't your professional term. I actually go by Lady of the Night, but you can call me a hoe. Now, this Lady of the Night, she gonna tell you how they dick sucking ways will take you down.
Flip side.
What were you gonna say, Chris?
Harris might have seen this. The downfall of one Thomas Brady. I have never seen a man that said sport for life. Fuck my kids and family.
Oh, you know what? I don't know what's going on in Thomas's life. We said this on Working Out the Sports Show. I don't know what's going on in Mr. Brady's life. I don't. I actually don't care because he has more money than Jesus right now.
He does.
But he had a choice between staying out on the football field or saving my marriage. And this nigga said, look, baby.
Cowabunga it is.
I'm just saying. This nigga looked his wife dead in the face. Giselle, I'm going to be very, very honest with you. You are the love of my life.
Ball's life.
But you have to understand, the NFC is going to be lost without a leader that has the charisma. No, sit down, Giselle. I am talking.
My man said bald is life. Fuck you,
This
bitch. I'm like,
nigga
damn.
said, fuck the kid. Yo, imagine if you will, your oldest, you're playing basketball with him. Hey, Dad, so you're going back to training camp? Hey, yeah, man. So you're not going to stay at home? It's another season, guy. You see what I'm saying? I can't keep going. With this skit, nigga. Like, yo, this nigga literally said, fuck the kids, fuck the wife, football, nigga.
What?
The risk of CTE is worth it.
Nobody. There has to be something dysfunctional about you where you want to get more CTE instead of staying home and playing some Dead Island on the PS3 and chill with your kids. I'm sorry. Like, if you told me
cheating on your wife? Are you cheating on your wife?
Thank you.
Tom, are you cheating on your wife?
Well, he's cheating on his wife with football. That's what's happening.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Chris. That doesn't count.
I do
All right, we're not doing that.
believe,
Look, Chris. We're not doing that. Technically, you're right. Emotional cheating shit. We're not doing that shit. We're keeping it to a man thing. What are you sticking your dick in?
I really do believe that Tom's real answer was red pill is life.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, I am like, he really went for that. He really went for cowabunga. It is, and. Here's the funny thing, Chris. Have you noticed this shit? And this is why I'm actually scared if we got to play Tampa Bay in the playoffs. Something is telling me that the NFL has scripted it so Tom Brady can get deep enough in the playoffs when nobody talks about his divorce. And he'll look like a hero. And he'll look like he made the right choice.
If the NFL
I don't
rigs
trust
this
the
shit,
NFL, dog.
the NFL rigs this shit to where Tampa Bay wins the Super Bowl, I'm calling foul. Flag on the play.
You know the NFL because they
love a good story. The NFL loves a good story.
They'll call Giselle a week early. All right, Giselle, we have it set up. So you'll come out to the 50-yard line at the end of the Super Bowl and give Tom a hug. And Tom will go to his knees and say, you marry me and you will marry him. Are you agreeing with this? And he will win the Super Bowl, right?
Right. At this point, I believe anything because on top of that, one Daniel Snyder, he's getting run out. He was getting run out of DC this year, and it was hilarious.
I gotta tell y'all, ladies and gentlemen, if y'all know nothing about Washington D.C. and its fucking inner politics, a lot of it has to go with the Washington Redskins, the Washington football team, or the Washington Commanders, whatever you may want to call it. But a lot of it has to do with one of the richest men in this city, that is one Daniel Snyder. And Daniel Snyder is one of the most evil men that has walked the face of this goddamn earth.
Hey, he's just another NFL owner, dude.
Like he did nothing wrong. I mean, you ever see a whole orgy get caught by the cops, and you got that one guy that's butt naked with a mask on his face going, I don't know how I got here. That's Daniel Snyder. That's Daniel Snyder.
I want to be Jerry
Jones. I don't know
Jones
what I'm doing here. This is supposed to be an office party. That's Dan Snyder.
I want to be Jerry Jones so bad. Which speaking of Jerry Jones,
Jerry Jones so badass nigga. Yeah.
Speaking of Jerry Jones, somebody not. You know what? Fuck, I'm gonna say Dan Snyder probably leaked that image, but there's a leaked image of Jerry Jones at the Arkansas during segregation, where they were bringing black kids into school integration into white schools and stuff, and
internet lost his damn mind.
And the thing of it is, even if you're not a Dallas fan, right? Jerry is I forgot how old he is, but he's a guy that born and raised in Arkansas. No shit, he's gonna be there. What the hell, like, come on, a white guy during that time period. Of course, he's going to be there because, as Bomani Jones says, that was the place to be if you were white. So, I mean, what do you want? Like, you want Dallas fans to be like, nah, Jerry Jones is racist. Like, dog, we've been knowing that. Like, come on.
Now, Jerry Jones been like, there's not even that so much. Like I feel like a lot of just being honest, a lot of the younger millennials and the Zoomers who are getting older, they're really getting this voice out. Like, yeah, there were injustices, and we're seeing as like, dog, we know about this. You can't change shit in the past. Shit has happened. You got to judge them for who they are now. and not try to go overboard with it. And what we're seeing is, no, why were they bad back then? It should have been like, stop, shut the fuck up. Like, to me, seeing black people do that, that's white people shit to me.
Mm-hmm.
That for D, that's some white people shit to me. And I just say like, oh, how American are you? That's very American of you. And when I say that to some people, they do kind of get mad at it, but like, no, nigga, that's how the fuck you sound. You sound like a dude named Chadwick that was fucking offended that in 1988, Public Enemy had to make a song.
Okay. So there's been a secret war these past 2 years that I would say me and Eris has been fighting in our respective workplaces. How many jobs to start realizing that people want to do remote work?
Yep.
This has been a fight that there are some government places that are trying to fight this by hook and crook by any stretches, and then realizing.
Look, real quick before y'all go into it, I agree with y'all, whatever y'all going to say. But as a nigga that work retail, y'all can eat my dick. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Y'all going to make good points.
Listen,
we've been fighting this for a while. But go ahead.
Listen, the pandemic was like the whistleblower of life, because it showed us that, number one, when forced to do something, it works.
Yeah.
Because we were forced to work from home. I mean, what were jobs going to do? Like, let people go and not pay them? And that did happen to some people. But for people in the government, come on. You know, for a fact, a lot of the clerical, administrative, like admin shit, and even more so IT shit can be done remotely from home.
And that's the thing. It was kind of like, and I've been noticing it recently too. Like a lot of jobs are trying to do that, and it happened especially this year. That whole, well, come back into the offices now. You know, we come, and I'm like, no,
bro. When organizations, especially government folks, were given a choice, you hear me, a choice to say, hey, you can continue working from home if, you know, like if everything is good, or you can return to the office. What do you think people are going to do? We've been we pretty much been at home for the better part of 2-3 years. And you really think people are going to come running back into the office?
You know, the convenience of working from home is the fact that, oh, I have a dental appointment. Well, my dentist is like down the street, so I can actually, you know, take a break from work real quick, go to my dentist and come back.
Or I can just take my laptop with me and do my work right there on the spot.
Yeah, that too. I mean, it's so many possibilities, and it's like, to be fair, there are a good chunk of contractors in some government places that have realized that, like, oh, okay, well, if we keep people happy by letting them do remote, cool, productivity is going to be really good. Because I can't imagine go back to the office now. Like, I really feel my motivation would be shot.
Bro, you have no idea how much I have been missing remote work. You know, ever since my job just decided to ramp up a whole bunch of crazy project shit, I haven't done remote in like 2 months.
I feel you guys are getting like the raw deal for no damn reason.
I'm not gonna go.
I know. I'm not
going to go deep into it, but you are not wrong.
I mean, because it's like the convenience for me has always been, number one, us getting screeners, and I don't have to worry about trying to balance getting off work and then being there. I would probably say the only difference is like the convenience of being in DC and being closer to Silver Spring is probably the only like downside.
That was the only upside for me going into the office was, if we got a screener up in Silver Spring, cool. I can just leave from work and just go straight there. But if I'm working from home and we got screener and there's a screener in Silver Spring, I'm like,
no, that's not happening. It's and I think it was even across the board, and it's like also on top of that, like, people are realizing their value, because it's like, yo, like, you know, D's going into it, you go to his job and stuff. A lot of those people, retail workers, are like, all right, you want me to come in and deal with all these crazy ass customers? Yo, raise our pay rate. You know, pay us more, because this shit is fucking ridiculous. Like, you're paying me peanuts, and I gotta deal with unruly customers who 2021 weren't trying to wear masks inside the store and refused to wear masks, and I gotta fight them. And I got probably, and some of those customers, not all of them, but some of those customers were being so unruly to where they were throwing hands on people at those places, telling them to put a mask on and shit. So now, me as a customer service retailer, now I got a question: do I want to keep this job and run hands on you, or, like, you know, I got to deal with all that shit. And then how much I'm getting paid doesn't balance me getting fired.
That was something else that was also happening during those 2 years too, was Massgate, as I like to call it.
Which it was a whole lot of it's on one hand, you understand why there was a mandate, and it does help with respect to people that may not have been vaccinated. We've seen as much because we've seen the numbers show that, hey, we were at BlurCon. There were some people that got sick after the convention, but it wasn't to the degree that it normally would be.
Every convention that we went to, there was somebody caught COVID.
Yeah, but like in terms of like regular con crud, it wasn't that many because people were wearing masks.
Yeah, con crud. I mean, I'm not even talking about con crud. I'm talking about motherfuckers that contracted COVID.
Oh yeah, COVID was going to be a thing. I think it's just one of those situations where I think we've all just admitted we just gotta live with the shit at this stage.
Like, especially since they decided, hey, I'm gonna go to this hotel party, like not a suite, a regular ass double bed hotel room party.
I tested myself 3 times after San Diego, and I came out negative, and I was shocked considering how much walking around and how many crowds of people we were swimming in.
See, but that also came from the fact that you and I were able to just bypass so much shit, being pressed. Hey, shout out to our boy Hellspawn Cosplay for saying, hey, this is what you're gonna do. We're just gonna roll through the convention like we own the shit, and we're gonna be in the dealer's room, before it even opens.
Like I genuinely, after San Diego, was like, damn, I didn't pop positive for COVID. Damn, that's shocking.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just, I mean, and I even said, I was like, I would never know if I caught COVID unless like I happen to get drastically sick. Otherwise, I'm like, I was fine. That's cool. I mean, I still keep, like I said, like Rod said, I'm keeping the mask handy anyways and stuff because I'm pretty sure going into 2023, it might go into wear a mask at BlurCon again, possibly. Wouldn't shock me at all.
See, if that were to happen, if we were to get hit with wear a mask at BlurCon, or wear a mask at MagFest for that matter, because didn't that happen? Didn't they say that
MagFest had a very vibes type of mask mandate, which was non-existent at MagFest?
No, I'm talking about for this coming one.
I don't know.
Because not only did they decide to throw up a freaking price hike, that happened. They announced the world's biggest price hike for them taking an L on not having
21, I think.
No, because there was
21. They didn't have it.
Yeah, they didn't have one in 21.
Yeah.
But 22, they only had about 12,000. It's like 12,000 attendees, unlike their usual 25,000.
I think it was less than the 2020 one.
No, because the 2021, it wasn't even less because this was at the beginning of.
I was saying 2022's was less than.
Oh, dude, 2022 is the lowest it's been, in years.
It was a huge drop off from 2020. I was like,
and I was happy for that because number one, didn't have to wait in line to play games. You could just walk in, play whatever you want to play, and hop right off.
I think it was also too plane tickets and traveling was a bitch this year.
Oh no, yeah, that was no. Before I get to that, you were able to just walk around the convention with no issues, and shout out to all the shrines that was there. Unfortunately, Betty White had passed away, so there was a shrine for Betty White right across from the shrine to Danny DeVito.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
so
I'm looking on the site. I don't see nothing about mask mandates.
That's interesting. So I got a feeling there's going to be a shit.
Okay, that is. All people attending Super MagFest must have their original COVID-19 vaccine series and must bring proof of vaccination to pick up their badges and must wear a mask. Okay, so you have to wear a mask in the event space.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
So we're back to wearing the mask in the event space.
So with that in mind, we have like you were saying, there was that crap, and then there was the other thing that was happening too. Trying to get plane tickets was a pain in the ass. Because we went from them being like crazy affordable during 2020 and 2021, which also proves, it just goes to show me, thanks to COVID, the fucking airline industry is a fucking scam. Because look at how they were charging so little during 21 for people that was actually trying to travel places.
22, they was like, nope, gotta make the money.
22, man, they threw everything up like 2 to 3 times higher than they were pre-COVID.
Dude, the tickets to San Diego, I had to like wheel and deal on that shit.
I did too. Shit, I had to wheel and do my damn self.
I was like, bro, it used to be easy, and then now it's like, hopefully next year it gets better.
Like 2019, 2019 when I went, my shit was only $400.
Yeah. I think if you got it, yeah. I think mine's was like 700 tops. And that's only because it was like round trip, essentially, instead of just a slight layover, which I was fine with. It was just traveling this year was just a pain.
I mean, if it becomes anything like if 23 becomes anything like 22, I probably won't be traveling much at all. I'm so sick and tired of fucking going broke just to take a damn flight.
I mean, look, I think we sit in and we did a review of like con for the summer and stuff. It's just funny that now one of the cons, HBCU con, it is done. Stick a fork in it. It is done. It's no more.
HBCU con, and isn't HNIC con also got delayed?
It's HBCU.
Okay, it's HBCU.
HNIC is doing their theme of was it Carnival? I gotta be real. I'm gonna be real. Fuck it. I don't care. I think HNIC con is a grift.
So what gave you your first clue, CJ? Was it the fact
you thought it? I'm thinking I thought of it as a genius, and you're like, wait, you just now picked up on that, Chris? What?
No. I just want to ask, like, what gave you, like, what was the first clue that gave it away? Was it the fact that they were selling alcohol, edibles, and and doing tattooing with no licenses on a college campus?
Let me tell you something.
With no permit, by the way.
This is one of the issues.
No permit, no license.
This is one of the issues that we didn't really go deep into it, but I'm just going to say it. This is one of the issues that I have with people that take it upon themselves to want to run conventions and start it up, right? If you're going to do it, you have to do it smart. I get the need because you want to do something bold and different. That's fine, right? It's just you have to understand that there's rules and what it takes to do it, and that you got to start somewhere. You can be ambitious, but you got to understand in the confines of what you're doing. You can't be out here selling edibles and all that shit in a college campus in a convention.
No, you can't.
Don't get it twisted. I did not hate HNIC con. It's just when that happened, I was like, yikes, like, damn. And man, it was, that's why I was like, this feels like a grift. Hopefully they turn around, but just right now.
Yeah. I mean, do you find it interesting how certain conventions have been trying to come out to be BlurCon?
I think
BlurCon Light, I guess.
I think the thing that comes with Blur with trying to be conventions is you can be ambitious, but you also have to have your own voice. Like example, Demetrius Hellspawn Cosplay, he's trying to do basically picking up what the Blurred and Bougie party was, trying to get that becoming a every year type thing at San Diego, which I think is very needed because you need that kind of alternative, like, hey, there's all these parties, but is there like a sort of Black Center type party there at San Diego? And it's not. And that year, me and Sue went there for the Blurred and Bougie thing. That was a dope ass experience.
Oh, it was so much fun.
Like, it was to the point that it was a bigger party than the IMDb boat party. Yep. And he's trying to get that going, and you see the ambition, and you see him really like plotting it out from A to Z. Like, hey, I want to make sure that this is done with the best of intentions. And at least from what I'm seeing so far, he's definitely going about it in a very way like, look, I'm just trying to bring back that vibe that the Blurred and Bougie, because I feel that's something that we need to have every year. Cool. It's and he's talking to the right people. He's getting in contact with the people that held the Blurred and Bougie party and getting that whole thing organized, which I think is great. I think the whole thing is Blurred and Powerful. That's the whole name of the whole thing and stuff. And I'm like, all right, cool. And it goes into what you were saying, the whole thing of everybody trying to be like Blurredcon, and it's like, yeah, you need to have your own voice, but you also have to understand where you're starting off at and what's the goal of it. And I think DreamCon is probably the closest to a Blurredcon that's definitely different. And I think that skews more to very much people younger than our age. And I think that's great because there are people younger than us that eat up the stuff that DreamCon is doing. And I think they have a good foundation to do something. You know, meanwhile, us older folks, we're going to go there like, who the hell are these young people? I don't know these people. You know, and it's like, you know, because even, you know, Senpai said the same thing. He's like, yeah, I don't understand any of this at all.
I remember he felt like, well, I feel like a fish out of water here.
Bruh. Bruh, man, it's like, yo, it's like what D was saying. It's like we feel like very much otakus. It's like, man, we really are that age now.
Like most definitely, because let me tell you something.
Senpai, I can't even hear you now.
Senpai and I was having a conversation about you know, about what it is to deal with the con space and us being DJs, whether con DJs or, you know, or otherwise. I told Senpai, I said, look, dude, I'm an old man in this space. I still love, you know, I'm a DJ. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna play my music, whether you got me on the main stage or if I'm gonna have something in the, like, off to the side or in a corner somewhere. I don't care. I'm gonna play my shit. When I'm done, nigga, I'm going to my room and I'm going to sleep. That's, you know, I'm on grown man time. You know what I'm saying? I don't care personally about trying to smash some con skank at, you know, at a con. I really don't care.
Back in the was it the 2005 era?
Yeah. You know, like 2005 and back, cool. But like, you know, when you're a grown ass man and you're still hitting the con spaces, you know,
the energy is different.
Not just no, it's not even the energy. I'm not even talking about the energy being different. Shit has become so wide open now where all it takes is for her to say it wasn't consensual. And the fact that you're an older guy and
the rules have changed.
Look at this 40-year-old trying to have sex with all these younger people.
And the same thing, and I'm not even looking at it from the sense from the space of you know, a guy that's older, but the fact that you are older, you know, you're gonna have damn near every spotlight from the convention pointed at your ass.
Well, it's also
but hold on, Chris. But the fact that you're younger, like whether you're younger or older, all it takes is just for the girl to say something.
Well, that's the thing. I don't even think it's the aspect of the girl saying that. It's coming from the actions, because it could be a situation where it be as simple as, well, I'm not really into you like that. You're cool, and she might feel away, and then boom, off to the races of her saying some out of pocket shit. You're like, what the fuck? Like the hell?
And that's all it takes. And it only takes one. It doesn't even, like, whether it's a rando, you know, whether it's a skank rando at a con, or if it's someone who you think is your day uno, but all it takes is for her to have one bad day, or her seeing you
or jealous of another chick.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the fun ones.
If she sees some chick that's flirting with you, and she feels some way, and even though you had smashed her the night before, she'll wait until after the con, go to Twitter, go to Facebook, go to every social media platform, and air that bullshit.
I'm going to be honest with
you. You're the example. You're in the DMs.
I'm not going to name names, but there was a situation with a person that was in the cosplay community that happened where he was innocent. It was just like, hey, he wasn't feeling this chick, and he got with another chick, and it turned into this whole big deal of like, oh, you with her now? And then she started airing his shit out, thinking everybody was going to go against him, and it didn't go her way, and now she looking stupid. That's a
good thing for D to say this. D's going to say this, and I'm saying this because we have a lot of friends. We have a lot of friends in the cosplay community, and D thinks this is a prime time for me to say this.
Respectfully.
We don't care.
Stephen A. Smith. We don't care.
Look, I need to mean this. I really do mean this. We do got a bunch of our friends that's down there. I have seen shit in this last 2 years. I don't care. I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart. I'm saying this respectively with love. I'm sick of each and every one of you hoes. I am sick of each and every one of you hoes. I'm sick of your drama. I'm sick of the drama you try to bring around other people, and I'm sick of the drama you try to dump out on your fans so your fans can be just as toxic and miserable as you. I'm tired of this. So, as black creators, in the nerd space, I am telling you this respectively. If your name is not Demetrius Holt, right now, I have no loyalty to you, and you have no loyalty to me. So don't try to bring it just because I'm a black creator doesn't mean I'm gonna back up something because you're a woman. I'm gonna back up something because you're a black man. I'm gonna back up because, hey dog, I thought you liked my Deadpool costume. Check this out, nigga. Real talk. Real talk. Because all you are is a good dunk on a dude that's tall. I can find it on any of them, all right? So my thing is this, bro. Stop bringing your drama around other black creators. We are not your fans. We are not your cheerleaders. And we are sure enough not about to put out your damn rhetoric. Stop.
The crazy part is
That's all I had to get it off my chest, bro.
A lot of this shit, it's a lot of us, and it's speaking for us as older people, because me and Eris have seen it in the years of us since high school going to conventions. It's like if people just take a step back, put their egos off to the side, and talk like adults, not be like high school where it's
Chris, we are dealing with. We are talking, and the people I just mentioned. Well, I'm talking about people who were born before 1994. There's no reason why you are acting the way you are acting.
Thank you. It's like these things could solve itself because we wouldn't have these petty things like, oh, let's do another convention to be out petty BlurCon. It's like,
you want to know something that I don't want to, and this is something I mean this for all of y'all in that community. I get it. It's a vibrant community. I get it. There's a lot of good people. There's a lot of good things. There's a lot of y'all that are getting over anxieties and finding yourselves. That's beautiful. But real talk, a whole lot of y'all are toxic, and y'all gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop spreading that shit all over all of these conventions. Can you stop doing that for D Shaw? Because I've been doing this convention shit for the last 10 years. And as an older black man, I ain't got the time for it. And a lot of us ain't. Stop. 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 I get it. You learned this shit in high school and you want that experience now. Stop it. We don't want to be a part of it, bro. I'm just trying to look. I'm just trying to get into the smash tournament over there, bro. Get out my way, man.
I'm real. Be that guy, and I'm gonna say it. You know when y'all do the bullshit that you do, whether it's the cosplay community or the motherfuckers who try to get into the hotel room of the popular person at a con, and then you turn around and air the dirty laundry out. When you do bullshit like this, you make that con suck.
All the energy out of it.
Like all the energy, all the coolness, all that shit is gone because now now I would say the bag is now in the hands of the organizers, the con organizers. They're the one that's going to take this shit and they're going to go, okay. So to make sure that this doesn't happen, yes, we want to provide a safe space for everybody, but at the same time, how do we not, we have no way to prove that this shit was a personal attack on somebody, that this shit was a setup. Because on the outside looking in, oh yeah, this looks like this guy is, predator, or hell, this woman is a predator, but only hearing the shit that happened after the fact.
Yeah.
You're not hearing, like nobody has access to the blueprints. You know what I'm saying?
Nobody. She'll just say it. Yeah.
No one's got access to the freaking Home Alone style battle plan. All right,
and that's why
no one's got access to that. Hold on, Chris. Okay. And I say all that to say, bro, I would love for us to go back to that time when going to a con, hanging out with friends, or hanging out with that special someone that you happen to meet at a con, and the shit feels like Studio 54. You know what I'm saying? Happened.
It was Studio 54.
It's Studio 54, but it's Studio 54. It's Studio 54 from a nerd space. Shit went down, and it only stayed at that convention.
Okay, now. I hear what a couple of you saying. I got that at BlurCon. Yeah, the first 2 years of it.
First 2 years. Wait till
the
Blur.
first 2 years of that shit.
Hold on. Wait till BlurCon hits AwesomeCon status.
Listen to me. If you were in that room with me and Chris,
yeah, see, Chris.
look,
Chris made the perfect look.
hey, look. I'm about to look, Eris. I'm about to talk about somebody's first time, somebody who met their wife or husband or partner, whatever you want to call them. I'm gonna tell you when. Remember that time that you and me went into the room, Chris, went into the rave room, and Senpai got on stage for the first time. Mm-hmm. Let me tell you something. I've seen Senpai play at least 3 times at BlurCon. Nothing will ever beat the first time he ever showed up.
Yep.
Nothing will ever beat that moment. The thing, and you just said it, Eris, those type of things only happens early, like the first 2-5 years in a con. Yeah. After that, it becomes business. After that, it becomes a Ricky Lake episode, dog. And Jerry Springer sometimes too.
But you said Studio 54 though.
Yes.
Yeah. There are those moments.
No, here's the thing. Not just the fun times. I'm gonna say it, and I'm pretty sure people are gonna laugh, but this is the real truth. Otakon was definitely on some Studio 54 shit, complete with drugs. Oh, yes. Imagine you will. I'm going to the bathroom. Oh, I see a white dude doing a line of coke on the fucking damn sink. I was like, yo, I gotta pee, and I might get busted by the cops, and I'm not even touching drugs and shit because this dude doing a line of coke,
baby.
Man,
so
Baltimore, baby.
You brought, and you know, and check it out, D. You brought up Senpai. I gotta bring him back up again. I had a conversation with him this year, and I even told him, I said, dude, you gained a whole lot of popularity in the last 2 years. You know, you running with Sonic Boombox and stuff. You getting flown out to these different cons, my nigga. You got to move different. I know you got twerk teams coming after you left and right and shit. But I'm just saying, all it takes is one thing to go wrong mid stroking, nigga. That is your ass in the Me Too comment section.
Not even that. Look, let me tell you something. There's something,
and you know, and he understood. He understood it.
I mean, there's something. Look, we've been raised and we've been all that stuff, right? I don't know, as we as black folks, we get party, it gets rowdy, chicks shaking ass and stuff. It goes to like a territory that's like, holy crap, this is like early 2000s.
Shit happens, man. Shit, it turned into 94 Atlanta Freaknik shit. Like, what the fuck? We are making the ancestors happy. Bro, that type of debauchery. You know what I mean?
There was a moment this year where I had to step out the room. Like, I might be worried I might get caught up in some shit, and I'm not even there. Like, yo, bro, I get your horny on Maine, but like, walk away, man. Like, no.
You see, hang on, check this out. This right here is something else I'm talking about.
Okay. So here's the thing. Now, the thing about bringing kids to conventions. It's weird because during the day, yes. Now, I do feel at a certain time, though, I'm going to say after 8 o'clock, you might want to reel them back. Particularly when it comes to places like BlurCon and Otakon and things like that.
Don't forget Dragon Con.
And even
I think here's the thing, and this is coming from the parent side of it. You have to, number one, I always tell this to everybody. I hate all of you parents who are acting like, well, what do I do? Be a goddamn parent. Number one, if you don't want your kid there, do not bring them there. Now, let me tell you something. Like certain cons, yeah, you got to know what the atmosphere is. If you cool with your kid seeing titties, fine. If you cool with your kid seeing guys are dressing drag, fine. If you are cool with all of that atmosphere, cool. But I will say this: the seconds the party starts, get them little motherfuckers in the bed. And in my case, in the next year, in my case, you know what I'm gonna do? Hey, Dad, the party start. Yeah. All right, Donovan, I'm gonna be real. Your dad's gonna be on stage with your uncle. If I look out on that floor and I see any of you niggas, I'm not, because all four of my two oldest and my two other nephews are gonna be there next year at BlurCon. Y'all better be out there playing video games, because I swear to God, if I see any of you motherfuckers in the rave, I'm beating your ass. old school style. One of these new niggas, no, don't beat your kids, is going to have to fucking save you because I'm going to do that. You
Like,
know?
I look back at
You
stuff.
have to, my thing is this, and I tell this to every every parent, period. I don't care how you discipline your kids, how you talk to your kids, or anything. But when it comes to this shit, be a fucking parent. Be a fucking parent. If you don't want your kids in that atmosphere, do not have them in that atmosphere. If that upsets you that they can't be in that atmosphere, either A, get some guidelines, or B, look at your fucking life, nigga. What you want me to tell you?
You're not gonna take. You're not
or C, get a fucking babysitter.
and that's the thing.
Get a babysitter.
You have to look at it like this. Like you look at San Diego for a good example. All those parties that we went to, Aris and D, over the years, didn't see not a single kid there. Even the Power Ranger one didn't have kids there.
Nope, you don't have kids
because they know. Because some of those parents know.
there.
Because some of those parents know, and they even tell you in the program, "Hey, this is 18 plus." No.
Okay, good example. The first 8 minutes, kids were still in the room where Eris was playing. About 12 minutes in, where God, I forgot the name of that song, but it was about 12 minutes in. About 12 minutes in, every parent turned into a goddamn parent, and they got their kids up out of it.
Because I mean, it's just
You have to be a parent.
Oh wait,
you have to be a parent.
You talking about put them high?
Yeah.
Yes, I was flipping through the Rolodex in my head. And look, also, my voice is shit if you can't tell. So I'm flipping through.
Hold on, let's also not forget. It turned into it got half Let's Get Wild and half zesty the moment I dropped Barbara Streisand.
And the thing of it is, like, when you look at
man, right? You know what? Look, shout out. Look, I always say this because I have a weird relationship with the gay community, but I always love gay men. Y'all little homo. I love y'all niggas. I love y'all so much. Y'all made my nigga shit hot. Like, yo.
But the thing of it is, like, you have to look at it like when Senpai was on, right? And like you said, it turned to 94 Freaknik. Mm-hmm. That's where you as a parent, it's like, look, during the day, there are obviously going to be women and men dressed up in scantily clad clothes. You can't control that shit. That's just
if you take your kids to a Caribbean festival, you're okay.
Yeah.
But are you going to take them to the party?
And that's the thing. When you get to Senpai and them doing it, that's when it's like, yeah, you might want to take your kids exit stage left and get them out of here. Yeah. So I mean, it's just like I said, kids do. There is things for kids at cons that never went away. It's just now people our age and older that's like parties, conventions. We know, okay, 8:00 we can actually get some stuff going, and we know kids are going to be gone because even when I was going. Even when the rave was, I had to sit there and think back, well, do I really need to be at the rave at 13 years old? You know, that kind of shit. You know,
well, that's the thing I always tell people. Think about it, yeah.
But I didn't stay out late because I didn't have a car, so I had to call my parents to pick me up from Baltimore on a Saturday. So I can't.
Look at this nigga.
I can't do that. You know? It wasn't until we graduated. It was like, okay, well, I'm 18. I could be at these conventions late nights, and it's a different vibe because you're 18.
You know, but check it out. See. You do know that some people that go to raves, they have an agenda. You have, and I don't mean that like, you know, from a malicious standpoint.
No, I know what you mean. I just hit me what you mean by that.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I was like, yeah.
Like they have an agenda. You got the ones that are there to just chill. You got the other ones that's just there to like to just hang out with friends while they got loud music like blasting and shit. You got the other ones that's there. And these are the motherfuckers that I respect more than anything are the fucking dancers. I'm talking about the ones that will take the time to make a full battle circle in the middle of the dance floor and just be going back and forth.
The dancers
just going hard.
And that's where the kids is like, yeah, you might have go because the dancers be getting
they be getting so crazy.
Hey, look, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It gets weird, man.
And then you got, you know, then you forgot the other part. Now the other part of it is the motherfuckers that are there looking for someone to do some content creation after the dancing is over.
And real quick to go back onto you saying parents and the con thing. I will say this: there's going to be stuff where you're going to walk through the con and you're going to see some 18 plus shit. Good example. Get the fuck out of here, Eris. You see that shit, D? Look at it. Wow! I didn't see this motherfucking long time. What you looking at, Dad? If y'all don't get y'all little monkey asses
here's
on
where
the other side.
First of all, how did you get in here?
Yo, did you see that? And like Tay appeared between me and Eris. It was so funny. Like, what y'all looking at? Titties? Like, what you watching at? You watching breast papa?
Here's the one thing this year that did get to me. And that's where it felt like my old manism came in, but it was for rightful reasons. This broad that was doing some out of pocket OnlyFans shit on the con floor at was it New York Anime NYC, and it's like, ma'am, this is daytime. If this is nighttime, I'll excuse that shit, right? But this is in the middle of the day, noon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Kids are walking around, and you're doing OnlyFans.
All of your acts. Like here's the thing. I get for some of y'all girls are acts. Some of you girls are acts. Madam, is there any reason?
I'm in place.
No. Like Eris will love this because he'll love the wording of this. Madam, is there any reason the whole of your titty is out?
Man.
Is there any reason why we have to see the lining of your areola? No, ma'am. If it was just like a little piece, I would have said nothing. But the whole circle.
On some
do we have to see the whole circle? Is like what I'm asking.
On some Pokemon nip slip that happened.
You know what I'm saying? Something like that. But no.
I'm not gonna king shame anybody. But my dude, have some self-respect. You want this chick to spit in your mouth? Stand the fuck up and walk away. Let
me be honest with you.
Spit in your mouth and step on you, by the way.
Let me be honest with you. I know what y'all saying. Well, you know what? This is hereditary. Yeah, that's true. But your peepaw wouldn't do this shit on camera, though. He wouldn't do this shit on camera, my nigga.
Caught in 8K, my dude.
Oh, speaking of which,
you the one decided. Hey. Come on, man.
I hate to say it. Look, love the guys to death. Hey, Ben from RDC World, you really paid for a chick to step on you? Yes, my dude, yes, have some dignity.
Here's my thing, y'all. Look, guys, and I understand. Here's my thing. I don't get mad at dudes that like girls who are like Chris. I don't mind dudes that like girls who are tall. I don't mind dudes who like girls who are muscular. That's your thing. That's your whole joke. Don't bring the crew into that. Look, I'm saying this why. You know why? Why? Because every nigga don't like Janet Jackson abs. That's just a thing.
Now you're gonna get clowned now.
You know what I'm saying? We look like this. You know why it's funny to me? Because that's the main nigga that clowns the nigga that like big bitches, but he has a real problem with muscular women. It's like, yo, Devin, I don't care.
It's not to say again. It's
like she won't come and look. I'm talking. Look, Chris. Look. Put it this way, because we all know one homie. You know the one nigga when Megan Thee Stallion come out, he looked at her and said, "Ain't tall enough." That nigga.
Man, like
look. What I'm trying to tell y'all, black men, get your cousin, get your best friend. Get the nigga that you really don't talk to, but he in the crew. Get him, okay? Before y'all start doing some weird shit and you got a big bitch picking you up and you like this. How did I get here in life? I'm trying to stop you.
And that's the thing. I'm hoping going forward, just a lot of stuff in the con space, particularly us as black folks, people go into it with the best intentions. Because, like I said, you were off at the time when I said this. I was like, I think HNIC is a freaking grift.
It is. We're not. Look.
I ain't going into it.
We're not going into that. I'm not going into that. I think what happened with HBCU Con was a fantastic example of why we really need to stop just supporting everything just because it's supporting this and supporting that. Look, we were in a famous failed con. that did that same thing where you're trying to support this, support that, and you have nothing of substance with it. That was what happened with HBC.
I'm gonna say about HBC UConn. HBC UConn is what happens when a revenge plot movie goes wrong.
Dude, bro, let me tell you something.
When a revenge movie goes wrong,
all he is going to say is this. She saw what happened at Blurred Con. She could have easily went home and just mind her business and made love to her lesbian friend, but she decided to keep it real. I'm going to make one.
Let me tell you something. I have never in my life.
Her girlfriend offered her the opportunity to just simply write a blog about it, but she chose to keep it even real.
Man. Like, I'm mad that I could.
I'm gonna make sure all my friends know how I feel about this. After 10 months of telling everybody that she was going to make the con, it finally came. The money came. But she realized she only had 2 weeks to play this motherfucker. And let's just be honest, black women who don't have enough time to do anything is going to make it work no matter the fuck what. She did not do that.
I mean, I can say this,
I'm sorry, Chris, real quick. One last thing. She brought in a well-known anime con DJ. And even he could not save the driest swag surf.
Bro. I've never in my life. I've never seen 5 people in a swag surf ever in my life, and I saw it.
There was no water. There were no volunteers. There was barely a sign. In fact, the strongest thing there was the weak-ass stage that they had for the DJ. Apparently, that kept it the realest the whole damn con.
I'm mad that I could put on my resume that I could be a good manager because I took part in Universal Fan Con and saw what they did wrong, so I know how to run your program.
How is it that is the thing that 3 Black Geeks carved itself in doing? Talk about movies. Hey, 3 Black Geeks make nigger jokes and con stuff. That is what we're good at. Who knew? Oh yeah, Power Rangers.
You can't say that because in the back of my mind there is a white guy that was like, "These niggers are funny. I love these niggas," and I'm just can I be mad at that? Because Jack in Mississippi is listening to us, so. All right, you want me to be mad at that?
If Jack masturbates to black booty porn, then I'll let it go. Why, D? I don't know that motherfucker. Why do I care? I don't know.
Sometimes I feel that in the back of my mind.
He pressed play. That's all I cared about.
I mean, but I don't know. Like I said, I think overall, this year has been interesting. I'm hoping that things turn around. I mean, look, the government has finally done things on the right side of history in terms of actually codifying gay marriage, which I think is the smartest fucking idea ever. Joe Biden did stuff with student loans until Republicans said, "Go fuck yourself. You're not doing this shit." And they're trying to sue back. And I'm like, ugh. Like, just
shout out to one of the most boldest people I've ever seen in my life. Marjorie Taylor Greene telling the whole world, yeah, so I'm gonna let my niggas free on this shit, so I don't know why y'all even looking at me. 6, you know what I mean? You know, like that. Like this heifer is going to lose her job before she gets to touch anything. This is going to be fantastic, huh? Like
weed is starting to
everybody
come around to be legal
like
everywhere
Chris,
now.
How is it that everybody that supported Trump is falling apart? I love it, man. The whole thing with weed that was eventually gonna happen, man. It just took long. It's taking longer than it should, but yeah.
The ones that supported Trump like fall to pieces is what happens in Metal Gear Solid 4 when SOP goes offline.
Chris, they really said to all these white folk that no, don't support the pastor. We want you to support the dude that made sure his mistress had that abortion, and a dude that really can't read nice, or I mean like at all. And he likes werewolves though. He likes werewolves. He wanted to be a vampire, but now he wanted to be a werewolf. Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
Herschel Walker played football when the helmets were soft.
No, Herschel Walker. Herschel Walker was. You ever see a? Y'all gonna hate me. Y'all gonna hate me for this, y'all. You ever see a white coach from the South really, really proud of that black boy running the football really good?
Yep.
He was surrounded. Look, I'm like that black pastor. He was surrounded by a bunch of white men that said he could run good, and all he could do was just run. This Negro never had a thought in his life. I was dying. I was crying.
Man, look, every day that Herschel Walker was saying stupid shit, I'm like, you know what? I'm glad Emmitt Smith broke your fucking record. How about that?
Boy, I was like, man, I'm glad Dallas got rid of your ass to get Eminem, motherfucker. Get Eminem like 2 linemen and shit. I'm glad that happened. I became a Dallas Cowboy fan because of your little stupid ass, you know?
Can you imagine Emmitt Smith watching Herschel Walker and he's like, God damn,
They can play for like her, but no. Even like all black people, like who? Oh, Herschel Walker. That nigga was hot back in '84. Like you know, like that shit. You know what I mean?
Like I don't know what happened to Herschel now.
Man, I know what happened to Herschel. Man, he fell down a crevice like Goku.
Well, gentlemen, I got a quick question for y'all. Mm-hmm. Seeing how we have gone over 4.5 hours, let's go ahead and talk about some people that we have lost.
Yeah, we lost a ton.
I really miss my homies.
If you listened to it recently, we lost JDF to suicide. We lost Bob Saget to suicide.
We lost Bob Saget.
Bob Saget to suicide?
Was it Bob Saget suicide or was it just
no? What happened to Bob Saget was very sad. He bumped his head.
Okay, yeah.
He simply bumped his head. It was like one of those things where he bumped his head and it was like really bad. Like how body, like apparently he fell type of shit. You know what I mean? And thought he could shake it off.
That and he had COVID.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. It was like a combo type of shit going on with that.
I mean,
so yeah, that was really sad. You know?
Well, we're not sad for this chick. The Queen of England died.
Dog. All right. For D, what did it for D was I was on Twitter that night. I did not know that the Irish have it in a special place in their heart of "fuck you, Elizabeth." It is like I thought the Black British were bad. No. The Irish and the Scottish were clicking their heels, just immaculate. No, a whole bunch of Indian niggas was having fun. Like her dying brought the world together.
I mean, there was even our boy John and a couple of Brit friends of ours was just like, yeah, the Queen.
Fuck her.
Yeah, they were.
Like one Shinzo Abe, the former prime minister of Japan, was assassinated.
You want to talk about some side plot to Yakuza, because I'm pretty sure that dude is connected to Chris is gonna like this. I'm pretty sure that dude is connected to a murder that happened in fucking Sapporo that has to do with opening a ski resort.
Abe died. I was sitting back. I'm like, this had to been planned. Ain't no way.
Dog. Come to find out, it was planned by a wackadoo.
Like
who knew?
No, the fact that not only was it planned, dude was like 10 feet away from him.
Dog.
Emptied that fucking Last of Us custom crafting clip.
Airs, don't you dare make fun of that.
I'm not making fun of it. That was honestly, that shit was impressive how he managed to put something like that together. It's fucked up what happened because I actually met him. You know, I mean, not the guy who did it, but I mean, I met Abe.
First off, this show have been going on for another hour and a half. Do tell about this guy that killed Abe. Please tell us.
Man, let me tell you, man. His name Keith Ayamo. Ayamo, nigga. Yeah, he African. Second of all,
that's a hell of a story right there.
Keith.
I'm trying to think who? Oh yeah, dude. Hold on, Aaron Carter, and also just recently, dude was like our age. Twitch.
Yeah, to Twitch, which again,
I knew nothing of Twitch. I'll just be honest with you. I know a lot of people loved him, man.
He was a mainstay of Ellen, and a bunch of militant motherfuckers kept calling him a dancing monkey, and I was like, "Oh, shut the fuck up, man!"
Where did that come from?
Because you know where it came from? A black man dancing on a white lady show. Somehow he's a dancing monkey. I'm like,
speaking of black men dying, heaven lost an angel. We lost an angel, y'all. The great Kevin Samuels.
Kevin Samuels.
You want to talk about messed up? I have never seen so many women tap dance on this nigga's grave for them to turn around going, I don't know what my man left.
oh, you know who we lost this year that I totally forgot was still alive? Angela Lansbury. I was like, holy shit, she was still alive?
Angela Lansbury.
Hey, she had it, man. Hey, man.
Last time I saw her was 4 years ago for Mary Poppins Returns, and I'm thinking, oh, maybe she died. No, she was still alive.
The year before last, last year, we lost Betty White.
Yeah,
remember that? We lost Betty White right at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, I mentioned that when we were talking about MagFest.
Coolio died. Cardiac arrest.
Coolio was a surprise, but of course,
cardiac arrest. I mean,
yeah, your
health folks. You had Teddy Ray, which damn comedy, funny as hell.
Yep.
I mean, like the one is you double cheeked up on a Tuesday. That dude. Anne Heche died in a car crash.
Wait a minute, what?
Anne Heche died, fire car crash.
When?
This was May this year. No, August. My bad, August. So this is August this year.
I did not know that.
Car crashed into a house and it caught on fire and she died.
Shit, we lost Sidney Poitier.
Oh yeah, the great Sidney Poitier.
Olivia Newton-John died.
Yeah,
which was I was like, man, somebody find John, man. Oh, John Travolta made it through that week, man. Whole right, man.
Not peacefully. I mean, like it was a long time coming because I think she had
cancer. Mm-hmm. She kept it quiet too. She had to. No one really knew about it. Yeah.
Paul Sorvino died.
Yeah, Paul Sorvino died.
Man, motherfucker.
We lost both Meatloaf and Louis Anderson.
Mm-hmm. Ivana Trump died.
Yeah. Ivan Reitman.
Stop, real quick, y'all. Mm-hmm. Shout outs to Donald Trump, who saw what the threshold of giving a fuck could be. He said, you know what? In the backyard, little square space.
I mean,
I like it. It's right here in Mar-a-Lago. The best grass, best soil, best worms.
There, just a little bit.
Not too big of a space. Don't want it to clutter up anything.
Ray Liotta's one is weird because he died after he did. It was like some weeks after he did that interview with Desus Mero, which R.I.P. Desus Mero show because they split.
Yep.
Which funny enough, a couple months ago, last month actually, we got a trailer for a movie called Cocaine Bear, and apparently that was Ray Liotta's last movie amongst like 3 other movies that he did post mortem.
Yeah, that was his last one, man.
Like Cocaine Bear, really?
Yep. We lost Gilbert Godfrey,
Naomi Judd.
Yeah.
The drummer for Hawkins from Foo Fighters.
Yeah, which was really sad because a lot of people didn't know he was like really in ailing health or anything like that.
William Hurt. That was another one.
I didn't. It was quiet about him. I didn't know he died until like later on.
Neil Adams.
Hey, when did Brody die, man?
Brody, wasn't that last
year?
Harper.
Was it Luke Harper? When did Luke die, man?
I thought it was last year.
Was it a year before last? It was probably before that, man. I'm probably not. It probably wasn't even 2021.
2020. Actually, it was December. It was after Christmas 2020. So yeah, it felt so.
We would have mentioned it. I would have mentioned that then. Yeah, I would have mentioned that. Yeah, but he died. That was very heartbreaking, man. It was very heartbreaking, man. There's actually a real legit push. Everybody of people saying that he should be in the WWE Hall of Fame. I'm like, chill. But cool. But yeah, man.
Max Julian, aka the Mac, died.
Yeah.
He died.
Yeah.
If we're going to sports, Dan Reeves died. Dementia.
Yep, Dan Reeves. Yeah. He was. Yeah, that's sad. Man.
Hold on. This was another twofer. Nichelle Nichols and Bill Russell.
Man.
Yes.
I forgot. Did you come back from San Diego when that happened?
We met her.
Yeah, we came back from San Diego when both of their deaths just boom, double whammy. I was like, whoa.
Bill Russell, it was great because at least he made it to the 100 years of the NBA. And the thing about that was it was also one of those situations where it was like, you know what? He's a basketball god. So you saw like his essence float up the sky.
Roger E. Mosley.
Yep. I mean, look, if we're talking last year, John Madden died like right after Christmas. That was man, and we did a whole episode about Madden, which that was excellent. I loved it. But yeah, John Madden, that was just oof, man.
And then you know what? Oh yeah, Bob Dole. You know what? Let's take the time to talk about him right now, guys. You know, Kevin Conroy blessed our show.
Oh, of course.
Kevin Conroy was the first person to bless our show.
Actually, 2016.
No, not just 2016. It was both him and Tara Strong at the same time.
Yeah, I mean that was. I even said on my TikTok, like it's very. I mean, look, I'm gonna be, you're gonna love every celebrity you talk to, but like Kevin Conroy was like the first time I was like, all right, I gotta keep professional. That's his questions.
Not only that, Chris, you gotta remember, God, you two weren't around when it happened, but I went in one of the Warner Brothers rooms, and I was wearing I don't even think I was wearing my 3BG shirt, but I turned around, Kevin just caught me and said 3 Black Geeks. That right there was a moment where I was like, holy fuck, Batman remembered me.
I mean, that is pitch perfect. Like, oh my God.
Man.
I was just, it just sucked that you two weren't there. Cause I think Chris, you were at a round table and I don't even think you were there.
I wasn't there both the years y'all had a chance to talk to Kevin. I wasn't there those 2 years.
But it was just too dope seeing him.
I will say this though, it's this day was coming, to be honest with you. When it came to Kevin, when we heard he wasn't doing too well to like that time back, I knew, this time was coming, man. And I look at all the people that are doing the voice of Batman now, and the only one I like is Troy. But I know they're not going. What's that?
Greenwood. And
I like Bruce for what he does for Justice, Young Justice. He's fine with that. I like Jensen. I like Jensen Ackles. I actually do like him as the voice of Batman.
What's his face from Batman Brave and the Bold?
Who? What? Dietrich?
Yeah, Dietrich Baker.
Yeah, but Baker ain't going to do it like seriously. I don't think they want to give it to him seriously.
I mean, the subtlety of it was with Conroy was like his Bruce Wayne was a 180 from Batman. And all it took was him going an octave up 2 octaves above Batman to go from gruff to, oh hey, Commissioner Gordon, how's it going?
Yeah.
Which reminded me a lot of how Keaton's Batman was, because he was the most unassuming.
Yeah,
like when you see him as Bruce Wayne, you take one look at him and you don't think that this guy is running around in a bat suit beating the shit out of criminals.
That's what makes the scene in Batman so funny when he's like, you want to get nuts to Joker, and Joker's looking at him like, nigga, please, bow.
No, hold on. Say the right line, Chris. Never rub another man's rhubarb.
It's kind of funny. Me and wife was talking about this. I'm like, it's kind of funny that Matt Bomer has done the voice of the Flash, done the voice of Superman, has done the voice of Green Lantern. I'm like, he hasn't done Batman. I said it to be funny. And I was like, it's Matt Bomer. He's not going to do good. And I told, if we got quiet, I like, it'd be funny though if he does it, and we'd be like sitting here like, I think he should. And we're like, man, stay doing it. How does he say when he's doing Batman? He's rough, nigga. You gotta hear it. I know but that's what I'm saying. Who's ever going to be the next? I will say voice of Batman is going to have that effect on all of us, where we're going to be like, you got to hear the shit, nigga. You're going to say, wow, perfect. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know who that person is going to be, man, but you know.
Whoa. Time out. My man that linked up with Lupita, D, you might know more than Eris. Remember the black guy with dreadlocks that was not Sway during the X Games on ESPN?
I know who you're talking about.
He's the one that hooked up with Lupita. The face didn't look familiar until somebody was like, that's the guy from X Games. Son of a bitch.
That was a good one.
I was like, but nah.
Oh, I got one for you guys. Gallagher.
See, Gallagher was never a thing for me.
Listen, I just happened to look up his clips on YouTube, and outside of the whole watermelon smashing stuff, dude was actually good. He was funny.
Weird.
No, I mean, he did one about one of his jokes about language. I thought that was funny.
Look. You know who
I liked it. Moving on.
You know who I'd be bummed out for? It's like if Carrot Top died, I'd be like, oh man, that sucked. I actually like
I'll be mad at that.
Okay,
I'll be mad at Carrot Top now.
Like what? So we got like what? The fucking millennial version of Gallagher?
No. Gallagher. Chris. Eris, first off, you mean Gen X. Number two, Gallagher. At least, look, Gallagher never made me.
He was a writer for one thing, but anyway, moving on.
But anyways,
we got a lot of people.
Eris is fine. It's fine. You like Gallagher, bro.
We got Irene Cara.
Yeah, we lost Karen's Gilliard, aka Sundown from Top Gun. I was like, yo, we just talked about him, and it's like, boom, dead. I was like, what?
Yep.
We
lost freaking Kirstie Alley. We lost fucking Mills Lane.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that thing we talked about.
Look, I think
Mills Lane. I still to this day. At least you got to be a judge.
Look. I'll say this: the one that got me though, and it was so sensitive.
It ain't. Look. I know everybody say like, "Oh man, let's get it on" when he's doing celebrity deathmatch. Shut the fuck up.
Actually, the one that gets
Judge Mills Lane.
The one that gets me though, right? This is the one that gets me. Me and Eris always laugh. This is the best Judge Mills Lane moment. It's celebrity deathmatch, and they're doing interviews with everybody. Cuts to Judge Mills Lane. He looking around. Why am I here?
Yep.
But nah, the one that got me though, and it sparked senseless people that don't know shit about street stuff. Hell, I'm not gonna claim that I know stuff about street shit. Take off.
I was going to say take off.
Take off dying. And everybody was like, see, you're from the streets, I'm like, shut up. All it was a dumbass argument that net resulted in somebody getting shot senselessly when they didn't need to get shot. That's it.
And
went off, and he just happened to get hit.
Yeah, he just happened to get hit. It is what, like, I'm not saying it's not right. Don't get it twisted.
For me, it really hadn't. Like I'm saying, it didn't have this ain't the whole black on black crime thing. This ain't all this. Shut the fuck up. That's all it was. Something bad. And the thing that really, I'm not gonna look. All right, look. I'm not gonna repeat none of it. Let's put it this way. Y'all ain't gonna believe this. Eris gave one of the most shortest 30-minute speeches about Takeoff. I will not repeat it, but it will warm your heart. It was one of the sweetest things. Eris, who don't give a fuck about this generation of rap. He don't give a fuck about this generation of rap. It was one of the most sincere things I've ever heard him. And Eris, thank you. As a nigga that loves rap, thank you. You still got a love for my shit. I love you for that. Because it was super sweet. It was super sweet. Like, that nigga had no business dying.
Yeah.
Like, Takeoff had no business dying.
And the thing is because
it fucked me up, man. It was of all the people that died, like got shot, that one.
Wait. Because, and I get where you're coming from, D's, because yes, unlike you and Chris, I don't fuck with with trap like that.
Yeah, I get it.
I just don't, I just don't the shit ain't for me. You know what I'm saying? I get a song or two that'll have me like poke my head through the door, like, oh shit.
Poke my head through the door. I don't know. When you said poke my head through the door, I was thinking like joke out the head of the door.
Yeah, like like it just have to be cracked open. I'm like, hey, that shit's hot. I can that. But hold on. But when I really got down to it, because I thought, D thought that I wouldn't give like a single fuck about what happened to him. And I was like,
I wouldn't go that far, but go ahead.
No, you probably thought that I didn't really care about what happened, and I was like, nah, I like, dude, it was fucked up. And I said, listen, I can't even I couldn't look to, I couldn't even watch the Ric Flair drip video the same, because it's like, brother, not only did I like that song and I like that video, but it's just fucked up because dude was as young as he was, and he's just out of here like that. I think
and the thing that get me was, but I'm sorry, and I hate this, and the only thing that really pissed me off, because I had to see this with Kobe Bryant, and I had to see it with this TMZ. If you don't fuck off, TMZ, if you don't fuck off, that pissed me off so bad.
And this again, TMZ kind of emboldens these kind of conversations. P&B Rock died a tragic death when you hear the full story, and that it boiled down to a father roping his son in a robbery. Yes, he roped his son into a robbery to kill P&B Rock, and his wife stashed him at their place, so she was an accomplice. And when the police caught them, the wife got arrested and charged, husband got charged, and the son got charged.
And it was
just a robbery because the man just saw a rapper and was like, I'm going to kill this and I'm going to rope my son into this shit. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? And a lot of people speculated, well, maybe he's part of a rival gang. And, everybody was like, he shouldn't be part of gangs. And then just to come to find out, it was a dude that just, yeah.
So you killed him for no reason.
For a chain.
For the
chain. And because he didn't want to give up.
No. Let me make this very quick with P&B Rock. I had to hear people for 2 straight weeks talk about gang violence.
They blamed the girlfriend, and come to find out, the dad never tracked the girlfriend's thing. That's the other thing too that made me hurt for the girl.
I had to see this little girl. I had to see this girl get dragged for zero reason.
But hang
for
on,
2 weeks.
Hold on. See, yeah, it's fucked up that she got dragged because he didn't necessarily track. He wasn't trying to triangulate her freaking Instagram story and all that shit. But that does wait, because that shit does happen.
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
It happens all the time. This is why I've said this many times when motherfuckers be trying to flex and show off shit, because this is also something that's happened more rampant in the last 5 years.
Well, Vice did a documentary this year about that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I saw that. But this shit has happened more often than not in the last 5 years, where people who are all about the flex culture, whether they're at parties popping bottles and shit, or just flexing for the fucking gram, and the fact that they post that shit in the moment, it's stupid, because all it takes is for somebody who be hating on you or just say, hey, motherfucker's an easy mark, I'm gonna go after his ass. He just posted shit. I bet you he's still over there. Which is why a lot of people have been encouraging, if you're gonna post that shit, do that shit after you're gone. For example, let's say that let's say 3BG blows up, right? And we happen to be out at a party, we flexing, we doing all types of crazy shit. Not gonna post that shit off rip. I'll record it and I'll just post that shit up 2 hours after we done left.
Dog. You post everything afterwards. They be killing.
Post everything afterwards. Oh shit! Hold up, yo. Hold up, Leanne Wheeler. Thank you for the 20. Appreciate that.
All right. Throw me off.
Hey, listen. Tell your friends. Tell your family.
Tell your friends.
Tell your pets. Go check out three Black Geeks.
Go to your dog.
That's the thing. It's just
everything told me.
That's the thing. It's the whole thing, like you said, the flex culture. It kind of, and that's the reason why you get some people that if they go on a trip, they delay when they put that shit on IG, because they might be in the States and they might be post up, oh, they went to this country. And then it's oh, they're not really in that country. They're already back in the States and shit.
They're already back in the States and all the rest of that shit. It killed me. All the shit with Lewis Hamilton. You oh, that's nice, nigga. He did that. Oh, motherfucker. Y'all don't know what hotel he was at or none of that crap. It's like that. It's simple as that. I felt bad for homegirl with that shit, man. But that's how niggas get killed. That's how niggas get killed, and I hate that. That's how motherfuckers get jumped at the club. That's how niggas get robbed. Bad shit go down because of stuff like that. And I hated that she got roped into that conversation when it had nothing to do about how that dude died.
I'm gonna keep it even realer. Listen, I'm gonna be one of those guys. If you got to wear shit like that, even though you know damn well you're supposed to be moving different now that you've reached this point in your life and your career, nigga, get a replica. Just get a replica and keep it moving, because hey, if someone is actually that damn desperate, they're gonna be desperate to try to rob you for some shit that really has no value whatsoever.
Here's my thing, nigga. I understand you might want to do this because I know how my black men are. You're gonna go out there, you're gonna be out, let's just say in DC terms, you're gonna be in Georgetown all day, you're gonna go to Georgetown, you're gonna go to Roslyn, you're gonna be in Roslyn all day. I know you, my nigga, you're about to go back home, your house is all the way out there, let's just say, I don't know, somewhere out in Lexington Park, right? Now I know you, my nigga, you're gonna stop right in Southeast to get some fucking weed. Why do you still have the chain around your neck?
I want to say this right now. That's what happened.
That makes no sense.
That's what happened to it, and it sucks because young motherfuckers in DC, you gotta kind of watch your back now because motherfuckers will come at you. So, Robinson, the rookie running back for Washington, he got robbed going out to brunch. Shot and robbed for his car at brunch. Now,
this is the killing in Largo.
No. This is no. This is earlier this year.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, and this is what happened. It was like he was just going out to brunch with a couple of chicks, and that was it. Like everybody assumed, he got into some. No, he was in a nice area, and it was just some niggas caught him slipping. When he was going out to brunch, and it just ended the way it did. Now I don't know if they caught them or not. They might have. I don't know.
I think they did actually.
Yeah, I think they did, but it's one of those situations where motherfuckers are wild and you got to watch your back out here.
You have to, and look, and it's just it is what it is, man. Especially how, look. I'm not saying this as a panic person, but in certain areas in this country, if the carjackers went up in your area, take that a little bit serious. I mean it. Do take that a little bit seriously. And here's the thing, and here's the truth, y'all. 9 out of 10, them niggas ain't gonna do nothing to you. Just give them your fucking car. Keep it moving. You know what I mean? They're not gonna do that. Just keep it moving, bro.
That's
Don't
the
be
other
thing. Shit.
Dude, that's also the other thing. There's this shit right here is what caused us to lose young Dolph.
Yeah.
On
some Dolph crap.
Dolph hurt me because I was like, Dolph is finally getting over this beef shit. He is still running his mouth, but it ain't the same no more.
He made amends from what I heard.
He was getting over that shit. Him and Youngster was still beefing, but I don't know what it was. Him and Youngster was still beefing, but whatever it was, him and Dolph was getting over the shit. And you took this nigga life, yeah. I was just fuck me, man.
And it was
just
awesome.
Get out of here. I was depressed, yeah, because me and Dolph share a birthday, and Dolph every year on my birthday brought some new shit out. So I'm just sitting here like this nigga died a few days before his shit, like a month before his shit. I was like, yo, come on, man.
I thank God they got the guys and stuff, and it was kind of crazy because it's like we found out like they got the 2 guys that shot him, or 3 guys, I believe, and then they found the person that ordered the fucking killing, and they got his ass and shit. And I'm like, thank you, like, because in my head I was thinking, man, these motherfuckers gonna get off, but they got him. And it was in the video of it was this even more tragic scene, and I was like, oh my God, this sucks.
I didn't watch it. Don't want to watch. I didn't want to.
No, trust me. I saw the video. I was like,
I didn't want to see no parts of Dolph down, man. Because Dolph and what's the name? Dolph and Don't Take Off. They those are my favorites. So them going was like, just.
I'll just say this as a black man, like I had to deal with the death of my dad, and his brother had died. And one of the big takeaways, and you hear it all the time from people, take care of your health, get a physical, just take care of yourself and exercise, just do the basics, like just those things. Cause like, that's one of the things that I took away from that was like, oh yeah, I need to take care of myself. And I am, but it's just like, yo, be aware, like get yourself checked out, make sure you know, all these things,
If you If y'all noticed, that was a break that we took in September for Chris. If y'all noticed, early this year, we took almost 2 months off because my big sister died, and I couldn't. I tried, actually, to be honest with you. No, when we were off for about 5 weeks, about 4 weeks, and when we finally got
It
back,
was a little bit more than that.
Yeah,
but whatever it was. But I remember when we started doing shows again, we were doing Rocky, and I did Rocky 3. Rocky 3, I can look at it. It's one of our best ones, but I look at it, I was like, damn, I was not ready to come back.
I mean, look, I can say for myself.
My lesson, if Chris's lesson is taking care of yourself and all the rest of that, which I totally fucking agree, because that's what I fucking started doing with my sister. My sister's death was a little bit different, a little different consequences. I'm not getting into it, but my death, and my lesson to anybody is anything is this: please grieve. Please let it go. Let it go. Quit being an asshole. Cry. If you gotta go in a corner, just fucking do it. Quit being a bitch. Like, just do it. You know. But I say that as you have to do it just so you can get over the shit and all the rest of that. I hated it because it slowed up. It slowed up progress with 3BG.
This was by far the probably the most amount of breaks that we've ever taken.
But it's needed, because I think what people don't realize when you do this kind of thing, most people, they do the podcast, they do in the seasons, which makes sense. You have a break and stuff, and other people, they just feel they got to grind 24/7. And I think the lesson that I know you and Sue, y'all brought up, hey, we need to take a break sometimes, because you go a mile a minute and you don't break, the product is going to suffer because you're like, ugh.
And D just had to say this. How did we still outlap all of you? Come on, man. Like, yo, look, it don't make no damn sense that we done took off 3 total months and we still
numbers never went down. I was like,
never went down. In fact, it kept going up. So dude, I thank all of you. There are 2 shout outs with this. I'd like to thank the entire state of Ohio. We're thinking about it. Number 2. You already know what I mean about Eris. We're thinking about it. Number 2. Number two, I don't know who you are, motherfuckers in Jakarta. Hi! I don't know who y'all niggas are, but y'all look at us. Number 3, all my Brazilian motherfuckers. Why y'all look at us? Y'all understand what we saying?
They especially love the Power Rangers stuff.
Yeah, they love it. They love that shit. They love it. I noticed that with the people from Indonesia and the people from Brazil, they love the Power Ranger shit. But I noticed when it comes to the black movies, Brazil and India. Why out here, nigga?
It's crazy looking at all the.
I love it. That was my way of saying to all the fans, I love y'all, man.
Because D is right. Like, for me, it was a situation.
Ohio, nigga, you Ohio, ain't you?
For me, like, D is right.
I love all y'all, bro. For real. Y'all showed the fuck up for 3 Black Geeks this year.
Wait. I was gonna mention. Also, my nigga, shout outs to me. Fuck it. I don't normally toot my own horn. And no, D, hold on. We need an extra set of hands for this one because yes.
Hold on. We gotta do this right. Gotta do this shit right.
D, first off, that's disrespectful to Eris and size.
Respectable, Chris. Respectable. See, Chris. See, that's how. This is how you and I are day uno.
Hey, Eris. What's the name of that porn star you like?
Which one?
Shut up, fucking just name one.
Wait. Go ahead and just say my doppelganger.
No, what's the name of your favorite porn star actress?
Oh, you know what? Feeling light skinned today, Monet Divine.
Oh! Go ahead, Harris. Tell everybody what you eat.
No, but listen. I'm only saying that because I came up with a brilliant I came up with a brilliant idea. I said, guys, we got to do this movie. It was a little movie, a little Western called The Wild Bunch.
Yeah, The Wild Bunch. Now about that movie.
I like how you just yeeted it out of the way. We did this.
That's my space heater. I hope I didn't break this shit.
We did this movie called The Wild Bunch, and holy shit, D came to both of us and just said, "You gotta be fucking kidding!"
The numbers were just like, "Are you kidding me?" Like that.
So now we had several. Now, before you calm down, because we had several shows this year that have done that same type of fucking thing. That being said, though, The Wild Bunch, who the fuck are y'all niggas? Who the fuck are any of y'all?
Older guys that probably listen to us. I don't know.
Like, hold on.
It took you long enough.
Bro, whoever you are.
Finally, they're talking about real cinema.
Like, honestly, no, seriously, respectfully.
By
whoever you are, thank you for proving my point.
I mean, it's always great when that happens, when you get that. I mean, we still haven't solved the Scooby-Doo mystery of who's still listening to the GTA San Andreas podcast and put that shit in the 10,000.
But it don't even fucking matter. I'm not even going to talk about that, but I will say this, Eris. Look, I always appreciate you getting the moment to fillet your own penis, and I love it. Point is this, though. You act like you cracked the code, because I swear to God, if we do the good and bad and the ugly, and we get dismal numbers, you done fucked it up for the rest of the first graders, all right? That's all I'm saying.
No. First of all, I specifically said The Wild Bunch because I had a reason behind it.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, it's the movie that inspires things.
And you also got to remember, not only that, Chris, remember what I had said at the very beginning before we even started doing this shit? Fuck all of y'all. This is my movie. This is for me. This is for us.
Yeah,
I specifically wanted to take the time to talk about it. But the fact that people actually listened and enjoyed it, that made me even more happy. So thank you once again.
Yeah.
From the heart of my bottom. Thank you.
That's great.
Hold on, real quick. I have to say something about this. Real quick. Just a real quick thing. And it has something to do about 2020, the last 2 years. I had to say something real quick. Do you know that me and Chris have been into the drama that happened in the F1 and all the rest of that shit? And do you know that we had to see a black man get robbed of a fucking championship? We had to see the FIA, the governing body in motorsport, Eris. We had to see the governing body in motorsport literally see the Golden Goose white boy. Nah, we gotta make that nigga win. Nah, yeah. Let's switch that over. They screwed my man at the end of the Eris. You at the last lap. You're at the last lap, Eris. Now, listen to me, Eris. You're at the last lap. Everything's on a yellow flag. At this point, you cross the finish line. You done won, right?
Mm-hmm.
What they do is this: everybody reset.
So they gave
everybody reset. And note, the dude that's in second place, he just got on fresh tires. And they told you to reset and do the last lap in a sprint.
So let me get this straight. They hit him with the Ken Miles.
Except it wasn't from his own peoples, it was somebody else.
Yeah.
Think about it, and this is the thing that gets it. Now, Lewis Hamilton was in first place. Max Verstappen was in second place, but he was at least 5 cars back. Mm-hmm. There was no way. So what they did was they said everybody unlap themselves, get into the place that they are. Everybody start over. He's on fresh tires. When they go, he's automatically going faster than Lewis.
Yeah, it was.
It was a robbery.
I would say.
And here's the best part, Eris. They still haven't learned a lesson because the team that did it, Red Bull, they got caught this year cheating. By the way, cheating. This is what happened. Let me just give it a real quick thing. you're given a salary cap, right? You're given a salary cap. They were caught going at least about $1 million or so over the salary cap. You know what these motherfuckers had the goddamn nerve to say? Oh, that was catering. Catering.
Pizza party.
Pizza party. A pizza party. $1 million pizza party, niggas. That's what you're trying to tell me. You spent $1 million extra on food and not on development of that car. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Yeah. And like that's what he said. You're lying. So what did the FIA do? We gave them a little fine. You're not going to take away points. You're not going to take away the championship. They're okay. Fixes him, my nigga. So thank you, Miss Walker. You just opened up a wound that black people. Or Wheeler. I'm sorry, Wheeler. You just opened up a wound that black people can never fucking win in this life. God damn it!
I will say this though. For me, though, go ahead.
I was just going to throw in one more R, and that was the second voice of Frieza, Chris Ayers.
Yeah,
Chris Ayers. I forgot about Chris Ayers' passing.
Yeah.
I mean, look.
He was fighting. You want to talk about a nigga that was fighting,
and Colin Powell. God.
Yeah,
Colin Powell.
Yep, Colin Powell died of COVID last year.
It was last year.
I want to say ironic, but I can't because I'm like
Sonny Chiba.
Yeah, Sonny Chiba. That's another one. Like, here's the thing about Colin Powell for me, though. It was one of those situations where he was literally like the old school Republican, pull yourself by the bootstraps, right? But like there was, again, he's OG black Republican. He ain't some fucking crazy MAGA Republican. It's like, no, he's a black Republican, respectability politics oozing out of him. You either love it or hate it. That's just what it is, right? And I don't think black people necessarily, it was a sad moment for every black person that he died, straight up. Like, regardless of your political spectrum. Because he was an impactful person. And it was big time impactful for him to support Barack Obama. That was the one thing everybody was really like, well, who's Colin Powell going to support? And he's like, no, I support Barack Obama.
Yeah, bare minimum, but whatever.
Yeah, I know.
But I would say this. I think with Colin Powell, at least for D. I say this as a person that respects history. I don't think history is going to be too nice about him. What I mean by this, it ain't got nothing much about to do about the Bush era. I think it has to do about his whole life. And I mean this from the standpoint of Colin Powell could have been a bigger person to a lot of black people. When you really look at what he did at the end of the day, it's actually kind of minuscule. And it sucks. It's like nigga, you on the same level of Condoleezza Rice. In other words, you're a trivia fact at this point. And I hate saying that about Colin Powell because he led a good life. But at the same time, dog, your impact to the Negro community is minuscule.
It was was on the
you are image, you are representation.
That's what it was. So on the representation side, that's where it's like.
I get that, hey Chris, and I'm with you. And I know you are more lean. I want to say you're more. I want to say you're more soft. I want to say you're softer on the military, but you're more. You understand where they come from. I understand that too.
And that's why
I think from that standpoint, yes, Colin Powell has a fucking image.
And that's why
that's all he was.
And that's why I understood why he felt the way he felt about the Bush thing. Because it's like, motherfucker, you put me in a shitty position now. Like, God damn, like, what the hell?
Yeah, I had no choice what to do. I got to support some shit, and I got to look like a fucking fool on.
Yeah, and so it is art, and I think that's what sucks for him. That's why I mentioned the Bush thing, because he was already on shaky ground with people, especially black folks, and that kind of made black folks like, well, what the fuck,
get? Like, I think Cornel West said it best when it came to Colin Powell in this situation, is that this is a black man who spent his whole life supporting these white people, and when it came down for a situation like this happening, they were nowhere to be found, and he knew it was going to happen. He said that's one of the most things. And I'm with Cornel West when it comes to that shit. Like, I don't care what your political spectrum is, wherever you are, when you fall on that shit. But when that shit happens, black people, we have this habit of acting like, oh, I can't believe it happened. No, we're black. We knew that was going to happen. We knew exactly that was going to happen. And that is the sad reality about it with Colin Powell. I think he was a great man, but holy fuck, these white people didn't give you nothing to stand outside the fact that, hey, look, he's a good Marine. Like, that's all you are to these crackers. And I hate that. I forget.
Okay, I got three. There's 3 others.
Yeah, we're just
Mel-
like
oh.
that's just like
Don't worry,
Wait. Melvin Van Peebles, AJ Johnston, and Norm Macdonald.
yeah.
Oh, Michael Williams.
Yep. Michael K. Williams. That was
Michael K. Williams was sad, man.
fentanyl, man. Here's the ironic part.
You can kiss my ass, nigga. You can kiss my black ass. I am turning to Bobby Knight. You kiss my ass. My voice is dying.
The thing about Michael K. Williams, though, is that he had just did a Vice documentary about fentanyl. And then boom, he dies of fentanyl overdose. And like
it's like that Vice thing where that dude was going to turn a new leaf and he ended up sending his picture of a penis to the producer. So that same level, like, wow, nigga.
If we're gonna end the show off with this, I think the best thing about Vice this year was the Dark Side of Comedy series, which it brought to light a lot of shit I didn't know.
I didn't know that number. I ain't seen none of that, man.
Roseanne was on there. Richard Pryor shit, which a good chunk of Richard Pryor stuff I knew because everybody has talked about all his stuff at length. So it was not.
You know what I love? You know what I love? I love this every 6 years. Black women on the internet. Yes, he put cocaine on her vagina. We know. No, men ain't shit. Okay, cool, fine.
I got one. I got a question for you, Chris. So, who in Jackie Chan's stunt team is going to be the next to carry on the mantle that was once held by Brad Allen?
It's going to probably be Andy Law probably. Because he's like the youngest from that Jackie Chan school of stuff. Because he did Everything Everywhere All at Once. That's another GOAT movie from my year too.
Mm-hmm.
It's that movie. Because Andy Law was also the one that did the fighting choreography for Shang-Chi alongside Brad Allen too, as Death Dealer. And he's really kind of taken, because you saw a lot of Jackie Chan-isms in Shang-Chi big time.
Oh God!
What?
No, errors. I hate errors. That's all.
Oh no, but you saw that.
I tried to look for that shit on YouTube and I never found it.
I never saw it. I don't think it's Andy. I think it's Andy Lay or whatever. But he's the one Andy Lau. He's the one that's like taking over for that kind. I can see him being kind of the guy after Brad Allen because he did kind of study under him and stuff. So I can see that. But the one thing in Dark Side of Comedy that was interesting, Brett Butler. I never followed Brett Butler other than a couple of shows that she did, and I didn't realize that Brett Butler's fall came from the fact of like she was a woman she was a person that got all the success from comedy and the money. Just like, what do you do when you come into all this money and just all the shit that comes with it, and stuff. Brett Butler. I'll even go so far as to say Andrew Dice Clay was an interesting one. Artie Lange was pretty good. Chris Farley was what I figured. Now here's the one I didn't know about Chris Farley. I didn't know his last SNL appearance. He was high as a kite on that episode.
Oh yeah, he was super high.
I did not know that. And Norman Lear let that shit fly, and I was like, wow.
A lot of I like a lot of those stories. I wanted to hear about
Dustin Diamond was sad. That was the one that was sad because that is a case of. And I give Jaleel White credit for him kind of escaping from being Urkel the whole year. Dustin Diamond could not get past
he can never get
it sucked. Because Jaleel White managed to get away from Urkel and it worked for him, but Dustin Diamond could never get past Screech and it sucked for him badly. It sucked so bad. I hated it. I felt sad for him, despite him being an asshole during his last couple of years. It was like, I kind of get why he was an asshole because it's like, fuck, people just see you as Screech and they ain't taking you seriously, and it's just, it was.
Fuck out of here! I'm sorry. Yes. Eris is blessing me right now. Stop this shit. So first off, Eris, why is Jack? No, I don't care why my.
But anyway,
he's in a spaceship.
It's another
spaceship.
Listen,
but that's all that matters. That's all that matters.
Listen, this is another topic for another time.
But
oh my God,
we appreciate everybody that has been.
How long is this thing, by the way?
30 minutes.
Oh no, I thought you meant the show that we just did.
No, he was happy.
That was
But no, I appreciate everybody hanging out with us on this 5-hour long journey
Yes. I don't think
Yes,
this
yes,
would be an
yes.
audio episode. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Nah, I don't know. I might split it up. I might split these up in clips.
Or just do
and
clips on Vine. That would be. Why I say Vine? Wow.
Vine.
TikTok.
Look at this nigga. Look at this nigga.
TikTok.
Let
Gosh,
me-
Fine.
TikTok.
Let me tell y'all. So let me tell everybody how this is going to go. I only do this to hype everybody up for next year. I only tell everybody what the first 3 months are going to be for 3 Black Geeks, just so you can get a flavor of it. Next year, like I said, most definitely, we're going to start with Metal Gear Solid. We have hyped that up for such a long time, and goddamn it, we're finally going to do it. That's going to be the first show of the year, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. That's what's going to be. Then we're going to back that up, and hopefully, the next show, we can have our boys, the Cinnamon Villains, join us for Tropic Thunder. Me and Jose are already talking to each other. We're trying to make sure Shag Show is going to make time so we can do this, all of us as a group.
Because guess what? I don't read the script. The script reads me.
God, I don't know who's going to do all the Robert Downey Jr. lines, but
I don't drop character until I don't drop character until after D.
Next episode, for a lot of you goobers out there, which is, let's just be honest with you, I love you people. That's most of our fans. Y'all can finally do this. Ninja rap. Ninja rap. Yeah. Ninja Turtles 2. The Ninja Turtles movie that D really wants to hurry up and get through so we can talk about 3, so we can never talk about 3 ever again.
I might be bold next year and actually start asking questions, aka I want to see if I can get in contact with Vanilla Ice for an interview for this shit.
I hate you for this. Hey,
anyway, if I make that happen, kiss the ring, bitch.
For a lot of you, you're not going to understand what I'm going to say when I say. Not going to understand this. For some of you, you will. Next year, much like us being excited that we are going to do a couple westerns next year. Next year, every month we are going to be centered in some type of Asian movie. There's going to be a movie in some type of capacity with that situation.
Apparently you guys didn't like it. Came from the East month, so we're spreading it out for the year.
Oh, we're spreading it out everywhere, Nick. Just deal with it. So that being said, though, we're going to do a movie called The Prisoner, aka Island of Fire or Isle of Fire. And you're probably saying, who's in that? Jackie Chan, Sammo Hung, Yuen Bao, and God, who else is in it? One other person. I forget. The whole stunt crew. This is one of the. It is. Two, what I'm told by people that know Jackie Chan and know anything about kung fu movies, this movie's fucking underrated as fuck. So that's what everybody says. We're gonna talk about that anyway. In the month of February, I might get Denzel to help us out on this. We're going to have a very special episode of 3 Black Geeks, and we're going to be mostly us talking about the movie, but acting out most of the movie of Blazing Saddles.
It's gonna be great.
I'm dead serious. I want it like get ready for Eris doing everybody's gonna be, first of all, I'm just gonna let you know everybody's gonna be switching voices, but Eris, get ready to be doing a lot of not Bart, Waco Kid.
Oh, you want me to be Gene Wilder?
Oh God, yes, Eris. Yeah, because I know you. Like, know you. You're like, yeah, look at you. Like, yeah. Steady as a rock, yeah, but I shoot with this hand. Well, of course. I don't know who's going to do it. I'm going to do it. Anxiety laden? They darker than us. Huh. Chris, get ready, Chris, because you're going to do this. Mongo, only pawn in Game of Life.
Also,
look. Chris is going to crush that. He's going to crush it. He's going to make y'all cry.
And this one, ditto.
Oh, God. Eris is going to be Hetley Lamar. That is already his, y'all. Eris already. Does that mean I'm going to do Taggart? You fucking right, I'm going to do Taggart. Just when we going into town. I'm whopping wailing. Every little living thing inside until the inch of its life.
Now, listen.
Eris, set the women folk, of course.
You spare the women?
Oh, no, we raped the shit out of them.
Good night, YouTube.
Anyway, yeah, but we're gonna have fun with that, man. We really gonna have fun.
We got a 2-week break. There's still gonna be some content because we're gonna put out a review for.
Anyway, Anyway, we're probably going to do two can play that game because
Black.
I'm looking at all y'all. Anyway, we get to redo Vampire in Brooklyn properly. That was like year 1 3BG. We finally get to do that movie properly.
Harrison Japan on his laptop.
Oh man, I think I was at a security job and like cars were coming by and shit. Look, we're doing it over again.
D didn't have his hair actually. He was.
Oh, I did not. I think I had my hair cut at the time. Yeah. I don't remember. I really don't. But and also Rush Hour 2. You're probably saying to yourself, D, is that Asian cinema? You can ride a dick. Anyway, finally in March, this is an Asian cinema, but fuck it, we're doing it. We're going back to some Van Damage. That's going to be some kickboxer. We're going to call our boy Charlie. We're going to tell him to put his aviators back on. We're going to do Iron Eagle. That's finally getting done. We're doing Sister Act. Over the Top, and finally we're doing our first Tarantino movie. What's it going to be? I can't tell you what's going to be because we don't know what's going to be. So we'll find out.
Tell us a lesson that we should learn. That's how we're doing the Tarantino movies. Whatever we pick, just
wheel of Tarantino.
So but yeah, that's it for 3BG. Thanks for being on this 5.5 hour 2 year retrospect. It's been overdue, but it was great, and we'll see you next year. Happy New Year.
Next year. Happy New Year.
All right. Peace out, y'all.